Hello, everyone. Crypto Bahamas will begin in 10 minutes. Hello, everyone. Crypto Bahamas will begin in 5 minutes. Hello, everyone. The program is about to begin. Please take your seats.
The future is happening whether you like it or not, no matter what your opinion is of cryptocurrency or the blockchain.
Nothing is ever certain in life, and things are far less certain in a young and quickly growing and changing industry. But I think that it could help reshape our global ecosystem in a lot of ways.
This is going to be one of the leading countries for crypto in the world.
This space, this environment is going to be a catalyst for doing more, for inspiring more.
Listen, I love these FTX guys. They are visionaries. They are thinking about the world of finance the way they want it to be, not the way it is today.
This Crypto Bahamas conference is one of the first, if not the first, which combines together the traditional financial world with the cryptocurrency ecosystem.
You're going to see a very unique mix of high-profile thought leaders, really movers and shakers coming together here in the Bahamas for this event.
What we're trying to do is grow the community of people investing in crypto, using cryptocurrencies, understanding of what ultimately will be a revolution in finance.
I think this will be the most unique crypto event of the year.
The opportunities and the upside are enormous here.
And I bet there'll be more than one person that leaves Crypto Bahamas with that eureka moment that says, oh my God, I understand what is happening and I want to be a part of it. Congratulations, Sam.
Thanks, everyone, for coming out here. Wow, this is, I'm shocked. This is not, I'm usually not awake this early. Thank you for waking up early, if nothing else. No, thanks for coming here. I'm really, really excited for what we've got over the next few days. I'm excited for the panels, even more so I'm excited for all of you to be able to come together to talk, hopefully learn from each other, and for you to see what we and others have started building out here in the Bahamas. It's been a wild last few years for the industry. This is such a different vibe than the first crypto conference I went to, which was 2018, late 2018, right as crypto winter was sort of kicking in Singapore. There's sort of this generally depressed vibe and sort of a lot of people trying to figure out what am I going to be doing going forward here. My previous thing actually looks like it's not working out now. And I remember there's this lone person in a T-Rex suit with a sign that says crypto T-Rex on it, sort of walking around. and it just looked incredibly out of place. And everyone else was like, dude, that's so 2017. Like, this is a sad conference. You're not supposed to be here. But obviously enormous growth for this space, which has been really, really exciting. I think what I'm most excited about is where we could get over the next 3 to 5 years, where the space could end up, all of the industries that it could end up reshaping, and that it can end up, really improving the way that we do a lot of what we do every day. It's going to be a lot of work to get there. And the last thing that we should be doing as an industry is resting on any of our laurels, or sort of losing sight of what everyone else is doing in the world. Because ultimately, we need to understand what's going on outside of our industry in order to understand what's going to happen inside of it. Just as I think people outside of the industry need to know what's going on inside here, and hopefully this can be a good place for people to learn in both directions. Huge thanks to all of you for coming out. Huge thanks, to Anthony. And maybe it's I didn't do the work putting this together, so someone did, and I think it's that guy more than me. But even more so to both of our teams who made this happen today, and the partners who have been with us, the partners who are joining. Incredibly grateful for all the support that we've gotten. Grateful for all of you being here. Hopefully you have a great time. And the last thing I'll say is just make what you want of this conference. Don't feel like you have to go to a particular panel if it's not what you're excited about. Don't feel like, there's a particular path. Do what's going to be, useful and interesting and exciting and new for you. And hopefully you'll come away with, a little bit more direction about what you want to be doing with your life. So thank you all.
Well, Sam, thank you. And well, first of all, I want to thank Sam and the FTX team, as well as the SALT team, for putting all this stuff together. They did an amazing job, so thank you guys for that. And Sam, I don't know if you noticed, but the only people wearing suits are the Bahamian government and the security. Sam.
No, I noticed. Yeah.
You guys want, anybody wants to be with my tailor later, just come see me. I'll give you my cell phone. But in all seriousness, that's an interesting part of this, because we have a new generation of people that are transforming the world, and we have traditional finance people, which frankly I originally came from, that need to see this and need to embrace it. And so hopefully what Sam and I would like to do is create that bridge where we can get people comfortable with where the future is going, what Web3 is going to look like, what the transformations that are going to happen, where Sam and his team at FTX are going to lead that transformation. And of course, this amazing country being such a big part of it. We're going to hear from the Prime Minister in a second about all of the great ideas for the country of the Bahamas, and how the Bahamas is going to be a destination for crypto and a destination for the economic future for the world. So we're super excited about that. I'm going to ask Valdez to come out. Valdez is a Bahamian citizen working with FTX. And it's so,
Thank you.
So proud of us to share the stage with you, and you're going to introduce the Prime Minister. Thank you, Valdez.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to quickly teach you a little bit of something that happens when a Bahamian walks into the room. When I speak, you respond, and you do so with a level of enthusiasm that makes you feel so good that, as we would say here in the Bahamas, you show us that you are blessed and highly favored. So I'm going to start that one more time, and I'm going to say good morning, and you're going to respond back. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Fantastic. Give yourselves a round of applause. In a short while, I'm going to invite you to become citizens of the Bahamas by investing in real estate. The Bahamas is where you belong. The Bahamas is where you belong. The warmth, the charm, and the hospitality of Bahamians is what we want to consistently showcase to the world. Your presence here invites and allows for you to join some visionary leaders, big thinkers, bold idea generators, and disruptors who want to create a better world. These factors and more make my home, your next home, a great place to be, and more importantly, the Bahamas remains as the clear and compelling choice for business. As we continue to move forward in the days to come, there are a few things that I want to remind you about. One of my favorite meals is the opportunity to gather with friends and family over dinner. I enjoy dinner because that's when the best dessert is served. If you don't like sugar, if you don't like desserts, stop listening now. There's a dessert that you want to try here in the Bahamas called guava duff. There's an incredible rum-filled sauce, and if it's made with extra love and kindness, and the dough and the fresh guavas just leave you wanting and wanting for more. Try guava duff. When my grandmother used to make guava duff, she would put all of her heart and her soul into it, and I would sit there with my cousins who got smaller portions than I did, and I would hold on to my fork because I knew Grammy was going to give me more. Hold on to your fork over the next few days because the best is yet to come. Whether it's guava duff, an incredible cocktail, or otherwise, enjoy this experience. As you do so, gather and discuss big ideas that will change the world. Ask better questions to solve more of the world's problems, and understand your own commitment to be better and do better. That doesn't just rest in the communities that you come from. It resides in a global landscape, in a space that we all want to be proud of. Crypto Bahamas is your next invitation to dream big, do better, and help us to change the world right here from the Bahamas. You want to make the world a better place and leave a legacy that's not just simply rooted in wealth, but it is also rooted in effective altruism that radiates through your career, your projects, and your life's mission. As you hold on to your fork and the best being yet to come, be sure that you listen thoughtfully and closely to someone that I've grown to admire and respect over the past few years. I'm particularly pleased to introduce the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, a partner that we here at FTX have grown to rely on and trust as we move the world forward in this digital asset space. The Prime Minister has demonstrated a commitment to doing the right thing for the Bahamas, its residents, and the world. Join us in publicly thanking him as he will soon take the stage. As he drives us forward, he's surrounded by a team of talented and remarkable individuals, and it is always good to say that they just so happen to be Bahamians. A nation builder and a man who's been prepared for a moment such as this will take the stage now as he officially welcomes you and invites you to dream big, do more, and do it right here from the Bahamas. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis.
Please rise for the Prime Minister. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Bahamas. We are so delighted to host this conference, which brings together many of the most interesting thinkers in the world of crypto. I grew up on an island called Cat Island, one of our country's family of islands. when I was running around the beautiful island with bare feet, causing trouble, I already had big dreams for my country, though I can't claim that I was prescient enough to dream about distributed ledgers and fintech. But I've caught on since, and I believe that crypto innovations are going to have a transformative impact across many industries. I'll say from the start, we may be a small country, but we don't intend to let that limit the scope of our ambition. In fact, our history is one of invention, disruption, resilience, and innovation. Consider as just one of the many examples, the establishment of the Pirate Republic in the early 1700s by the infamous Blackbeard and others. Yes, the Republic of Pirates wreaked havoc on trade and shipping in the West Indies. But long before the American and French revolutions, these pirates were electing and removing their captains by vote. They also were sharing their treasures equitably and having runaway slaves as crew members. Much, much later, we took the pioneering steps in tourism. It's easy to forget how risky a proposition it was at that time. Imagine building an industry that would depend on ordinary Americans traveling abroad to lie on a foreign beach and do, well, nothing. And what's more, pay for the privilege of doing nothing. And yet, here we are. Innovation in tourism was soon accompanied by the development of a robust financial services industry. For many years, largely an offshore sector, but nowadays increasingly an onshore sector. Today, the arrival and presence of FTX underscores the readiness of the Bahamas to be a home for global leaders in the crypto space. Back in 2019, our central bank launched the Sand Dollar, the world's first digital currency. And just last week, my government launched a policy white paper outlining the future of digital assets in the Bahamas. This paper sets out our vision and the supporting framework to transform the Bahamas into the leading digital assets hub in the Caribbean and a global leader in the progressive regulation of businesses in this profoundly innovative space. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bahamas is not only open and ready for business, but moving to the forefront of this most exciting era of digital asset innovation. For generations, our people have developed a unique expertise as leading professionals in international finance services. As a result, the Bahamas has an extensive capacity of human capital positioned to assist all in the fintech space who look to do business here. In our policy white paper, you'll also note the commitment of my government to provide the highest in tertiary education to Bahamians who want to be in the fintech and cryptocurrency space. The Bahamas and Bahamians, all across our archipelago, are ready and willing to partner with you to do business in our great country. I hope that consideration of the potential and possibilities in our country will feature in your discussions over the next few days. There are many pragmatic reasons to partner with us, but we think you'll also fall in love with our country and our people. While your many and myriad conversations flourish around the technological marvels and possibilities for wealth generation, the conversation in this space is largely being considered merely in terms of services, processes, and objects. I encourage you simultaneously to include in that conversation what you can do to promote the common good. In this transition to a digital future, let us do what we can to uplift and bring along the many, not just the few. Sam Bankman-Fried's admirable dedication to effective altruism amounts to a commitment to be a force for good. As you know, change is certain. Progress is not. Likewise, I'm determined to make sure that in my country, this era of dramatic change is also an era of progress. The Bahamas is the third oldest democracy in the Western Hemisphere. Perhaps it is this stability that underpins our ability and confidence to implement big changes while at the same time upholding our timeless fundamental values. We have been battered by disasters not of our own making. Economic storms, hurricanes made more intense by climate change, and viruses unleashed across borders. Yet, we face our future with an optimism born by strength, resilience, and a capacity to innovate. In this room are people whose DNA is probably better wired for innovation and change than most people on the planet. Perhaps I don't need to spell out how profound change, transformational change, can come about quickly. My own life experience is testimony to that. As a boy, I grew up in the knowledge that people of my race, people like me, had no right or ability to vote for their government, and certainly no right to have a say in how the country was run. My grandparents were subsistence farmers who were never taught to read or write. My father was a fireman, my mother a domestic worker. That I might grow up to become Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas was beyond their imagination. Certainly, the entire history of these islands weighed heavily against such a possibility. And yet, here I am. All this within a single lifetime. This was my journey to be here today. Each of your journeys will have a relevance and resonance for what you can achieve. And if the world of cryptocurrency is where you see your possibilities, then the Bahamas has a place for you. Once again, I hope that you enjoy your time here. You are, ladies and gentlemen, most welcome to the Bahamas.
Prime Minister, that was amazing speech. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Davis, thank you so much. That was awesome. We're so happy to be here. Suits, you see suits, right? Just trying to give some fashion advice out there to some of these young people. So guys, thank you so much. I'm going to introduce Rachel Pether, who is a person that is running the Abu Dhabi operation for Skybridge. She's also moderated the SALT conference in Abu Dhabi, the one in New York, and she'll be with us over the next couple of days. She's a dear friend, and I think you're going to enjoy her moderation of the upcoming programming. So thank you very much. We'll introduce Rachel now. Thank you. Rachel. Go get him, Rachel. All right, good to see you.
All right, what an act to follow. Welcome everyone to Crypto Bahamas. As Anthony mentioned, I'm typically based in Abu Dhabi, and I know we have a number of people from Abu Dhabi and indeed 5 continents from across the world, so welcome everyone. Over the weekend, I was watching reruns from previous SALT conferences, and I found an interview with Sam Bankman-Fried on the sidelines of SALT New York. And he had been asked what he hoped to achieve from the sponsorship. And he said very simply, I hope to get the name of FTX out there, and I hope that we form some really valuable partnerships. So you fast forward 6 months, 7 months, and we now have FTX, we have the SALT conference, we have almost 2,000 thought leaders and movers and shakers gathered in the Bahamas to discuss digital assets and the future of blockchain technology, which I don't think we could have asked for a better partnership than that. Now, I was speaking to the SALT team before, and they said that I had one simple job over the next 3 days, and that was to make sure that every single person in this room knows what is happening at every point throughout the conference. So you'd be making my job a lot easier if you either downloaded the iConnections app or checked the website for latest agenda updates. This is a live event, and live events, bless them, they always have last-minute changes, so please do check the app for the latest agenda. I don't want you to miss any content. You may have seen the signs, but we have the breakout stage is next door, the FTX disruption stage, and all meals and entertainment will be on the Jasmine lawn outside. So on that note, I would like to introduce the first panel of the day. It's an absolute stellar panel to discuss Crypto State of the Union. We have best-selling author Michael Lewis, we have FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried, and we have Katie Horn from Horn Ventures. Please welcome the first panel, Crypto State of the Union.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Michael. Now that our mics are on, we can't continue our conversation that we were just having back there.
So we have half an hour to shoot the shit. And one of the things that interests me about your world, to which I'm very much an outsider, I mean, we have Sam Bankman-Fried, who founded FTX. We have Katie Horn, who's now founded her own venture capital fund, which invests principally in cryptocurrency businesses. And I'm an author who has written lots of books, none of them about cryptocurrency. So I'm an outsider here and know very little. So I'm going to be asking the kind of questions that someone who knows very little asks. And one of the things that interests me is that no one has grown up wanting to be in cryptocurrency. It's all too young. And everybody here has a story about how they collided with this industry and got attracted to it and kind of stuck to it. And I'd like to start with that. I'd like to hear both of you tell me a little bit about why you're even here. And why don't we start with Sam?
Yeah. So I was a quant trader, and I was trading a lot of things that weren't cryptocurrencies. ETFs primarily. I left that job, and it really was the environment where like you just walk down the street and people are talking about crypto. This is late 2017, and I knew nothing about. I didn't know what a Bitcoin was. I couldn't define it. I didn't know what a blockchain was, but I knew there were assets that you could trade, and there's so much hype around it. It sort of like triggered my probably there's not enough liquidity in the system senses. Like every time that you hear everyone talking about a financial asset, there's way more demand than liquidity. And so I sort of was like, man, I wonder if there's good trading to do here, and just did the most cursory sort of analysis you could, and it sort of looked like, oh wow, maybe there are actually ridiculously good trades to do here. And I jumped in, and I think I spent like a year trading before I could really tell you what a Bitcoin was. I think yeah.
So you were looking at it as a market that seemed more inefficient than other markets.
That's right. That's how I first got in. And but the more that I started trading, okay, to actually complete a trade, I had to dive into the actual operational aspects eventually of crypto. I had to know how blockchains work, if only to transfer assets between exchanges. The other thing that I learned, though, and maybe the more impactful thing, was for the first time I had to run a bank account. I mean, I technically had a bank account before, but it sort of got abstracted away from me. Now I had to actually be like, all right, there are dollars sitting here, and I need them to be there by 3 p.m. And how do I make that happen? And it was unbelievably difficult. When doing crypto trades, the hardest part was sending dollars around. And after like a year of that, I started to actually get a sense of like, you know, why anyone cared about crypto in the first place. Like I think I didn't have a sense of all of the problems with the traditional financial ecosystem until I had to actually work with it.
So you don't come to it as a religionist. You don't come to it because you have some particular passion for cryptocurrency.
No.
You were just looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was only over time that I started to get an appreciation for like why it had value sort of in the first place.
So we're going to do your whole biography, but I'm just kind of curious how you go from, oh, we're going to eliminate inefficiency in Bitcoin prices, to, oh, I'm going to build an exchange.
Yeah, well, I was using a lot of the exchanges, and it was not fun. Like, I mean, I liked my job. It was a fun job. But, like, one of the most frustrating parts of it was the exchanges just didn't work.
Right.
They're broken in so many ways that, you know, when you take a step back, you're like, all right, it's not just that there are, like, a few things they need to fix. Like, a lot of these companies should not be crypto exchanges, and some of them no longer are.
So it wasn't really set up for someone like you.
No, it wasn't at all. And there's sort of this like, I mean, I came from traditional finance, and again, it wasn't until I had to build infrastructure with it myself that I realized how broken that was. But on the other hand, there's this inviolable or supposedly inviolable property that like you buy something called like a Bitcoin future, and at the end, it's worth a Bitcoin. Like that's sort of what it is. Now, we saw with LME and nickel that maybe that's not always so inviolable in traditional finance, but it also wasn't in crypto at the time. Trades were getting busted all over the place because risk management systems just did not even sort of work.
Right. So very briefly, talk about just how the beginning of FTX.
Yeah, I mean...
Because this thing has come out of nowhere. I mean, it is, to me, amazing that like 3 years ago, nobody knew who you were. And now you're sitting on the cover of magazines and you're a gazillionaire and your business is like one of the fastest growing businesses in the history of the planet. And so I mean, I mean, this is a naive view, and we're about to get to Katie here, but I mean, these are you're breaking land speed records. And I don't think people are really noticing what's happened, just how dramatic the revolution has become. There's a status upheaval that's going on in the financial world, and you're sitting right in the middle of it. So just like, very brief talk about the beginning of the exchange, and then I want to pivot to Katie.
Yeah, I mean, basically, and I think the way that sort of I approached it was like, what should the product be? Like, you know, let's take everything that we've seen, everything that we can think about, and just like from the beginning, like how should one build an exchange? And I think that crypto exchanges had a lot of innovations that like were crypto specific. They had a lot of innovations that were not crypto specific and probably should have been everywhere. And also they had some problems that were because they hadn't bothered looking sometimes at how traditional exchanges had been formed.
Right.
And, you know, combining together the best of both parts. But, you know, I think before we turned on for customers, I sort of think in some ways it was already like a much cleaner product than what like most of the other venues were. And it was a little bit of right place, right time. Like people were hungry for like new platforms at the time. And, you know, we had no idea how to get customers. That's why I thought it was going to fail. But I think we always felt pretty good on the product side, and you know, we've just kept pushing forward there. And I think that like that's maybe part of the biggest thing was like not just having a better product at the beginning, but like not stopping.
Right.
Once you get there, so many companies in tech and fintech and in crypto seem to just sort of like they build a good product and they're like, great, we made it. Time to stop innovating.
Right.
And I think all the upsides in pushing forward.
Right. All right, so can I frame you for a moment before I let you talk?
Sure.
Because, can I mansplain you? All right,
Go ahead.
Because your story is really interesting to me, and we were talking about this a little bit backstage. So Katie actually went to the Stanford Law School and studied with Sam's mother.
And father.
And father. So,
they taught me what I knew
but they
about
had actually never met in person until just now.
Well, and for a couple decades.
Right.
Like,
Since
Sam
then.
might be the first person in crypto I ever met.
She knew Sam when he was a little kid. And so there was a whole bunch of things interesting about your biography, but the but like Sam, you're not a religionist. You didn't come at this because you were, born to be in crypto. And what's also interesting about you is you've just raised the biggest venture capital fund ever run by a woman. And it has been, I love that our male audience gets it. But, so this has been like perplexing to me throughout my career in finance, is that over and over you see men screwing up money. I mean, like the 2008 financial crisis was such a male thing. It was such a male, overconfidence-driven thing, right? And no one in the world framed it this way, except as we were talking. The Icelanders actually was small enough society. They saw, the women in Iceland saw, the men did this. We're going to get rid of the men in the banks, and we're going to let women make all the decisions from now on. And there's all this social science research showing that, like, there's a reason men screw it up. They're overconfident. And there's some research showing that women are actually better with money, like better making financial risk decisions. So it's amazing it's taken till now for you to come along, because there aren't a lot of women who are in positions like yours. There are women in finance, but there aren't women who are pulling the trigger with large sums of money. But I would like you to back up, because you really come at this from a strange angle, and tell me why you're here, how you ended up here.
Well, it's a complete accident, because I was a federal prosecutor for over a decade with the U.S. Justice Department, and I had been doing kind of organized crime, murders, gangs, nothing to do with crypto. And actually, I've been in the space for about a decade. It was about a decade ago. Some of my bosses at the Justice Department came and asked me to look into what was, they said, a criminal technology, Bitcoin. And we should open a case and maybe see what's going on here. Is there a way to shut this down? And like Sam, the one thing that resonated with what Sam just said is, I had to figure out Bitcoin. I had to figure out how it worked. And this was in kind of 2012, 2013. There weren't a lot of resources out there online. So I worked with a couple federal agents and quickly kind of realized, wait a second, this is actually really useful. We can, do a lot of things with this kind of open, transparent system.
So what was it that had them thinking this is criminal activity?
Well, I think just some of the early use cases, right? Like I always say, criminals are great beta testers of new technologies. Right. I mean, right? They do make great beta testers. They're always looking for loopholes. It's no different than any other technology. It can be used for good, can be used for bad. Right. And so there I was. We were asked, kind of try and shut this down. And the agents and I who were looking at it realized this is actually really powerful. We started leveraging the technology. Back then, it was only the Bitcoin blockchain to actually solve cases. And I always say that in my over a decade prosecuting money laundering cases, I would have far rather a money laundering crime been committed with crypto than with fiat or wires or cash, because crypto exchanges were far easier to deal with in our experience in those early days than banks.
How do you explain to me, because that seems right to me too, that like the last thing, crypto does not seem ideally suited for criminal purposes.
No.
There's a record.
Digital breadcrumbs.
Big suitcases filled with dollar bills seems like the perfect technology for criminals.
Right.
So how does it get the reputation? Why does it?
Again, it's
why
just
does that become an idea?
But remember, Michael, like back in the early days of the internet, I mean, I remember Janet Reno, the Attorney General, once had a quote about the internet's only good for fraudsters and pornographers. I mean, this is just how the early days of the internet were, very, very early, right? Some of the early use cases. But of course, quickly, it was realized that there's a lot more beneficial use cases. And so then I established the US government's first cryptocurrency task force with the idea of building bridges between regulators all over the country and those early players, because again, this was far before Sam's time. It was crypto was not inevitable back in those days.
So like Sam, you're coming from an institutional world, a completely different legacy institutional world. You're the law. He's Wall Street, and you're entering this from that world with this odd perspective.
Yep.
How do you actually get yourself in the position of being an investor in crypto?
Well, actually, through the work that I was doing for years there at the end, I started meeting some of the early crypto pioneers. Many of them are household names now. and I joined the board of Coinbase. I was actually, you know what job I was going to go do instead, but I...
Can we stop for a second? You
yeah.
said Coinbase. When he said FTX, or I said FTX, everybody cheered. And when you
Where
said Coinbase, I didn't hear anybody cheer.
Okay, come on.
Yeah. That seems unfair. That seems unfair.
So I joined the board of Coinbase as their first independent director in 2017.
Right.
And that's how I got involved in the space, and then met some venture capitalists, early crypto funds, and decided to join Andreessen Horowitz and stand up with Chris Dixon, the first crypto fund. And then after 3 crypto funds, decided to go raise my own.
You know, I would love for you, like, it's so new. I mean, it must have been such an odd experience.
They feel bad about the Coinbase thing. Like,
no.
Yeah,
it's such an odd thing to go from the world you went from to the world you went to. Can you just describe, like, your first investment, like the first thing you saw and you said, yeah, I'm going to put money into that?
Well, my first investment with Andreessen Horowitz was a stablecoin project known as MakerDAO. It was one of the original DAOs. So that was my first investment with them. I guess my first investment in the crypto space personally was Coinbase. And I voted with my feet, and I continue to serve on that board proudly. And I would say, you know, so crypto, look, it was a butterfly moment. I got assigned this case, but why I stayed in the space, I chose to stay in the space, and that's because to me it brings together all kinds of fields in a way that no other field does today. Science, technology, entertainment, culture, law, policy, economics, philosophy. I mean, name for me another discipline that does that. And so I
journalism.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And there's one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I completely get it. You get to wander.
You get to wander, and it's just part of, you know, I've always said do a job where you know 50% of the job cold, and then almost 50% could be new. And I think that process of kind of continuous learning has really been something that's motivated me in my career.
So now you're on your own. You've left Andreessen Horowitz.
Well, I'm not totally on my own. I took a great team from Andreessen Horowitz with me, and we hired. In fact, we're announcing tomorrow some of our New Deal team hires. So I'm not totally on my own.
So let's start with you on the next thing I want to talk about, and that is the current state of investing in crypto. But both of you are, in addition to being exchange, you have your own venture capital fund, basically, right?
We've done some investments together, as a matter of fact, yeah.
How does explain to me what the world looks like to you now, how you're thinking about investing in crypto, and how it's different from maybe how you were thinking about it when you first started?
Well, how it's different than when I first started is I think now the world of tokens has really exploded, and I think that most crypto funds now realize that there's great value and venture-style returns to be had in equity, in traditional equity businesses, but also in tokens. So I think the explosion of tokens is something that's changed. Things that I'm very excited about in terms of investing is we invest in all layers of the tech stack. We also invest in picks and shovels companies, in equity businesses, but areas I've been spending a lot of time are in the area of digitally scarce goods. You know, it's NFTs, and people will say, oh, NFTs, like digital art, like Beeple, like CryptoPunks, and I always say it's much more to me than just digital art. I think we're just in the beginning. You can't judge the current state of innovation with the end state of innovation. And I see something really powerful, really a new business model for the internet when you're talking about the ability to own a good that's digitally scarce. The fact of the matter is, Michael, as you know, like it's a generational thing, but you know everything is going digital. Books, photos, media. Why would we think goods wouldn't too? Well, they have, and that's why in-app game purchases are a $60 billion a year industry. But if you think about it, you don't really own those goods. You're really renting them, and you're renting them from platforms, whether they're gaming platforms or whether it's a platform like Amazon or Facebook or any of the big tech companies. And I think now what NFTs unlock is the power to own something digitally scarce. And I think this is fundamentally going to change consumer expectations. Consumers will no longer be satisfied with basically renting something that they're paying for. They're going to want to own it. They're able to own it, and then they're going to be able to take it across different platforms. So I think we're just scratching the surface on that. And then other things we're very excited about is kind of some of the architecture and infrastructure, scalability solutions. I'm excited to hear talks later today and throughout the conference on ZK technologies. We can talk a little bit about that, but I think that's an area that we're seeing a lot of activity in.
If I'm sitting in your office watching what's walking through the door, what is walking through? Is it you have a theory of the world. Is the theory of the world confirmed by the business ideas that are coming in? Or is there like a mismatch there? Like you're wondering where the businesses are that you think should exist?
I think it's really important in this space, especially not to have preconceived notions.
Yeah.
Because if you did that, for example, many times you wouldn't have invested. I talked to a lot of investors back in 2017, 2018 who said they won't touch tokens.
Huh.
So I think it's very important to kind of continually be examining.
What is it right now that people won't touch?
Well, I think it depends on the appetite of the investor.
Right.
And it depends on the mandate from their LPs.
Russia.
With Russia. There we go. So explain.
OFAC, other OFAC related.
So FTX Ventures, that's what it's called, right? So tell me how you think about the world as you deploy that money.
Yeah, so one piece of it which I sort of want to put to a side are like acquisitions for FTX, and those are, in large part like what businesses are really positive sum with FTX, right? What fits well within what we're looking to do. If you sort of leave those aside, then I think there's sort of, one piece of this is basically what products do we think make sense? Do we think there's demand for? There are some areas that we're like very interested in investing in because if we see a good project and good team coming out of it, because we just like are confused why no one has done a good job there yet. But I think even more than that, like just really great execution is I think the thing that like we like to see more than anything else. Like a team that is going to keep pushing and push hard and get wherever they're trying to go.
Can you give me an example of something you invested in for that reason?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like, I think one of the early investments obviously we did was Solana, and it was both sort of a product that we thought there is an absolutely huge demand for, which was scalable blockchains, and also a team that sort of saw that and cared about getting there and wasn't sort of like dismissive of like, well, how are you going to scale the next, 2 orders of magnitude? They're like, yeah, no, we really need to. Let's talk about that and talk about what products we need to be able to scale to, what the important properties are. Here are our thoughts on how to get there. Here's sort of a sketch of a roadmap. Here's what we're working on. And it was just a much more sort of proactive and constructive attitude than like, whatever, we sort of had some product. It fills some niches, not others. It sort of is what it is, and just sort of like trying to come up with bullshit to fill in like the places where maybe it isn't there yet. And sort of like, pretend that it either doesn't matter or that maybe it already is there. So I think that was one of the early ones that we had conviction in. And, there have been a bunch since then, some of which aren't public, some of which are. I think like, and I'll give one other actually, which was an acquisition, but it wasn't our typical type of acquisition, right, which was Storybook Brawl, which is a video game. I think we see really, really huge opportunities in like Web3 gaming, but we really think that the product needs to be massively better than what we're seeing today. Like they have to be great products by any standard before it makes any sense to start putting them on the blockchain. So we're looking for like what is just a really well done game with a hungry team that's going to keep building and getting better. And it's going to do what's right for the users, whether or not that means putting Web3 in it.
So there are these walls in the world between customers, people who are traders, investors, and crypto, these regulatory walls or regulatory inefficiencies. How much time do you all spend thinking about like where regulation might go? And let's talk a little bit about, especially U.S. regulation. What do you think why are we here to begin with, right? Like why'd your business end up here as opposed to, and it's a dumb question, but I want to hear the answer, New York City.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's what I spend probably more than half my time thinking about nowadays, and I'm shuttling back and forth between here and DC, every week or two, and basically like, if you look at what the state of regulation is in many jurisdictions, including in the United States today, there are a lot of cases where the prevailing attitude is that you need a license in order to operate a business, but it's not clear there exists a license that you could get for it. And, you could sort of like say, well, why don't they then issue, license or something like that? And obviously, why are we here? One of the big reasons that the Bahamian government actually took the lead on doing that. But there's a lot of differences that maybe aren't always fundamental differences. Some of these, there's like clear analogs to traditional finance, right? Instead of talking about the board of directors of a company, you might talk about on-chain governance. But the regulations might not have a clear pathway for registering an asset that has those differences. Like it just doesn't quite fit. And you could totally imagine a system with the same principles that did, but if that's not there today, and it's not there today mostly.
So why isn't it there today?
Well, I think why it's not there is because mostly regulators think of crypto and all applications having to do with crypto as financial use cases. And I think one of the things that we spend a lot of our time trying to do is explain that only a fraction of crypto are financial use cases. There's a whole other world out there for Web3 and crypto that has nothing to do really with financial use cases, or at least, as Sam said, doesn't fit as neatly. I mean, we talked about digital goods a little bit, digitally scarce goods. What if, someone might want to buy that because they're a collector, someone might want to buy that because they're a fan, someone also might want to buy that because they think it's going to go up in value. Does that make it a security? We would say no. And so I think just viewing it through the lens of financial use cases only is one of the things that's held back the regulatory framework in the United States.
Do you feel like U.S. regulators are getting an education and that there's hope here, or do you think that basically legacy financial institutions are going to keep the wall intact and make it very hard for
Well, we know they're trying to keep the wall intact.
Yeah, I think both. I think there is a lot of progress being made. There are also some that are fighting against it.
One of the things that interests me just talking to you all about your industry is you look at the existing financial system and you look at what's been built outside the existing financial system by crypto, and the crypto version is better. It's like it eliminates all kinds of middlemen. It eliminates all kinds of rents. But the people who get those rents are really pissed off at the idea of having them taken away. And they haven't, I've watched this with the book I wrote called Flash Boys, about these people came in and tried to change the system, make it more sensible. And it was extremely hard to do. Like how does this move? You must think about this all the time, because when you invest in businesses, it's going to turn on whether you get the
One of the things we look to is, what is the likely state of regulation for this particular business category? And I think, like Sam, I'm optimistic. I do think it will depend where the future of crypto, where the hubs will depend on the quality of the regulatory frameworks. And we're already seeing that. We're already seeing places like Singapore or Dubai here in the Bahamas. But I also think that, yes, the U.S. regulatory ecosystem has been far behind, but also realize that, you have Delaware, right? Delaware is a hub for LLCs. Why is that? It's because of the quality of the regulatory frameworks, and they have specialized courts and specialized knowledge. So I think that the jurisdictions that take the Delaware approach are going to really attract some of the best and the brightest new companies, new projects.
We only have 3.5 minutes left, and I'm dying to talk about Twitter just a little bit. So, Sam, can you briefly give me your take on why it isn't insane for Elon Musk to buy Twitter? Yeah,
so maybe taking a step, back from the details of it, Twitter is one of the most important things in the world. If you think about what impacts policy, what impacts markets, what impacts media, what impacts culture, Twitter is right up there. It is one of the most important public forums. And I think at the end, that is probably a lot of the reason why he was excited about it. You can look at that from a financial perspective. I think it could be way stronger financially than it is today. And I think that there are a lot of things you can do both on the revenue and the expense side. I also think that there's a ton of expansion opportunities for what Twitter could be, for having a creator economy in it, for having it start to, have more integration to more aspects of people's lives. But I think a lot of it is also just really, really important. It's really important what it does. the moderation policy obviously has been, the part I think, Elon's been talking about the most. I think more generally, just all the decisions that are made by the company will impact the world. And I think that's a lot of it. I obviously have been thinking about it from the blockchain, perspective as well. I think there's something really cool you can do there with
What can you do? Explain that really briefly.
Yeah, so really briefly, basically, if you put the actual social media messages, the actual tweets on a blockchain, if that's where they were stored, you could also do this with a centralized open ledger with like an open API access. But the core thing is, if that's where they live, rather than sort of guarded by Twitter, then anyone can build on them. So 3 entrepreneurs in India could go create their own social media network, around music or around cricket or around food or around anything that could draw on all of the existing messages, that all the messages on it could write to that same blockchain. It would be interoperable with all these other platforms. You don't have this giant network effect barrier. You don't have this dumb thing right now where if someone posts on Facebook, you can't see it on Twitter, and vice versa. So you get that interoperability, which I think is incredibly powerful, and you get a lot of people to build out your own network for you, which is
Do you have any reason to think Elon Musk is interested in this idea?
I don't know if he's, certainly he's interested in crypto. He's interested in Twitter.
Right.
I would guess that he's thought about, but I don't know what he thinks.
And there are other founders who are working out there now today. We're starting just to now start seeing them on a decentralized social networks. And I think one of the exciting things is you could imagine a future world where you replace these ad-based models with some kind of micropayments or something to tweet. So I think that's interesting. One of the reasons I find the whole Twitter thing interesting is more from a First Amendment perspective. And we were texting a little about this yesterday, is a lot of people still don't realize that in the United States, even I talk now to founders even, and they say, well, the First Amendment, Twitter's violating our First Amendment rights. And I always point out, no, it's the government. Only the First Amendment in the United States, with some limited exception under some state constitutions, only protects the government. Is only applied against the government.
Right.
And so that used to be okay where the government owned the town squares, right? The government couldn't restrict free speech there. But today, the town squares are digital. And so I think it's really interesting that private companies now own those digital spaces and the equivalent of digital town squares.
It's always the loudest people who complain about being silenced. And they're never being silenced. We are, however, being silenced because we're out of time. And we've lost our First Amendment rights in the Bahamas, and we need to go off stage. So Sam and Katie, thank you so much for spending
Michael.
time.
Thank you all.
Brilliant opening panel. Thank you very much. And we'll be discussing a lot of those themes in more details over the next few days. So scalability, interoperability, Web3, NFTs. Now, I don't want to take anyone away from the main room, but we do have the breakout sessions starting at 10:30, and these will be focused on Web3. So gaming and Web3 collide, and also building a national framework for Web3. But here in this room now, we are focusing on Layer 1 protocols, and we do have 4 of the largest Layer 1 blockchains coming up on stage now with a combined market cap of almost $70 billion. So I would like to welcome to the stage, it will be moderated by Brett Harrison from FTX, and Anatoly Yakovenko, Kevin Saniki, Silvio Mikali, and Ilya Poloshukin. Please welcome the next stage, Ready Layer 1.
This way.
Oh, great.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much again for being here today. We have up on stage some true pioneers in the area of blockchain development, particularly in the area of Layer 1 blockchain development. And so super excited to introduce these fine gentlemen. We have Ilya Poloshukin, who is the co-founder of Near Protocol. We have Kevin Saniki, who is the CEO and co-founder of Ava Labs. We have Silvio Mikali, co-founder of Algorand. and Anatoly Yakovenko, co-founder of Solana Labs. So to get started, let's just go down the row here and talk a little bit about your particular technology. Talk a little bit about what makes it unique, a few features that distinguish it from competitor blockchains out there. Go ahead.
Sure, yeah. I think NEAR kind of focuses on two main things. How do we build something that is really simple to build and use for kind of normal users and normal developers? And how do we scale beyond what kind of one single machine can do? And so doing sharding, doing kind of scale up with capacity to target billions of users.
Not too dissimilar, I would say. I think we view blockchain development as user-centric. So we want to develop things that are fitting for most kinds of applications, yet keep them in a generic way, a generic framework for generic tooling. Hence, what we've built is both very fast blockchain architectures, but also architectures that can horizontally scale, like, for example, with subnets. So, and then at the end of the day, it's what we want to do is own the blockchain stack as much as possible so that we can create for users a very unified blockchain experience so they don't even have to think about it. Our goal is, in an ideal utopian world, nobody even talks about Avalanche, it just uses it in the back end, and everything is just kind of like happening magically. So.
Great.
So, Algorand, we are very proud of having solved the original trilemma. So we do scale and totally decentralized and secure. We are also green. Our blockchain never forks. You can rely on a block as soon as it appears. And by the way, we have been producing over 20 million blocks every 4.4 seconds without any interruption of service.
So Solana, our big dream is to build a chain that can synchronize global information as close to the speed of light as possible. And I would say we're like 1% of the way there. And the use case we dreamed that would run on something like Solana was central limit order books or something like Serum. And initially, we even thought we might at some point, flip NASDAQ and get all the equities in the world and everything that's traded to actually be traded on this open platform. Because if you have a permissionless open platform for price discovery, all that information is now available to everybody in the world. Every hobbyist, anyone can be playing at the same level playing field as Alameda or Jump Trading.
Excellent. So let's actually start with you, Anatoly, to talk about NASDAQ as a great example. So the NASDAQ stock exchange, it processes around 1 million actions per second. We're nowhere near 1 million actions per second on blockchains. This is the number TPS, transactions per second, is critical. Whether it's tens of transactions per second on some of the earliest chains to, let's say, in the thousands right now. How do we actually scale a blockchain to be in the millions of transactions per second? Or is that not even the goal? Is there a much more important milestone that doesn't really require us to reach that level of scale? What's your thought on that?
So that might not be the goal for everyone, but for us, that's the goal. And our approach is pretty simple because that TPS is limited by the bandwidth available to the validators. So if you imagine they're all running on 10 gigabit networks, which are globally available, you can fit about 2.5 million transactions into 10 gigabits, assuming you have the software and the hardware to actually process all the cryptographic signatures, find all the storage and the state associated with it, and churn through that data. And that part is really, really hard. That's building a really fast database and a really fast operating system. And when you look at historically things like that, like Windows, like Linux, something like Oracle or SQL, that took 10 years to build. And that's a hard engineering problem that requires a long commitment from a large engineering team. And we're about 4 years into it, so we still have a lot to go. But from our perspective, these are all achievable. It's just an engineering challenge.
Excellent.
So first of all, your last question, should we aspire to have millions of transactions per second? Absolutely. A technologist who doesn't want who puts a ceiling on performance is a dead technologist, okay? So we should certainly do it. Can we do it today? Well, we could by cheating. If I just saying, take 1,000 shards, 2 validators each, 1,000 transactions per shards. Bingo, we have 1 million of a thing. But to do it, we have to do it responsibly and without cheating. That is an important thing, in a really decentralized manner. It is possible, I agree with Anatoly, and we will get there. By the way, everybody gets very creative. First of all, we are a very creative group here, and everybody gets creative, even the NASDAQ, when they start talking about transaction. You mentioned actions, not transactions. Maybe it's a bids and asks. Big difference, right? So for us at Algorand, everything is about finality. So we finalized real transactions in 4.4 seconds. NASDAQ, the last time I heard, is T plus 2. 2 what? 2 days. And now we're talking about the revolutionary thing. T plus 1 day. How about a few seconds and we are done with finality? I think that's why we are going to win over the world.
You're right. It's not an apples to oranges comparison between the instant final settlement of blockchain and while we have these great centralized exchanges out there that can process many transactions per second, but then a settlement system that might take 1, 2, or 3 days. And to your earlier point, we don't want to end up with 1,000 different shards with 1,000 messages per second, call it 1 million, but they can't talk to each other at all. That's also not the goal here at all. Kevin, what do you think?
Yeah, I think Silvio and Anatoly pretty much nailed a lot of the main points here. So a decentralized blockchain is just a database that is replicated, right? It's a system where we can interact with information stored on it and do meaningful things with it. We should not aim to establish any sort of ceiling whatsoever to these meaningful interactions. But of course, the decentralization definition, it's more of an art than a science. Defining decentralization is really more of an art. Like, it's a flavor. And it feels like the more we rush towards increasing that ceiling, the more we end up creating systems that are very centralized because very few entities can run these sort of systems. So you have to play a very slow game of building better algorithms, better infrastructure, slowly over time to ingest all of the demand without sort of perturbing too much the decentralization aspect of it. So it's very undefined, right? It's very more art than anything else. But generally speaking, there should not be a ceiling whatsoever, as long as we are not hurting ultimately the user interaction. So we can create very esoteric types of operating systems that are potentially extremely fast, but nobody can program in them. They're going to be completely useless. Right. So we want to build things that are very, very useful, that stay, quote unquote decentralized, and I put it on quotes because again, it's not mathematically defined, while also incrementing speed and operation, everything with clever algorithms and with the new hardware that comes along every year. So that's the goal, I think.
For sure. Ilya?
Yeah, just to add actually on Anatoly's and Silvio's point, the transactions per second should be kind of transaction finalized per second. Sure. Because you can actually process right now 1 million transactions per second and then take, for example, 7 days to finalize them like some rollups do.
Right.
And so really it's, the question of how fast you can put kind of processing through and everybody knows that this has actually been achieved. And so in NASDAQ is it's kind of actually, I wanted to look up and see what is the actual processing power that is there, because there's no actual spec on what that is lately. But going beyond that, we kind of, to add to Kevin's point, users don't care. Users will just want to come, use the applications, not pay insane fees, ideally not pay anything, and achieve the values they're trying to achieve. And so as we're doing all this work, it's really important to kind of keep it under the hood, right? Continue building the experience that is consistent while iterating and innovating on the technologies underneath. And that's a lot of ways kind of trying to use this approach everywhere we can, right?
So I want to follow up on 2 questions based on things that were said. So first, Kevin talked about what is a blockchain really? It's a decentralized database that's replicable and we can track the state, it's transparent. when is it appropriate? Here's a very fundamental question. When is it appropriate to use a blockchain as opposed to a normal centralized database technology? What kinds of applications do you think, let's say, aren't something that we should put on blockchains? Or should we aspire to put basically all of the application states and actions that exist out there, everything from financial applications all the way up through games and everything in between, on blockchains? This is for anyone.
So for me, Web3 is about low switching cost. It's not actually, decentralization is a tool to achieve low switching costs, right? We living in a world of Web2 where, if you want to leave Facebook, you're not able to. If you want to, leave your bank, it's actually super complicated. If you want to leave like Time Warner Cable, similar. And so what we're trying to achieve in Web3 is ability to switch really easily, which promotes competition, which promotes kind of build out of innovation and kind of pushes all of us pretty much to continue innovating as well. And to achieve that, right, pretty much you can think of like if there's an app, what are the things you need to do to offer low switching costs, right? If it's a game, well, if your assets are kind of on-chain, then people can switch, people can trade, people can do all kinds of things. If they're not, if they're in a centralized database, then like the entity that built the game controlling it. Now, maybe the graphics, right, and other stuff is not that important and does not need to live on-chain. And so generally, it's anything that's kind of involved multi-party, that is marketplace, that is kind of interacts and where user should be owning this, not the developer, not the kind of whoever runs the operator, but anyone who actually like puts it in or interacts with it. And so like any use case, which pretty much everyone has some piece of that in their system, should be going on chain, and then you can still build a lot of infrastructure around it, which means that user can switch to another one at any time.
We're singularly focused on this idea of global price discovery, and I think it applies to almost everything that we do in the digital space. Right now, like most everything that how the web is monetized goes through some ad exchange. So when you open a website, your identity is vectorized, and then your pixels are sold in an ad exchange, and somebody buys them, and that ad is displayed. If you have new business models that don't depend on ads, like NFTs, you can then build social networks where folks and communities inside those networks trade those NFTs, and the platform can make money without serving any ads, without stealing anyone's data, and not using an ad exchange at all. But for something like that to exist at the same scale that you have Web2 applications like Facebook, the cost to do so has to be really, really low. I think much, much lower than a Google ad, which is about 0.2 cents. So the way we think about it is like, can we drive the cost of creating these digital things, the offers, the asks, the bids, to the point that it's cheaper to do that than serving an ad? And if that's true, then I think next generation social networks, next generation web applications can scale that business model to the same audiences that we have traditional ones. But the challenge is that cost, and that's a hard problem.
Absolutely. So another thing I wanted to follow up on was, you mentioned roll-ups. So all four of you guys build layer 1 blockchains and protocols. Layer 2s are becoming more popular now. Of course, there's optimistic roll-ups, there's zero-knowledge roll-ups. Many people see these as the answer to the scaling problem of getting that high transactions per second while sacrificing some of the sort of simplicity of just going to one base layer chain. What do you guys think about layer 2s? Do you see them being a part of your ecosystem, or do you feel that they're not necessary? Talk to me about that. Kevin, go ahead.
So I get on a lot of Twitter fights about this, and I get trolled a lot. The reality of the situation is that even though I like to poke, because technologically speaking, I don't necessarily agree with it, I also am not in a position to argue what somebody feels or rather how somebody feels their data should be managed, right? If somebody feels that a zero-knowledge way of putting data in an off-chain solution and then bringing it back to the layer 1 makes their system more secure, I'm all for diplomacy. They should do it. I don't agree with the technical approach. I'm sure Silvio has a lot. I mean, he's the creator of Zero Knowledge, literally the founder of Zero Knowledge. So he would have a few things to say about that. But generally speaking, all these tools that I've said, they're very nuanced to explain. There is reasons when we're building distributed systems not to have to think about which one of these is the secure layer 1, which one of these is not the secure layer 1, because these are not defined mathematically. And adding this additional complexity of having to build these smart contracts that take a look at the state in a zero-knowledge way of some other chain and bring it here, it adds so much complexity, so much burden, undue burden to the users, that at the end of the day, I'm not sure it's worth the effort of, or rather the potential undefined reduction in security of just having, let's say, something like another L2 or another L1 and bridging to it, right? Like, which one is more secure? Well, until you mathematically define what decentralization means, which there is no mathematical definition, then you can't make any of those such arguments. So we're really arguing over matters of subjectivity. And at the end of the day, it's just, which one do you like more as a user? For me, as a builder, I want to build things that I think are going to make the user less frustrated. So L2s in their current form are in the mode where they make the user more frustrated. So that's why I would go with not the, but at the end of the day, L2s, subnets, they can be shared security, so they can easily be L2s as well. And I am diplomatic. I don't take any side to this. I just want to build things that people like. That's all.
Well, I think it's interesting. We haven't really defined exactly what decentralized means. We haven't quite defined what scalability really means here. And with that, subjectivity results in different solutions, which is okay. We're definitely in an exploring time right now, trying to figure out what's going to actually work, what are users going to care about, what are developers going to want to develop on. But you're right, there's a lot of heated debates on social media about this exact topic.
But I think there are two things that we can optimize for. Reduction of user frustration and increase in developer joy. These two are things that we know how to optimize for because they're measurable. So technology should be around those two things, I think.
Totally agree.
Brett, I'm very much in favor of layer 1 smart contracts for a variety of reasons, because they are actually Cedula layer 1, which is the most secure layer in every blockchain, and everybody knows what it means. So there is no danger that I hire somebody to write a layer 2 smart contract for doing X, somebody hires somebody else for doing the right smart contract, a layer 2 for doing the same X, and the two of them don't talk to each other. But if you do it at layer 1, they will guarantee to talk to each other. So we spend a lot of time to do it right, and we are now happy to announce that we are feature complete in our layer 1 smart contracts. And in my opinion, at least 80% of whatever the need for smart contract is in Algorand, we could do it at layer 1. But there is always something more esoteric, something which is extremely computational intensive, something that it is going to take an enormous amount of memory. And therefore, we are also looking to develop a layer 2. Our layer 2 will be like our consensus, rather different, and but is going to be very different for whatever everybody else interprets right now for layer 2. So I think we do need a layer 2, but we should, as much as we can, we should do a layer 1. And if I may want to say, previously, should we use a centralized database? Sure, if you want to maintain the status quo, if you want to keep people in the darkness. That is a technological barrier. If we break, as we are committed to do all of here in the stage, to really make decentralization available to everybody, there is no damn reason to use a centralized database for anything. That is the main way in which we are going to exclude people. Because a central database tells you suddenly that you don't belong. And why don't you belong? That is a no-no for me. If you like fairness, if you like transparency, if you like common knowledge, there is no reason that we should handle anything by centralized database. They are only to perpetuate power that is already entrenched and concentrated on the hands of a few, not for us.
I mean, I don't fully, for example, let's say Harvard University wants to maintain the transcripts of the students, right? It doesn't fully make sense for them to store everything in public blockchain, because they are the owner of the data and the attestation of it. It makes sense for them to store it and then just provide these attestations to the users in public, in a public protocol, in a public communication.
Ilya, I agree with you, but given you mentioned zero knowledge, there are ways in which you can have your cake and eat it too. Because insofar that, sure, we know when to publish things, you can have privacy. But the notion that you can prove data about yourself to one of our students who work very hard, coming from abroad, at great expense, to graduate from MIT, and when MIT is about to tell you whether or not he or she has graduated, no. You can keep the privacy, but if I've graduated, I want to prove it to the world. So, I mean, yes, I'm exaggerating. There is always a little a sliver of database, but when things are done properly, there should be nothing that stops us for provably sharing the truth with the rest of the world.
And that goes to the fact of what is decentralization. That's what I'm saying. It's more about kind of switching costs and ability to prove things, which means you want to have sometimes authenticated data structure without having decentralized, but then you're still able to prove, you're still able to communicate and work together. So I think this is going back, like we really need to define what we say when we say decentralization, because like it's too easy to get into this like, hey, let's decentralize everything, but then you still have RPC nodes, you still have wallets, which are points of centralization, but they're easy to switch from. There's the cost of switching from one RPC node to another is zero. Costing from switching from one wallet to another is zero. Even though they are centralized, but you have options, you have ability to switch. And that's, for me, that's what decentralization is, right? Like similarly, how we produce blocks, we have lots of centralized computers that are doing it, but the switching cost is low, right? Any one of them can go offline and the network will continue working. And so I think like defining more decentralization around the switching cost parameters is important.
So I think the question here, I want something you kind of said earlier about composability. I want to go back to that for a second.
Sorry?
Composability.
Yeah.
About if you have just layer 2 applications, for example, they might not be able to compose well with each other, and that's a problem, as opposed to if everything's happening on one chain. Another way to achieve composability is through backwards compatibility with existing smart contracts, for example. So let's talk about the Ethereum virtual machine. So at a high level, should there be a standard that everyone agrees on for smart contracts, for the development of smart contracts, for the language we use to develop them? Should we continue to sort of separate and innovate that way? Why did each of you choose to, for example, develop or not develop EVM compatibility with your chains?
So, Solana is not EVM compatible, and that choice was really because the use case we're building for is this idea of, a NASDAQ that nobody owns. And EVM is not designed for that kind of performance. So we simply didn't prioritize or try to build for that. And it turned out to be actually a great choice because engineers are naturally curious, so when you give them new tools, they'll try them and learn them, and they discover new ways of building things. And that allowed the Solana community to kind of build its own group of folks like Armani, like Paul, that are building amazing tools, amazing applications, and are really their own, it's their own group of people. And that's been, I think, kind of probably the strongest engine for growth in Solana has been this new independent group of engineers.
Yeah, I must say that I agree with Anatoly, and let me go a step farther even. Nothing can be more pernicious than premature standardization. We are now seeing incredible progress, and everything is improving so fast, which is a very bad idea to start standardizing now. I believe in diversity, in gender, in races, and yes, in technology. So the fact that we somehow coalesce of an initial group of technology is stifling. We don't want to get there. I really believe that we should have different blockchains with different technology, and we should allow our assets to go very easily and safely from blockchain to blockchain where it can be served better. That's what we want to do, not to somehow a uniform where everybody is equal. Everybody has to be better at something than somebody else, and the assets should be able to go around. frankly, always try to be compatible because what is the reason? So, this chain has a lot of assets. I want to be compatible with that chain. Let me be clear. The assets we are going to see on our blockchain, if we do it right, is unbelievably more than whatever assets we have now. And so, and to do that, we should not try to emulate one particular blockchain or not. We should develop our own brand, our own strength, and everybody is going to be great at something, and that is going to be a much better world, provided that we let, interoperability be done right directly from chain to chain, and not with some mediators that, to facilitate some shaky bridges that nobody wants to go through.
How about for Avalanche?
So I have to take a different view. So going back to your question of should we decentralize or not, I don't. The answer to that is I don't know. People want to do things, different applications. I am not an arbiter of what people want to do. If people want more trust, they do decentralization and all that. But to me, it seems like forcing, or rather going the path of not having standards. It's just creating an incredible amount of pain. Imagine, for example, if we built the internet by an HTTP standard, CSS, they're terrible. They're absolutely awful. Like JavaScript, even though I love Brendan, it is not the best language to develop in, but it's the standard. And imagine if instead of having this unified standard across web technologies, we had Firefox only understands HTTP, and then Chrome only understands XYZ, and then Safari only understands ABC. You would have to develop across multiple standards, across multiple different browser ecosystems, rather than just one unified experience. It would be an absolute disaster. It is terrible, the current infrastructure, but it is good enough to get things done, and it just gets kind of improved over time. Going to the blockchain version, EVM is not also the best standard at all, but it is, it's not just, I'm not saying this ideologically, I'm just literally saying this empirically speaking. Every technology goes towards a rapid but bad standardization, and then you just kind of deal with the consequences later on. And this is probably what needs to happen for blockchain space as well. Everybody moves to the EVM. It's not the best, but we'll deal with the consequences later on. At least developers will have unified experiences across all blockchains. Users will have very unified tooling across all blockchains, not just like Phantom for Solana, it doesn't work for EVM. No, you have MetaMask for EVM, doesn't work for Solana. Like, what the hell is this? It's just a complete mess. So, yeah, it sucks, but it's the lesser of the two evils. So standardize fast, and then deal with the consequences later on, because then everything just kind of falls into place. Empirically speaking, this happened in the OS era, in the phone era, in the web era, in pretty much every era where there were different technologies and they had some sort of a communication standard. It always happened where the communication standard was rapidly ossified, even though it was far from perfect. And experimentation at this stage, 12 years after we started all this experiment, I don't know what we're doing. Like, just ossify already, just get it done, and then just proceed with building tooling on top of it.
And Nir has a pretty innovative approach to this. Why don't you talk about that?
Yeah, so we're developers, right? We tried to build on Ethereum a few things before we launched Nir. And I mean, EVM is very has a lot of drawbacks. And building developer experiences, right? It's was paramount that you open up the platform, right? You want, back in 2018, there was probably a few thousand developers in Solidity. Right now, it's maybe 10,000 in the world. We're talking about, 10 million, 20 million JavaScript developers. We're talking about, Rust, which is probably the language that, growing really rapidly. There's probably hundreds of thousands of people who are learning it one way or another. We're talking about, Go. There's tons of languages. There's tons of platforms. And so for us, it was important to offer pretty much the most generic way for people to run stuff, right? Like, what Nir really is underneath is a way to run your microservices with a database. Like, that's as simplest as that. And your microservice can be written in anything that you want. And so Rust obviously being kind of more secure, just better language for kind of financial applications, for blockchain applications, and so that's been one of the first things. But we do have offered JavaScript-like compilation. There's more languages coming. I think there's 2 or 3 other languages supported now. And then because of this generic architecture, you can take existing EVM code, right? The actual piece of the code that is run inside Ethereum, and just run it as a service on Near. And so we have Aurora, which is an example of this, where you just literally run a whole container, which is whole Ethereum chain, as one smart contract on Near. And this is where the kind of sharding underneath is able to shuffle it, give it performance, allocate a whole shard if needed for the whole contract. And so from this perspective, what we want to build is this ability for developers to build what they want, what they need, in the language they want, right? And then more and more kind of SDKs and languages are being launched. And then on top of it, you want to build experience for the user, right? I mean, the point that hey, this wallet doesn't work with this wallet doesn't work with this is very valid, right? So on Near, again, because of the architecture, you can make MetaMask work for Near. You can make Phantom Wallet with Solana account to work on Near as well. It's all possible, and Aurora been kind of showcasing that, and there's actually experiments to running other wallets as well. So kind of at the end, I think what we're trying to offer is the most generic computational platform, and then offer developers ways to build new experiences and both support existing experiences that have been proven with billions of dollars. I think the thing about EVM with all the personally me not wanting to build for it, but at the same time it has whatever, a few $100 billion of assets being proven out, both EVM itself and the smart contracts in it, and you cannot dismiss that. And so with that, let's offer kind of the most generic thing. Let's attract all the developers. We need a lot more developers. All of us are looking for developers constantly, right? This is the most kind of scarce resource in this space.
Us too.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so we need to offer as much flexibility for developers and then kind of hide this blockchain from users. They don't really care.
Yeah, similar. I mean, we take a similar approach at Avalanche as well. So you can actually build generic virtual machines for any of the subnets, WASM, whatever you have. Just purely speaking from an empirical perspective, it seems like EVM is, nobody comes to us and says, hey, we want to launch a subnet with anything else besides the EVM support. It just seems to be the standard. And again, we want to support we have our own personal opinion on what is better and what isn't. But to us, it's whatever you want to do. It's, if you want to do EVM, then, EVM is the way to go.
So as each of your ecosystems becomes more successful, more users, more developers, more assets and liquidity, there's the flip side of that, which is that it fragments the space of liquidity more between each of your 4 ecosystems. Do you think this necessitates a multi-chain world where we need to have bridging between these different blockchains, these different protocols? Or is it okay for these islands to form? Or maybe another question is, do you think it's going to be a little bit of a winner-takes-all type scenario between them? What do you guys think? Anatoly?
I mean, in theory, Solana, if it becomes the engine of price discovery for the world, will make FTX be an application on top of Solana, right? So it's kind of competitive with every exchange out there. But in practice, I think it's really, really hard to achieve that. And you will have people that want to use different things for different reasons, which may be even as simple as the language that the docs are written in is more localized to their market. So those very simple things that are very hard to analyze from a pure numbers and performance reasons do actually have huge impact in the world. I think we'll probably be in a multi-chain world because these technologies are not the same as a browser or a mobile phone that consumers hold in their hand. They're back-end systems. And for a developer, it may be a pain to build for 2 or 3 back-end systems, but they can do it. All of us as engineers have had that experience. So, but for an application that needs to deploy to 1 million users, they're going to build for the dominant consumer devices, which is going to be an iOS, Android, the browser. And there, it's very, very hard to be in a very large multi-chain world. You end up with something very dominant very quickly.
Yeah. If there should be one blockchain and its algorithm, okay. But in reality, we should expect more. Why? Because it is not easy but possible to be good at many things. But it's very hard to be great at a lot of things. And I believe that greatness is a human aspiration and a technology aspiration for all of us. And therefore, it is only natural that you are great at something and somebody else is great at something else. And we should expect, if we put our effort and we really achieve great things, that there is going to be a multi-chain world. In fact, only when there is static, I guess that is going to be a single chain. So not 6,000 blockchains, but a dozen or two, yes, I do expect that. But because of this, in my opinion, it is also important that we take care now to establish this interoperability with these chains, because otherwise, if good bridges, decentralized bridges, I think that when you talk directly blockchain to blockchain without any mediator, there is no fragmentation. I think that we are all united, and we all have our sweet spot and niche, no matter how large, area of competence. And we really want to have a world in which we can fluctuate, our needs going visit all of our blockchains, the same way that we all take planes and go around the world in different countries for having different experience in different food, different architecture, different culture, music, right? I mean, what is this? I don't really believe that it's going to be a winner-take-all, and actually it's going to be better for the world to keep a level of competition, but we do need this flexibility of exploring each other's goodies and having the best of all worlds.
So let me ask one last question here with the time we have left, which is, what is one killer application or maybe technological improvement that you're most excited about in terms of the future success of your ecosystem?
I think for us, it's interesting to see pretty much as mass adoption is happening, right? As millions of users are joining through applications like Sweatcoin and others, social applications, that people want kind of stability, right? And so we see stablecoin probably being one of the killer applications, which is kind of interesting for that all the blockchains end up with kind of focusing on stablecoins. But overall, that is something that is easy to communicate to people. It reduces this risk and kind of fear that people have, right? And it's able to start moving people to actually receive salary in it, transact, and things like that. And so we see kind of in the New system and broader in the Web3, a lot more kind of this technologies popping up and experimenting and seeing what will work. And so kind of that's, I think, is an interesting shift which has happened over the past year as kind of we're growing to actually actual mass adoption, right? Millions of users who are actually trying to use this.
There's actually a lot. And I think they're coming to age slowly now as, I guess, global reach starts becoming more and more possible. But I think maybe one that I would be highlighting right now is something that seems simple in hindsight, but it wasn't so obvious in the early days of blockchain, which is that the killer application is US dollars in the hands of everybody globally, in their hands without having to go through any bank. And that's a very powerful thing. I get to have a bunch of US dollars. I am anywhere in the world. I'm in India, I am in Europe. I have my own custodied wallet, self-custodied wallet. I get a bunch of US dollars in it, stables. I can now use the US dollars to pay locally. I can use the US dollars to put them in a savings account on Aave and get yield. It's personal banking, but done literally peer-to-peer. So now you can build insurance products, you can build lending products that are all peer-to-peer, much more efficient at pricing than the current model. And this is, I think, coming to age slowly now. We're not quite there yet, but it's obvious in hindsight, even though it wasn't so obvious early on with Bitcoin, because the first thing was, digital gold or something like that, which is not necessarily super useful.
Silvio.
So, killer app, I think what is the bread and butter of trade is an exchange of goods. You have an asset that I want, I have an asset that you want, and you want to swap it. We are very happy to deliver atomic swap by means of a single transaction at layer 1 in 4.24 seconds now, in 2.5 seconds at the end of this quarter, and at a fraction of a cent in cost. That, I think, is really the killer app. However, not only stable coins or whatever is the assets, that, in my opinion, is so basic of commerce, this elementary thing, that ought to be the killer app for anybody. In terms of technology, and we are developing a lot of new technology which is going to become available at the end of this quarter, but one is this decentralized bridge, which I believe is really the solution to the fragmentation problem. I think that's what we want to be. The world is disaggregating. I see blockchains. We can unite the world, but they need to unite themselves first of all. And so decentralized bridge, remember, that right now are not safe. Whenever you want to go from a blockchain to another, you see some shaky thing, and you kiss your asset goodbye, hoping that it can come back when you're done with the service over there. And so what we need is a blockchain to blockchain directly without any intermediary, because we have not developed all these wonderful decentralized ecosystems, and then connected what? By one mediator who tells you can pass, you cannot pass, or 3 out of 5, and what? They post some bonds that say, here is a $10 million bond, if your asset doesn't come back and make you whole. Let's not kidding ourselves. So a blockchain that works should secure trillions of dollars in assets, on one side and on the other side. And all these mediators, with their piggy banks of $10 million, first of all, how do you collect them? You sue them in which jurisdiction? And assuming that you do, what is $10 million relative to the trillions of assets? It makes no sense. If we want really this to be a world in which we all collaborate, and collaboration, I think, is the number one quality of success. Before any competition, we need really collaboration. We need chain-to-chain direct communication, and the killer nugget technologically for us to realize these decentralized token bridges are really state proofs, which is essentially a signed statement of the majority of 80% of the stake that you can go to the bank with, because 80% of the stake of a blockchain says, this is true with us, that is something that you can rely on. Because if I want to go from blockchain A to blockchain B, two things are true. I trust blockchain A because I'm in A right now, and I also trust blockchain B because I want to transfer one or more assets to blockchain B. I should not trust everybody else. That's, I think, in my opinion, is if collaboration is really the key, then this, to me, is the technology that coming up of algorithm that I like the most.
Anatoly.
I mean, the killer app, I think, is Serum, which is a central limit order book style exchange as a smart contract on Solana. It's really the engine of DeFi there. And the second killer app is NFTs. So growth-wise, there's been, I think, 5% growth of NFTs on Solana per week, which is kind of insane. I think over 2 million people hold and move these things around on a monthly basis. And that's just been wild to watch. And I think the really powerful thing about these things is that the next Marvel, the next Disney will be organically built out of an NFT set. And possibly the next social networks, like the next Facebook, are going to come from these communities. And these are all being built without, truly organically, without any plan or intent. You see these communities form simply because it's a bunch of people all over the world that now have access to cryptography and can coordinate their decision making through that. But their identity and personality is all in this kind of silly picture. And it's a really powerful and simple thing.
Amazing. All right, Ilya, Kevin, Silvio, Anatoly, thanks for all the work you're doing and for being here. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for a very interesting discussion on layer ones, and we will be looking at layer twos after lunch, so that will give them a chance to respond to some of those points. Next up, we're turning the focus to investing, and we've all seen the changing opinions from hedge funds and banks when it comes to crypto. So 5 years ago, when Ray Dalio referred to Bitcoin as a bubble, and yet earlier this year, he was asked whether allocating 1 to 2% of one's portfolio to Bitcoin seemed reasonable. He simply responded, "I think that's right." And next up, we have two absolute pioneers in the institutional investor space. They were very early to recognize the power that digital assets could have. So I'm very excited to welcome to the stage Kathy Wood from ARK Invest and Mike Novogratz from Galaxy Digital. The panel will be moderated by Kate Rooney from CNBC. So please welcome the next panel, Investing in Crypto.
Shoes. All right. We've been on the same conference circuit, the three of us, so we're a traveling band at this point. Well, Mike and Kathy, it's great to see you. This is an honor to be on stage with both of you.
Likewise.
So this will be a great conversation. We'll keep it sort of institutional focused. I know we've got a Wall Street and crypto audience here. Let's start with the big news of the last week. Fidelity getting into 401ks, letting employers have the option to put Bitcoin or allow Bitcoin as an investment in retirement funds. I'd love to get your take on this. Do you think it's a good idea?
I think it's a huge competitive advantage for them. I remember with my own IRA, I was trying with just GBTC to get it transferred and, and then also underlying Bitcoin, and nope, wouldn't. And no one wanted to provide the custody. So this is a breakthrough for crypto in the retirement asset world.
And as far as adoption as well, do you think this is a big deal for more people allocating to crypto?
I absolutely do. I do think so.
What about Galaxy? You're going to start offering Bitcoin in your 401ks?
We let all our guys do the 401k if they want. Listen, this is a story of adoption, right? Every year, every month, somewhere around the world, people are selling the Bitcoin story, and people are deciding to store some of their hard-earned wealth in this digital asset secured by trust. And access is hard, right? Fidelity's customers are not 20 and 30 years old, right? They're baby boomers who don't feel as comfortable as some of you crypto degens, moving around crypto on your phones. And so as we get more people to have an easier access into the system, you're just going to see more people buying it. And you're going to see the same thing when the ETF happens. Knock on wood, it happens sometime. But I do think it will have an ETF this year, or maybe the beginning of next year. You're going to see another wave of people. And so the more people, we always forget crypto's only Bitcoin's only 13 years old. And really, from an institutional perspective, it didn't start until about 2 years ago. Right? And so we're at the very beginning of this kind of adoption revolution, and I think it's a huge piece of news. I'm surprised the market didn't go up more yesterday.
Really?
The world's kind of in crises, but that's big news.
Yeah.
Kudos to Abby Johnson. She's been on Bitcoin for at least, I think 8-9 years. She used to mine in her office. She's the CEO of Fidelity, so she's been priming the company for this for a very long time.
Right.
I think it's a huge competitive advantage for Fidelity.
Absolutely. Well, I wonder when we're talking about mainstream portfolios, why they haven't gone a step further and started offering it for individual brokerage accounts. Do you expect that to be next for Schwab, Fidelity, and some of the big players?
Well, I do think that that Fidelity has basically it's open sea competition now, so I think they're going to be forced into this.
What does that mean, you think, for FTX, for Coinbase, for some of the crypto exchanges? Is that a competitive threat?
To some extent. I mean, sure, at the margins, this is retirement accounts at Fidelity, as Mike said, a certain demographic and so forth, but not really the demographic that is moving rapidly into this world.
Got it. Yeah. Sort of dipping their toes in.
One reason it's such a big deal is the lion's share of the wealth in America and in the West is still owned by baby boomers, right? Millennials make up 30% of the workforce. They own 5% of the wealth. Sorry, guys, you guys got to get on the stick. And so the big wealth of America is owned by people that aren't as crypto literate. And so giving them easier access is a big deal. I think whoever goes first, Schwab, Fidelity, with their brokerage accounts, and it's just fear, right? They want to see one of them go first and they'll all go.
Right.
It's like when Paul Jones got in the hedge fund space and wrote that letter, it opened up the door for every other hedge fund to participate. Because now you can be right or wrong on the bet, but you're not going to feel stupid.
Is there anything on the regulatory side you think they're waiting for? We got the executive order, but is there something that could come out of Washington that would make them feel comfortable in the near term?
I think it's time. It literally is. Again, Texas teachers wrote a letter that they're going to invest in both venture and coins themselves. Really brave thing to do for a big state pension fund. Strategic, right? Texas wants Bitcoin people to come there just like Miami wants them. And so they're saying, okay, we're going to send a message to people that we're future forward thinking. But that opens the door for other pension funds. Right. Texas teachers can do it, I can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Cambridge Associates, which is one of the consultants to the pension world, they actually rang the bell for this. I'm going to say in 2018, they wrote a report to their institution saying, you may not like this, but it is a new asset class, and you have to make a decision one way or the other. So that was a little bit of a booster, but then many institutions are looking at the regulatory environment and saying, well, okay, that's not clear yet. I don't think we can take this risk. So, once we get clarity, more clarity, and I do think the President's executive order is important, getting everyone in gear. And I think really important is Janet Yellen, Secretary of the Treasury. A year ago, I was asked, probably on CNBC, why she hated, why she was so down on crypto, the environmental, the illicit activity, and so forth. She had nothing positive to say. Boom. 1 year later, the president and I'm wondering, okay, someone's whispering in their ears.
Oh no, it's not someone whispering. It's the crypto community yelling.
That's true. That's true.
There are 50 million owners of crypto in America. Probably 25 million really passionate single-issue voters. And so Democratic politicians had a wake-up call. I mean, it's shocking. I'm a Democrat. Kathy's not. So we can be on both sides of the aisle. How many politicians are reaching out to Galaxy, to me, say, hey, can you educate us? They realize they need an opinion. Being anti-crypto is really bad politics.
This is a bipartisan issue. Yeah. That's what's so great about it, right?
Are you finding that it's bipartisan? It feels like we've had some high-profile testimonies in front of Congress where both sides of the aisle really have gone after crypto, but it seems actually like Republicans may be embracing it slightly more. Would you agree with that?
And I think, the difference, one of the differences is, and now this is a Democrat, Senator Wyden, he's embracing crypto because it's a new technology first. Whereas you'll have others on the more progressive side who are not, because they're thinking from a financial services point of view, and they have certain constituencies there. So I think those who are thinking technology first, we cannot lose this competition globally. The US needs to be at the bleeding edge. This is the next generation internet, right? Yeah. These are revolutions, money, financial services, and NFTs are next generation internet. So I think those who are thinking about it from a technology point of view have a much easier time supporting it.
Got it. Well, while we're talking about DC, you mentioned a Bitcoin ETF. ARC had an application that was denied recently.
Yes.
What's the next step for ARC, and what's your expectation for a spot Bitcoin ETF to be approved?
Maybe Mike knows more in terms
Mike's
of
got a timeline.
We will reapply. I find it fascinating that they have approved the Bitcoin futures and not the underlying. It just doesn't make any sense to me, especially given the kinds of fees associated with that particular ETF. So
what do you know that we know?
Listen, it comes down to politics again. The political winds are shifting. Gary Gensler is a political animal, right? He is very smart. he's got his hand on the till. If he wants the ETF approved, he can do it tomorrow. And he's not dumb. You can sense the shift happening. And so he's going to have to approve an ETF at one point because the Democrats are going to lose in November, sadly. They're probably going to get wiped out. And, and you're going to see, his position be under a lot more pressure. And so my sense is he's going to move sooner, not later.
If it does come later and they take a little more time to approve a spot Bitcoin ETF, do you feel like it becomes less important as there's other ways to get exposure to crypto?
You think about the amount of assets, that are out there, right? Crypto represents 40 basis points of total global wealth. Like it's this much so far. And most of those big pools of capital, the big mutual funds, the big pension funds, there's Canadian ETFs, they won't participate.
Right.
They want a US ETF, and then you're going to see the money move.
And for ARK as well.
Yeah, sure. 40 Act funds, which are ETFs regulated by the SEC, protecting the little guy. People feel safe with them. It's a familiar wrapper for a fund. And it's a good wrapper too, in that you've got the liquidity, the tax effectiveness, the transparency. And so it's a really good wrapper.
And talk about ARK strategy a bit here. You guys have gone through Bitcoin proxies, whether it's GBTC or Coinbase or some of the crypto-related stocks. A lot of those have actually underperformed Bitcoin. I wonder why, and your take on performance.
Well, the last year has been murderous for innovation stocks. And it's because of fears of inflation and interest rates rising much higher. That has hurt the multiples, the PE ratios, valuations of these companies. I have a point of view, or we have a point of view on inflation and interest rates, but we think this has been way overdone. And it is interesting that actually just since COVID, we've seen the correlation between Bitcoin, crypto generally, and the NASDAQ. It's increased quite dramatically. Prior to that, very little correlation. Yeah. But as you said, Bitcoin has outperformed many of the innovation stocks out there. I think that's a really good sign in terms of underlying demand.
And outperformed a lot of the smaller cryptocurrencies, which hasn't always been the case. I wonder how Galaxy allocates. How do you decide? I was looking at the percentages earlier.
I've got a magic ball, and I rub it. Listen, we look for momentum in general, and so we gauge that by if it's a new protocol, developer interest, investor interest, who's building on the program, is it a world-class team? And so I have a really simple model for growth equity. If the first derivative is positive, I get excited. If the second derivative is growing at an accelerating pace, so if adoption is going like this, then you just want to be long, and valuation doesn't matter that much. It's very hard to value fundamentally any of these blockchains, right? These are really bets on the future, right? We're putting this giant trust machine together, and anyone out there in the audience who can really say with confidence that it's going to be Solana and not Ethereum, or I just don't think you're being honest, right? It's such complicated stuff how these blockchains are going to fit together, which bridges are going to work, which layer 2s are going to take off. Is it going to be Starkware or Polygon or some new layer 2? And so we look at having a diversified portfolio of those bets, and we bet on the systems and the teams that we think are really world class. There are some, I used to call them ghost chains, and my God, I would get death threats on Twitter because people would get so upset. I'm not going to be long those things. I, quite frankly, often will be short them. And it doesn't mean those communities don't care about their token and they're really excited about those tokens. But if we don't see usage, we don't want to actually be long. And so that's kind of our thesis. I keep Bitcoin as a separate bucket. Yeah. Like Bitcoin really is a macro investment. It's an investment that we think long-term is going to work because populism is taking over the world, right? I mean, if you think populism means countries spend too much money. And the US is, doing a great job at that, right? First Trump and then Biden. We've blown out deficits to, debt to GDP at levels that rarely you come back with without inflating the debt away or debasing your currency. And you're seeing that in almost every country. And so we kind of think Bitcoin is a great long-term hold. It will trade, this year it's actually traded spectacularly well. If you think about interest rates are 150 basis points, higher in the last 8 weeks. And if you look at Bitcoin versus the yen or Bitcoin versus the Chinese currency or versus the euro, it's actually done fine, right? We have a strong dollar, so Bitcoin versus the dollar is not doing as well, but it's roughly 40,000, 39.1. Not that I'm looking. And that's actually stunning strength if you want to think about it.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons for this strength is the holding behavior. 14 million out of the 19 million Bitcoin out there have not traded in more than 6 months. And we've got a lot more hodlers out there, I think, than people appreciate. One of the reasons. And I've said this before, but I think it's so important. Bitcoin, yes, the populist movement, but it is also a new monetary system. It is the first global, big idea, private, meaning not oversight by a government, digital, rules-based monetary system. I think it's a profound idea, and more people around the world are beginning to appreciate it as they're seeing their currencies fall apart with the dollar strong. This hits emerging markets usually hardest.
Yeah. Well, you have a $100,000, or ARK has a $100,000 price target on Bitcoin.
1 million.
1 million, excuse me. Wow, $1 million price target.
Yes.
Walk us through some of the data and factors you're looking at, and how do you get from 38,000 to $1 million bucks in a decade, less than a decade?
Yeah, less than a decade. So you will find the building blocks of this in our Big Ideas 2022 presentation. It's on our site, ark-invest.com. But the largest component of that is we do believe that Bitcoin will usurp 50% of gold's role. This is digital gold. So that's roughly a $5 trillion opportunity right there. So the smallest one is remittances. We think that it will take most of the remittance market. The remittance market is a $600 billion market. We have insurance policies, high net worth individuals watching, confiscation of wealth.
Right.
And with all the turmoil in emerging markets and elsewhere, the Middle East, who knew that MBS was going to take his cousin's wealth away? So don't they wish they had some Bitcoin and private keys? So also companies allocating some of their cash or diversifying some of their cash into Bitcoin. We've seen Tesla do that, Coinbase, Square, of course, MicroStrategy, and you're going to see some countries putting Bitcoin into their treasury. We assume only 1%. So if you look at the building blocks, and then finally institutional, how much will institutional investors account for this? Well, we assume that institutional investors will put 2.5% of their allocation to Bitcoin. And that isn't even as big as the global digital gold opportunity.
Mike, do you have a Bitcoin price target? And I'd love to hear, too, what you're hearing from institutions, high net worth individuals you talk to, about why they're getting in, or some of the biggest barriers to entry as well.
Yeah, listen, I actually go to sleep praying that Bitcoin doesn't go to $1 million in a short period of time, because that would mean civil society is broken down in the US, right? You look at a place like Turkey, where you had horrific stewardship of the economy, right? Erdogan did just a terrible job. And their currency devalues, working middle class people lose their savings. And so in a lot of ways, Bitcoin is a report card on financial stewardship. And you hope that the US can get their act together between Chairman Powell and Janet Yellen. And if they do, the US, and then if Europe does the West, isn't going to need to flood into Bitcoin, right? If we lose control of our economy, right, if we lose control of inflation, if governments can't restrict themselves and just keep, like, pay for all student loans, pay for, like, it's really popular to pay for stuff. And confidence breaks down, you'll see Bitcoin really accelerate. And so I don't want it to really accelerate wildly in the short term, just for all our safety. I do think in the medium term, it's just going to grind, because there's almost no way we get out of this debt trap without inflating our way out, right? There's just too much debt in the US, in Europe, and around the world. And so you've got to inflate your way out of this, right? The US has got to run 4% inflation, act like it's 2%, and just hope it doesn't go this way.
Right.
Otherwise, we're going to have this debt that's going to saddle generations, right? And so I do think you're going to see Bitcoin grind up because of this adoption. People are going to be like, wait a minute, 7% inflation this year, 4% inflation. Bitcoin is deflationary, or pretty close to deflationary. And so I think it's a much steadier mission. I do think 500,000, right, that's gold, if you want to think about it. So just to replace gold, you get to 500,000, depending on where gold goes. I think gold's going to go higher as well. And so I'm a medium-term 500,000 guy, and I think we could get to 1 million at one point. But I don't think in the short run we want it that high.
Well, it is a new asset class, and it is the leader of the new asset class. And so I don't think it will be going up immediately because of a breakdown in our economic prospects. And I also think that all of the technology, I'm going to take the other side of this bet, I think the technology revolution, and it's not just blockchain technology, it's genomic sequencing, robotics, energy storage, artificial intelligence, all of them are highly deflationary, and all of them will be very destructive to the traditional world order, but they will present massive opportunities for growth. So I feel as though it's going to feel chaotic like it does now, but I do believe that we're heading into a deflationary world. And it will be very good for some companies. They will boom. You lower prices, you get more demand. But other legacy industries are going to be sitting there with stranded assets. And there's going to be, again, a lot of confusion about what's going on, as there is today. So we shall see.
Has anything in the corporate earnings picture? We got numbers from Visa, American Express showing really strong consumer spending, some of the real-time credit card data. Anything you've gotten or seen in the last 2 weeks that's changed at all the way you're thinking about interest rates or inflation?
Yes, if you're looking at those companies, you're looking more at spending on services, if you parse it out. If you look at good spending on non-durable and durable goods, it's falling apart, and inventories are rising rapidly. Now, it'll be interesting to see how this affects the macro numbers. I think first quarter GDP comes out, I think, this week, is going to look strong, but look at how much is in the form of inventories. So I think there's a bifurcation going on, which is good. Services are 2/3 of consumption, so it means we won't have a serious recession, but goods inventories building up, I think, is going to cause pricing to come down.
Got it. I want to talk about Twitter and Elon Musk. That's been another headline in the last couple of weeks here. ARK got out of Twitter. Any sense that you would reallocate into that company if Elon Musk gets this deal done?
Well, we're very interested in what he's going to do. Now, if he's taking it private, our funds can't own it anymore. Although we are out there with a public-private in registration at the SEC, so I can't talk about it. But very interested in what he's going to do. I think it's interesting. I think Jack Dorsey and Elon Musk have gotten much closer since our B-word conference last year. The B-word,
Closer and Bitcoin buddies, like they're hanging out.
I sense they think in many ways similarly, not always. And so I think we're going to see a lot of crypto permeating Twitter. We already know that with Stripe Connect, those writing paid newsletters and distributing through Twitter can get paid in Bitcoin. Well, that's very interesting, very interesting. We know that Twitter is a verification platform, and Elon Musk wants to make it more democratic than it is right now. So a verification platform, well, think about verifying digital assets. That's a perfect place to make that happen. So I think it could get pretty exciting.
Mike, what's your take on this deal and what it means for Twitter? Will they use more crypto?
Elon Musk he's wealthy. I mean, his stock didn't trade very well yesterday because people thought, okay, Elon's not going to focus more of his time on something besides SpaceX and Tesla. You don't want to short him, right? He's consistently proven that he's got extra moves in his bag of tricks. In the long run, we want decentralized versions of Twitter and Facebook, right? So people can say we don't like the board of Twitter deciding who gets deplatformed and who doesn't. And now we've got Elon who gets to decide who gets deplatformed and who doesn't. There was a lot of interesting, Jeff Bezos put a tweet up yesterday. It was like, I wonder how Elon's going to react to China, right? Elon is really reliant on China. He's really reliant on the US government, right? Broadly, his wealth comes from, government subsidies in lots of ways.
And that's not true.
Well, a lot of it.
That is not.
A lot of Tesla's earnings have come from subsidies.
Rebuttal from Kathy.
The contracts with SpaceX. He's got a huge plant in China, and so I think Elon is going in this with the right intention of having less
opening up the
censorship.
Opening up the algorithm.
But he gets to
Making
decide.
it more
He
transparent.
gets to decide. And we want to move to a world where one guy doesn't get to decide or one board doesn't.
I don't think that's true. He is the first to say, in terms of free speech, you have it if someone you don't like is able to say something you don't like.
Talk is cheap.
Right.
We'll see what he does.
We shall see.
We'll see what he does, right?
He's usually fulfilled his promises. Maybe not on the time schedule everyone would like, but he has.
I'm hopeful, but I'm just telling. I would feel much better if those projects like Facebook, like Twitter, were decentralized.
And my guess is he will evolve somehow in that direction.
Let's hope.
I think, yeah.
Do you think other big tech companies could move in that direction or will be forced to if Twitter takes this on and becomes a more decentralized platform?
It's very hard. This is old DNA and new DNA territory. So taking Twitter private to do the right thing is the right thing to do, right? Because there will have to be a change in the economic model. Most public companies can't change on the fly like that.
Yeah.
Something fascinating. I was at the TED conference a couple weeks ago, and I did a TED talk, and the next day, the guy who runs Instagram, one of the most senior guys at Facebook or Meta, got on stage, and he boldly proclaimed that Instagram was going to embrace Web3, that they were going to go to open source, right? This closed, walled garden was going to, he was saying they should, I'm not sure that they would, that they would embrace Web3, that they would let creators take their communities and move them from Instagram to other places. That was the same day Meta said they're going to charge 47% on any digital asset they sell, so it felt a little bit disingenuous. But when you think about what he said in front of a crowd, and it'll be on the TED Talks in 2 weeks when they go public, he was broadly saying, we had a monopoly for years and we're going to give up our monopoly. And so when I think of, I remember Peter Thiel once gave this talk about why we should invest in FANG because they were monopolies, right? They had these spectacular monopolies, and that was in like 2014. I remember buying those stocks and selling them 20% later. And they just kept going and going and going, right? These monopolies are now going to get cracked. And to me, it was shocking that the number one guy in Instagram would go on stage and say, we're going to give up our monopoly. And so it'll be really interesting to watch, what they do, not what they say. But having private property, right? If you think about Bitcoin was the first private property on the internet. Before Bitcoin, there was no private property. And if you think about capitalism, there's no capitalism without private property, right? And so in a lot of ways, we had an internet without capitalism. That's why we had these giant walled garden companies that accreted a lot of the wealth. And that's going to change, and you're starting to see it. And so that'll be, I think, the next 15 years, the most exciting thing.
Yeah.
In some ways, you want to be metaphorically short FANG and long Web3.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Web3 has become sort of a divisive term, at least on Twitter. What's your take on the potential there? Are you seeing applications that really don't need to be built on a decentralized platform? Where do we stand on Web3 in your eyes?
You know, a lot of people use Metaverse Web3 as sort of a completely new movement. It is the next generation internet, and we're very much focused on decentralized services. You know, NFTs, to your point, Mike, first, global, private, immutable, property rights system. You know, property rights, if you look at Hernando de Soto's work or Thomas Sowell, you know, property rights lift people and countries out of poverty. So the more decentralized, the more secure the property rights. Right. So,
any thoughts on where we stand when it comes to Web3?
Yeah, listen, I think, you know, NFTs were the killer app of the blockchain, right? We were all waiting for something, and last year NFTs showed up, and it kind of surprised people that would be the app that got the world thinking, oh, these blockchains actually work for something, right? Before that, it felt like crypto people trading with crypto people, right? This kind of sandbox of experimentation and gambling. And now you had kind of real world applications, from the NBA to Major League Baseball to every now sports league. How do I connect to my community? What surprised me was how fast people trusted NFTs. Right? It took years to convince people that Bitcoin was a unique digital asset, right? That we've solved the double spend problem, that there was, you know, authenticity in this scarce asset. There were only 21 million Bitcoin. It took months, weeks, to convince people that that CryptoPunk number 27 was a unique digital asset, right? People just believed it. And so that's an important thing to understand, how fast people learned that we can have uniqueness because of a blockchain, right? And so I think it's a big, big deal. Listen, prices are going to go up or down, but every single company in the every single brand, every single artist, every single musician is looking at how they can use this new technology platform to connect to their community. And what's really cool is, because we have smart contracts, you get to build all kinds of new business models into that, right? So artists getting, you know, royalties every time their art sells, right? That was always a cool idea. Now it's a reality. And so you're going to see this amazing innovation in business model that's being built on top of these blockchains. And so I'm wildly bullish that space. Again, will Bored Apes be $3 million or $30,000? Like, that's a speculative community. You're going to have to bet on like any other speculative community. But the adoption of these platforms is only going one direction.
Well, question for you. I'd love you taking this too, but how it fits into a mainstream portfolio. If people are just buying these to hold as digital art, as collectors, and what you see the long-term potential there as. But Kathy,
I was just going to say, you know, this is the convergence of consumption and investing. And that's a very big idea. And even in the traditional asset management world, you know, the definition of asset management is going to change completely, influenced by what's going on in the NFT world. And, you know, we won't just hold assets, we'll become power users, you know, staking, lending, and so forth. So, and the same is true in the NFT world. So you're going to get consumption and investment converging here in a way that is going to be confusing to those of us who have grown up in the traditional world. I mean, ARC spends all its time on innovation. And in fact, in the NFT world, we actually, in partnership with Signum Growth, we have the Signum ARC gallery out there in Decentraland. So we're doing a lot of experimentation right now ourselves, and we're creating a virtual innovation center in St. Pete before the physical one is ready, and bringing artists into it, you know, to help us bring it to life.
I wonder too about DeFi. We'll wrap up here in a minute, but both of you started your career on Wall Street and traditional Wall Street. It seems like some of these decentralized exchanges have the ability to lower costs, but also cut out the middleman here. Which industries, maybe companies, do you think could be the most at risk here or the most disrupted by something like DeFi?
I think the entire financial services sector is going to have some days of reckoning. I think DeFi, it's exploding. You're right, it cuts the middlemen out, cuts the costs. You know, as I mentioned, even so trading and sales, all of this is already being automated, right? And many people think on the asset management side we'll be safe. We won't be safe. You know, we're trying to figure out how to integrate ourselves into digital wallets, which digital wallets are going to win, right? And we're also looking at this new asset class where effectively we have to not only manage the assets, but actually activate them. And that's a very different world.
And I know we're out of time. I want to get both of your last words on what you're watching in the next year to 2 years in terms of what's the most exciting in the space, and to bring it back to sort of the modern portfolio for maybe more of a Wall Street audience as well. Mike, we'll start with you. What's most exciting?
Listen, I think we're going to see this year prices range because I think the macro environment is going to be difficult, but you're going to continue to see adoption. And so, like I told my company, this is build, build, build. Like, I don't think this is going to be a year where prices explode north. But the industry needs far better user interface, user experience. And so, like, UX, UI, like, you know, tell your mother to go on MetaMask and try to buy an NFT on a chain that's not Ethereum, and it's not happening, right? And so, as an industry, and we're investing in lots of companies and trying to build ourselves, we need to really get to a level where the common user feels it's simple, and we're a long way from that. And so that's exciting, because when that happens, you're really going to see adoption take off.
Got it. And Kathy, what about you?
I'm looking at, I should say, I have an amazing research team behind me. We're looking at second layer solutions like the Lightning Network. We're seeing Square embrace, or Block now, embrace it. Also, Robinhood has announced that it will get much more involved with the Lightning Network. So I am looking at, okay, how are these companies which are all about user experience, how are they going to make the user experience easier for people who really want to move more aggressively into the crypto ecosystem?
Terrific. Well, we'll end on that note. Mike and Kathy, honored to be up here. Thank you so much. And thanks everybody for hanging out here. All right. All right, guys.
All right, that was a great debate and a number of interesting predictions. So I'll check back in with Mike and Kathy at the end of this year. Now we've got the penultimate panel before lunch, and we're shifting the focus to NFTs. And we heard Katie Horn in the opening panel say how NFTs are so much more than just digital art. And indeed it is. It's changing the way we handle, store, and monetize data, collectibles, and cryptocurrency assets. You know, we've seen it used from everyone from McDonald's to Coca-Cola, Gucci, and even the Emirates Post system in the UAE as well. So to introduce the evolution of NFTs, I'd like to welcome to the stage Zach Guzman from The Bulletin, Tristan Eva from FTX, Roham Garigoslo from Dapper Labs, Joseph Dole from Fenwick, and Sarah Hammer from Wharton School. Please welcome the evolution of NFTs to the stage.
Where are we all sitting?
You're in the middle.
In the middle, huh? All right. Hello, everybody. Let's keep this glorious conference going here with an exciting panel here on the evolution of NFTs. We've got a really good panel. Excited to be moderating this one. In fact, it's actually my birthday today.
Woo!
And
Happy birthday.
yes, thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. And I wouldn't have been here if we didn't have such a good panel, to be honest, because they said it's going to be on your birthday. And I said, I'll only come if the panel is this good. So I'll just do quick, really brief intros, just to kind of explain why it's a very good panel to have here to talk about NFTs and every piece of the NFT world. On the far end, we've got Tristan Ivor down there, who's got a job. You might recognize him from the FTX podcast, everybody. He's got a more important job than me, though. He interviews a bunch of very famous and smart people in crypto, which is very similar to what I do. Unlike me, though, he's also the head of FTX's US strategy, so a bit more important than I am. We've also got not just one, but two power players when it comes to law here with us on NFTs. Joseph Dahl there is part of the power players of the law firm Fenwick, who specializes in basically the right way to do NFTs. And Sarah Hammer not just only got her JD at Penn, but also is now an adjunct professor there, specializing in law and finance when it comes to how to do this legally, and also was at a small-known institution, I believe it's called the Treasury, before that as well. And then Roham Garagazlu is the man that I'm very excited to learn from today, the CEO of Dapper Labs. Not only kind of built out what NFTs could be way back when with CryptoKitties, but now also showing us what it means to present NFTs to a mainstream audience with NBA Top Shot. I'm not sure if we have any collectors here with us, but a very exciting project as well. So give a hand for this panel, ladies and gents. And we'll kick it off with Roham. Basically, I guess just for starters, since this is a panel on the evolution of NFTs, how far we've come from the age of CryptoKitties, and I guess what we're now seeing with where this goes and unlocking not just really being a collectible item, but really kind of a ticket to a community.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so CryptoKitties we launched in November of 2017, and you know, I think in some ways we haven't still moved past that sort of, we haven't even reached the potential of the collectible gaming phase of NFTs, but I think what's changed in the last 3-4 years is usability. And teams like Dapper Labs, teams like OpenSea, Alchemy, and others have just been building that infrastructure of making these things easier and easier to get into, easier and easier for creators to interact with their communities. And I think where things are starting to go is with the work folks like FTX are doing at Coachella, and what we're trying to do with sports organizations is really make NFTs, put the technology aside and make it about what the customer, what the community wants. And so we look at our products as not NFT products, but gamified fandom, things that let communities come together, interact around social assets, social value, and then get benefits and utility and access to different kinds of experiences based on their activities within the product. So I think in terms of the evolution, I mean, I think we're still so incredibly early. CryptoKitties within 48 hours basically, it basically broke, and we spent the last 3 years just establishing the basic foundation for kind of for starting the NFT movement. And you know, so many smart people are working on taking it to the next level, but we still haven't reached the "you've got mail" moment. I mean, the folks that are here, you know, that remember the evolution of the internet, we went through phases where geeks like myself and several people in this room went through the process of coming on the internet, figuring out, hey, what is there to do, joining Usenet groups and stuff like that. But it wasn't until AOL and You've Got Mail that everyone had something to do on the internet. And I don't think that's happened with Web3. I think that's going to happen with NFTs, where everyone that's part of any community will want to have the NFTs of that community and will wake up every day, hey, looking at offers they've gotten, looking at things they can do with them, looking at what's coming on the horizon.
Yeah.
And that's what we get excited about.
I mean, Tristan, it's kind of similar. I mean, FTX and the Coachella partnership, I don't know if you want to hit on that, but it's very similar, I think, now. I mean, if you think about CryptoKitties, I guess, walking, so the NFTs that would come after would really open the door for what community could be now. I mean, what have you seen with the Coachella experiment and how those NFTs kind of open secret experiences and the like for people there?
Yes, absolutely. I'd love to speak on that, but before I'll take a quick step back. And I think for the last 2 years, I've looked at NFTs with the hypothesis that it's a staged movement, and it's divided in 3 stages. The first stage is NFTs as social identifiers, which are also tangible in the physical world as well. It's the Birkin bag, it's the clothes you wear, it's the cars you buy. And don't get me wrong, this isn't only buying expensive things. This is also buying an electric car, which identifies you as an ecologically friendly person. And so we're seeing that same thing with the collectible side of NFTs. The collectible market or social identifier market in NFTs isn't that large yet. But the next phase, which is the one we're moving into and Roham's been speaking to and what we did with Coachella, is the utility aspect of NFTs. NFTs are incredibly easy to distribute to people. And then how do you tie real-life things to these NFTs? Well, what we did with Coachella is that we made it so that every person that went could take their RFID code, they could go to FTX app, they could input that code, and they would receive the seed, which would bloom into a flower right before the weekend started. And that gave you a special line of entry into the festival. It gave you a redemption mechanism for an FTX Coachella t-shirt, as well as some of other experiences such as rare flowers that gave people these different unique free things that they won through it. So the idea here is that instead of just having this digital item, which is a collectible, which you can show people, you're actually showing people who haven't participated in this market that by owning this digital item, it actually ties into real life things. And I think that's how we onboard the next wave. And real quick, I think the last and third stage of this, where it gets really interesting, is where we're able to actually tie NFTs into real life assets that have very illiquid markets and bring liquidity to them.
I actually think the social identity phase has barely started. Like, you know, Twitter has the NFT profile pictures, but realistically, portability isn't there yet. In the next 3 months, you'll have all the major social networks supporting NFTs and letting folks, and in addition, I don't think usability is there yet. On Top Shot, 97% of transactions are, you know, fiat US dollars rather than crypto, but everything else, you have to have wallets and all these different pieces. And, you know, it's not, I don't think we've even scratched the surface of a normal fan of a particular IP or a creator or whatnot, coming in and engaging and making that their fandom part of their identity, just like, you know, wearing a shoe or having a Birkin bag or driving a Tesla.
Can I jump in?
I think it's still a couple 100,000 people that are living that mentality.
So we're early. We're very early still.
We're very early. 1,000x from here.
All right. I like that. I agree.
Yeah, no, Sarah, go
Can
ahead.
I just jump in on that? I totally agree with what's been said. And one thing I was going to mention is at the Wharton School, we have the advantage of kind of being in the middle of a lot of things that are happening and the privilege of working with a lot of amazing companies. And I completely agree that we're entering a new phase for NFTs, and there are a lot of applications that haven't been explored yet. We have been working with companies that are using NFTs for education credentials, to manage data in the healthcare space, to better provide for efficient, cost-efficient healthcare and deal with compliance issues. There are companies that are using NFTs to manage information and privacy and data in the energy space to better allocate for clean energy purposes. And I'm sure you're all aware that NFTs have served a role as well in the war in Ukraine. And there are a lot of folks who are involved with us at the University of Pennsylvania on issues like that. So I really agree that we're sort of in the next phase, and yet there are going to be many more phases of NFTs and a lot of applications for the technology.
It's pretty cool and like kind of elegant, like culture and like funny internet memes, you know. Big dumb cats basically broke Ethereum. And that's the orange pill. I mean, it's so hard to get people into crypto, but this is doing it. And it's cool that it's culturally driven, it's community driven. Because we're going to a world, I believe the phases are right. And I think that it kind of expands beyond that. Like we're going to have a digital world, right? That sort of runs in parallel to our digital world.
Yeah.
We do. And like, if you look at sort of the existing world, how many assets are fungible versus non-fungible? 99% of everything. I mean, assets like commodities, currencies. So like, you know, we're scratching whatever sort of like representation of the total assets of the planet are in this digital world. I think you're going to have, you know, a massive bit of that world be, you know, massive part of that world be NFTs.
Yeah.
So like to your point, the use cases are just, you know,
I totally agree. And I agree with what Joe said about community as well, because I think that's a really unique attribute of the technology that is underestimated in the world of finance in some ways. You have the ability to authenticate an asset. You have the ability to include certain economics with that asset, but the community aspect is really important for NFTs, and we've seen that not just in arts and entertainment, but in all other industries, and we see it around the world, and I just think that's a really exciting thing about the technology, because it's important.
I kind of want, so that's one of the things. When we talk about evolution, obviously, you know, looking at it, going from cats to mortgages potentially on the house, you know, if you want to buy a house as an NFT, might seem like if you don't pay attention to the space, it'd be a big jump. But I guess, you know, for all of you guys who have been kind of attached to NFTs for years, I mean, how far do you think it could go? Like, how quickly does it go if people more so understand what NFTs are like now, when you look at the regulation pieces of it all?
I think, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to, quick note, when we wrote the first NFT standard, ERC 721, it was 8 months before CryptoKitties, and what triggered it was actually real estate. The idea that, wait a second, land parcels are all non-fungible, right? Yeah. They're part of certain categories, but each is individually unique, even if they're in the same neighborhood. And so the standard was very much meant to support all of these sort of utilities on Ethereum, and of course on Flow, it's sort of kind of the next level up. But we always knew that the first thing that's going to get the orange pill, as you put it, is going to be something simpler and something that's not tethered to regulation and complex kind of major investment decision making for people. Just give people a lightweight way to engage with the technology, have them trust it. And then they're like, well, I have $1 million or $100,000 in NBA Top Shots. Why wouldn't I? And that's worked out well and is secure and is liquid and all of this stuff. Why wouldn't I use the same marketplace to transfer money or transfer? I mean, house deeds is probably going to be kind of a little later down the line because of a lot of legal, regulatory, government oversight, all of these things, as it sort of should be to an extent. But that's absolutely the way the world is going. And then you're like, wait a second, this is so much more transparency than, to your point around illiquid physical markets, the art world, the world of actual physical collectibles, the world of even high-end real estate where the government mandates certain things, but you still have to go into kind of specific databases, et cetera. And outside of North America, outside of developed countries, is a whole other mess. So.
Oh, that's a great point. I mean, think about it. You can't lend against property in many countries because you can't prove title. If NFTs can prove title, you can unlock trillions of dollars globally. I mean,
one thing I'd love to add, and I think we have a lot to thank Dapper Labs for coming up with the ERC 721 standard.
Yeah.
It's done a ton for the space, honestly. But one thing I'd like to add is that in a lot of ways, the beauty of having decentralized and private ownership of assets in our day-to-day life, and that we live in a democracy that allows that, is it allows for innovation. And in the digital world, we don't own almost anything, if anything at all. So by being able to own a car, it allowed Uber and Lyft. By being able to own a house, it allowed 20, 30-year mortgages. In the digital world, it's hard to stack on these composable innovations if you don't actually own what you're interacting with in the digital world. I think that's one of the beauties of NFTs.
I don't mean to be a downer here, Sarah, in terms of maybe some of the potential problems you could see early on if you kind of run too fast. And one of those things, I'm sure, when we talk about NFTs, there was a lot of attention on Jack Dorsey's first tweet as an NFT going from 2.9 million, that someone paid 2.9 million, to way below that. And that by itself, okay, you overpaid, but if you start building things on top of it or start collateralizing things based on what you think the value of NFT is, that could be a big problem potentially if more stuff's built on top, maybe.
I think it's an important question. Without commenting on that particular NFT, I think one of the issues that it's brought to light is that we really need to think about valuation of NFTs and how, in the traditional finance world, we have mathematical formulas for valuing assets. If I'm lending a bond, I know if the coupon is clipped, I know what the math looks like. I can calculate what the price of that should be, but we don't have that yet in NFTs because there are varying opinions on how do you value an asset in the decentralized world. I do think that tokenization of some assets, including real estate, is coming faster than we all think, and I know some companies that are bringing it our way really soon. And I also think on the legal side, there are still some things to sort out. And I totally agree with issues like standards, that's critically important, not just for NFTs, but for crypto as a whole, that we really think about what should be the smart contract standards, what makes sense, what can be included on-chain or off-chain so that we can best standardize and bring forth the best digital assets and bring to light new innovative projects that are going to help solve problems in society.
Yeah, I don't know if Joe or Roham, you want to dive into that too, because when we talk about kind of, I guess, ApeCoin, you could look at that as an example of kind of, Yuga Labs and what they're trying to do with Bored Ape Yacht Clubs and kind of the community built around that. And then when you talk about valuation, what a token like that might be worth and what it kind of invites. And if you can actually print billions of dollars worth of market cap when you drop a coin like that versus, I guess, in the traditional world, you might dilute some value to the community, but I mean, curious to hear your guys' thoughts on that.
I'm bullish. Very bullish. I think it's like a level step improvement in corporate structure because you get to keep your traditional corporate entity, right? And that does all the things. That's all the sort of operational efficiencies that come with that, right? Those are great. But you also get to sort of outsource creativity to a passionate community who's going to build for you, and you align incentives via the token. So this is, I mean, it's a whole new business model that sort of galvanizes. There's always this like push model where people are like really trying so hard to push their brand on people and to get buy-in. Imagine if every time you bought a Nike, you got like $10. I mean, that's what these kind of incentive alignment, processes work. It's a fundamentally better model. So if you wrap this sort of like, company with its operational efficiencies around the community or community around it, and you allow them to sort of, build whatever they want to build. Maybe it's games, maybe it's dumb memes that, take off and are worth maybe they're monkey pictures, whatever they are. But if you give them the resources and tools to sort of to do that, it's a reinforcing spiral upward.
Yeah, I agree with that. We just wrapped up actually our crypto accelerator at Wharton and launched our first cohort of 10 crypto companies, and we are now launching an NFT incubator working with Roham and Dapper Labs, and we're really excited about it. And the reason we're doing that is we had so many applications to the accelerator from NFT projects, but the business model there is not necessarily appropriate for traditional corporate acceleration. And as Joe said, many folks feel that the NFT model is a business model for the future. It's easier in some ways, it's a more appropriate structure, and the economics are better for inventors.
I guess it's a little bit, there are two different sides of the coin too, right? When you talk about exclusivity and community. I mean, if you want to grow the size of the community, it's tough if you're talking just exclusivity. But I mean, the Coachella example and NBA Top Shot and NFL All Day, I guess, are kind of different in the sense of what they're trying to do there. But I suppose you could have both. And the NFT world's very large, so you can find your niche and do whatever you want to do, I guess, in it. But how would you kind of compare?
To the point about valuations, I think valuation in NFT markets is very immature. It's a very new market. Most people have only been thinking about it for a year and a half. Early days of cryptocurrency, only thing people cared about was scarcity. Oh, Bitcoin is 21 million. This thing is more than that, therefore Bitcoin is worth more. Or, this thing has unlimited inflation, therefore it's not worth anything. And I think that when people, as perception evolves, of course, scarcity fundamentally matters, but so does utility, so does rewards. And how you value an NFT is primarily based on the strength of the community. And when you have a strong community, you can kind of layer on value on top because that community is thinking of their Bored Apes. They'd rather store their value in Bored Apes or NBA Top Shots or whatever than in US dollars sitting in a bank account. And when you can capture that, then you can give those same people more and more value in the form of ApeCoin, whatever it is, that they won't actually turn back into dollars. They'll keep in the form of the value you gave it to them, which itself means that you're introducing supply that stays static rather than supply that immediately needs demand to kind of balance the price. And I think people's perception of scarcity will also evolve dramatically. Today, most people go on OpenSea, they look at how many of an NFT exists, and they look at the floor price and how the floor price has changed. That's how most NFT quote-unquote investors make their purchasing decisions. Whereas the way we look at it at Top Shot is you're going to need multiple tiers of NFTs in order to let 400 million NBA fans have a mentality of, well, I could participate in this community. And then you're going to need extreme scarcity at the high end. For example, there's less legendary moments on Top Shot than there are Bored and Mutant Apes combined, about 30,000 or so. And so you have extreme scarcity at the high end, but you have 30 million common moments on Top Shot. And that means that people can engage without breaking the bank. That means that normal folks can walk off the street and get their first NFT and see how it feels and what they can do with it. Which is where rewards and utility and the social media components come on. And it's why Top Shot's had about 1 million transactions the last 30 days. But and again, it's super early days. Valuation models, et cetera, need to evolve. We need to do a better job at kind of explaining how scarcity works in Top Shot and our products. But we think that's where the world is going. It's more about engaging with the ecosystem, not just speculating on the value and the prices.
I want to add on to this real quick. I actually think the reason that the 5,000, 10,000 profile picture collections have been so successful is that it gives an easy valuation model. If X amount of people are all worth or looking at an NFT with this value and they're willing to buy it at that value, it might mean that it's worth that much. And in the same way that there aren't that many participants in the art world or in the scarce collectible world, The same thing happens with one-of-ones or smaller issuance NFTs. It becomes much, much harder to price them, and you have to have much more expertise to do so. So I think as people become more experienced, we might see a movement away from sort of like this consensus view to a more unique, singular view where people buy things that resonate with them rather than what resonates with a larger community.
Mm-hmm. One other thing I'll add is I think that as time goes on in the NFT space, we'll have more data points to develop our models around valuation. And one of the unique attributes, again, of the technology is provenance, which, Joe, you're a lawyer, so I'm sure you can appreciate that as well. But the ability to have a history on blockchain, price, transaction, wallet addresses, that will help us better understand what the value of the asset should be. And for those of us in the collectibles world as well, that's a unique attribute that will help us better understand where assets should be.
I'm glad you used the term normal folks too, Roham, because I don't know, normies to me just sounds weirdly a slap in the face to people who aren't in the NFT community or crypto in general. Just using normies just sounds, I don't know, I never liked that. But Joe, when we talk about, I guess, you know, the valuation piece is interesting because it's evolved. Before it would have just been, all right, it's an art piece, maybe is what I think a lot of people understood NFTs to be at first. Mm-hmm. It's a piece of art. You don't actually own the art. Then it kind of evolved into, all right, what are we really owning here? And I think that, you know, Yuga Labs has been pretty at the forefront of, all right, we'll give the rights to the actual commercial ownership of the piece. I mean, when you kind of move farther and farther down that spectrum, you get closer to maybe pro rata ownership of a project. You could start to get into securities issues, and there are loopholes around co-ops and the like to share what the community actually owns. But how do you kind of see that when we talk about the evolution of NFTs and where kind of that's headed?
Yeah, I mean, I think this all is like driven by like democratizing access to these communities. And I mean, that's, I think, is an issue. Like a lot of these PFP projects, massive barriers to entry. If you weren't early or you don't have capital later on, you can't really participate, which is unfortunate. And that's not what crypto's about, right? It's kind of about the exact opposite of that, right? I don't think that fractionalizing these is the right approach. I think these communities need to be thoughtful about democratizing access, and that can come in the form of, you know, follow-on or derivative projects that are sort of at better price points. And that's probably the best fractionalization is going to be, you're opening up, you know, a hornet's nest of issues potentially. You know, that's my take on it.
Yeah, we'll leave the law talk there, I think, maybe for we don't want to get too deep into the, you know, the law piece of all this. But Rob, man, I guess it is important to kind of think about that piece too. When we talk about Dapper Labs and what you've built, the underlying blockchain for people who haven't looked too closely, it would look the same, I guess, when you look at the top layer of what NFT projects are doing, but you actually own the bottom piece of all this, the blockchain that's actually functioning for NBA Top Shot and everything else.
Well, we don't own it.
People can own.
We don't own it. It's a blockchain. We created it, but we're a minority in every aspect of it. I have no special decision-making abilities over it. And there's 400 node operators. There's big companies like, you know, Google and Deutsche Telekom and Samsung, et cetera. But there's also startups, lots of independent creators. A bunch of NBA athletes run their own nodes. Yeah. And so there's but the fact that we built it, and the first year especially, where we were iterating like crazy, because, you know, this was the point of the Flow blockchain isn't just to solve scalability. It's really to solve user experience and make it easy for developers to build the kind of user experience we think the next billion customers will need, not the current sort of million customers. So that's been absolutely fantastic. We spent the first year and a half, 2 years of Dapper Labs, and, you know, our first $30 million trying to do all of this stuff on Ethereum. We built the first smart contract wallet on Ethereum, first wallet that pays for gas, first wallet that did password recovery, first wallet that integrated credit cards. And once you sort of get deeper and deeper into the weeds, it just gets harder and harder to give the kind of UX that we think, again, the next billion people will need. And that's not necessarily about centralization versus decentralization, because almost everyone will start centralized. There's no way to argue, in my opinion, otherwise. People will come with a credit card, they'll buy the thing, they'll expect it to be connected to their phone number or email address. That's it. Yeah. But if you don't allow complete decentralization, or you make it harder, you require transfer of assets, and you can't cycle keys, and you can't do the basic things that a developer would want to do for their customer, then you kind of get stuck in this purgatory. And so that's the reason we built Flow. Now, it's not sort of it arguably is still kind of in an alpha stage because some of these features are missing, but it's progressing super fast. By this summer, everything on Flow will be completely permissionless. We already have 5,000 developers building, but that's when kind of the top will get the top of funnel will get completely opened. Dapper Wallet today doesn't support Flow tokens. It will support it in the next 30-60 days. That's another major. That's a couple million users and $1.5 billion in transaction volume.
I'm glad you clarified around ownership and control too, though, because it's a big piece. And I guess if you're building out Flow blockchain, you want to control who might be able to build on it, because the last point, as we kind of close this panel, is about culture. And I guess it'd be wrong to have an NFT panel and not mention maybe some of the scams that might be out there, or where we want to see culture headed in the NFT space as you all work to grow it. I mean, when we look at that, how important is that piece? Kind of, I guess, because you obviously don't want NFTs to be likened with scams that no one wants to join. No normal people, not normies, would want to come in and put their money to work here. So I guess, how has that piece changed? When you think about the culture of NFTs, and Tristan, I'm sure you kind of have most insight here around people coming to the space first. But how does that need to change, I guess, to see the space continue to mature?
So I think one of the important things here are alternative chains that let people participate that don't have a ton of money. I mean, transacting on Ethereum, even though I love a lot of Ethereum NFTs, is prohibitory for the majority of the world. For example, I led Africa BD for a while at FTX, and part of that initiative was involving people and artists in Africa and the NFT markets. And the most common complaint that we heard were people saying, we can't mint our NFTs. It's too expensive to mint our NFTs. How are we going to get product market fit? How do we do this? And I think that's one of the beauties of other chains such as Solana and Dapper that are bringing more affordable aspects to this, where people can mint these. They're blockchain self-owned tokens, but you can do it at a very low cost. So I think that's like one very, very important layer to this. And then going back to the question you asked about scams, and I guess going back to what Rohan was saying about how we're early, we're very, very early. Like, I think even though a lot of companies have massive valuations in crypto, this doesn't truly become competitive until you're able to fully abstract away that the person is using blockchain for the most part, and they feel like they're using an application that they've used before in other aspects of life. So I think once we start getting to applications or products that are in that level or category, that's when the real competition in crypto starts. And that's when actually who can get the next 100 million billion users starts. So for now, it's just building all the primitives and frameworks to get to that point. And it's a fun, exciting journey, but I think there's a lot more left to build. And last thing on the subject of scams is that it's a bit of our responsibility as people familiar with this space to talk to our friends and family and people that want to get involved and try and give them a heads up that, make sure the link you're clicking to go mint that NFT is actually from the site that you're supposed to be doing it. Go ask in the Discord, ask a moderator, is this the right link? Because if not, wallet security in crypto sucks right now. If you approve a transaction and you don't know what you're doing, you could get your wallet completely wiped. And it happens all the time. So we need to move past aspects like that to be able to really bring in the next large mass of users.
Yeah, so I think it's scams on one side, and then sort of fraud and wash trading and all that stuff. And then there's the security exploits and kind of hacks and ways that the software is not protecting the user. That third category, I think or at least Flow is much more resilient, and we predicted a lot of the things that are happening and still haven't actually happened yet. But is all of these reasons were why we built our own chain. People until a year and a half ago didn't consider NFTs a thing, right? Even folks like Vitalik and others, and we spoke to all the layer one chains, they were focused on DeFi and finance and all. So like human readable security, knowing what transaction you're signing, the ability to control airdrops and not having, today on Ethereum, you can airdrop an NFT that looks exactly like the NFT a user has, except if that user tries to list it or send it to anyone, it can wipe their wallet or exploit their entire account. That level of security you shouldn't push that up the application stack. The protocol needs to have basic protections in place. But scams are always going to happen. To your point about Discord, Discord is rife with scams, right? And even folks like Bored Apes and even the biggest projects get their Discord hacked and things like that. Twitter, rife with scams. In my opinion, Elon should use Web3 to fix Twitter's fraud problem, The Discord folks should use Web3 authentication, verification, et cetera, to solve Discord's fraud problem. And then you have a more resilient system, right? Once NFTs are the sort of identity bridge across all these different social networks, identity and assets and sort of authenticity, provenance, et cetera. And the interfaces need to make it easy for the user to verify, hey, what they're interacting with, rather than expecting a user to check, the smart contract address and all this sort of thing. But that's very easy and very possible, and I think on the horizon. But
I do think that we are going to see the next generation of engineers in the security and fraud space and NFTs as well. There are certainly companies out there that are working on things like what we mentioned, and with wash trading and ghost minting, for example. And I think that that technology is coming, and it's coming soon, and I think that'll help improve the market. I totally agree with what Tristan said about all of us having a responsibility to really think about the evolution of these digital assets, not only the legal issues and issues around securities law, but also we haven't talked about intellectual property, and certainly that's been in the news. And for folks who are not as familiar with NFTs, there are certainly IP issues around minting an NFT and whether you have ownership of that intellectual property or not. And I think working with an attorney like Joe, who I know is oversubscribed, or someone who can help educate on those issues is important. But I think that as the product continues to evolve, I think there'll continue to be a lot of really meaningful applications, and there are a lot of smart people working on these issues.
Yeah, Joe's a very busy man backstage.
Yeah.
A lot of people asking him a lot of different questions, and we're not going to dive back into
volunteered
securities.
you for everyone, Joe.
Yeah, we're not going to do securities issues again with our last couple minutes here, because I think we lost a little bit of people in the audience when we go too deep down securities stuff. But to wrap up, we shared a little bit of some alpha in terms of where you guys think this space is headed. If there's anything in our last couple minutes that you guys specifically want to call out as things to watch for everybody who's watching us right now.
Sure, I'll start here. So at FTX, we've actually been leveraging our custodial stack. A good way to think about FTX is many different modular products that are API first, GUI second. So companies can come and grab different pieces and put them together and put a different front end on them. So we've been doing this for NFTs, which essentially allow big companies to create an experience where you can have a username and password and then go through the flow of onboarding fiat and purchasing your NFT all in one place, and then they can onboard it into the Web3 world that they want as well. A big reason that big companies are doing this is for the AML compliance, which is still very much under development in blockchain native NFTs. So that's something pretty exciting that FTX has been working on lately, and we're working with several quite large companies, so stay tuned.
Rohan?
Very cool.
Just Flow token, NFL all day? Which one are we going to hype?
Well, absolutely all of those things. I mean, look, like the main alpha, I would say, is step back from the Kool-Aid and think long term, right? What are the most important communities? What are the most engaging projects? What are the teams that are working every day to push things forward? But to double down on what Tristan just said, Dapper and lots of companies are working on exactly solving this problem: how to democratize the access to these to good user experience, essentially. So Dapper Wallet, the thing that's helped NBA Top Shot get to its current point, $1.5 billion in transaction volume, today is open to about half dozen third parties, another dozen coming in the next 30 days, and another 100 are integrating in the next 60. And that, so along with what FTX is doing and others are doing, that's going to mean that the NFT world is going to get accessible to 100x, 1,000x, 10,000x more people. Now, those 10,000x more people aren't going to come and spend per user the same amount that kind of the crypto people are spending, but it's still a massive expansion in TAM, and kind of lets pricing and everything kind of normalize to actual community value rather than a small group that's sort of bidding up a small selection of assets. So my main alpha is think long term and sort of think in terms of where culture is going, where trends are going, and bet on the right communities.
Yeah. Go, we've got 30 seconds.
Cool. Main alpha, engage, right? Like, be part of these communities. Go out, buy an NFT, even if it's scary, and guess what? You might get scammed or rugged. It happens a lot in crypto.
It's part of the journey.
It's part of and you learn, and you're like, well, I will never click on that link again, right? But engage, like, be a user. That's the best way to know what's happening, be on the ground.
I'll agree on that. I think we should engage and innovate. As I mentioned, we're launching our NFT incubator at Wharton, so ping us, and we're excited. We're working with Dapper and others on that, and I think the greatest way to grow and innovate in the space is to have lots of people be in it, lots of people learning, lots of people working together.
Yeah, well, hopefully y'all learned a little bit there. It was a great birthday present to have you guys up here with me, but thanks so much to you guys. Enjoy the rest of my birthday party out here at the Bahamas. Appreciate it.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Happy birthday. Okay, we are down to the final panel before lunch, DeFi Future Inside the Making of a New Financial System. And I think that most people in this room would agree that the current financial system is broken. Well, maybe not broken, but at least it's not an ideal system for a large number of global constituents. I also have to make a little personal announcement that I really hate it when I go to a conference and there's a panel on female empowerment and it's 4 females on the panel. I love it when I go to a conference and there's a panel on DeFi Future and there are 4 females on the panel. So to bring home the final session before lunch, I'd like to welcome Sheila Warren from the Council for Crypto, Mary Catherine Lader from Uniswap, Rebecca Reddig from Aave, and Liz Matthew from Consensus. Please give a warm round of applause for the final panel before lunch.
All right. Well, being mindful that we are standing between you and lunch, I have to say I could not be more thrilled to have this powerhouse of talent here to talk about DeFi. And I wanted to start off by saying there are a lot of things we could talk about here in Crypto Bahamas, and this is a session dedicated to DeFi. I'm passionate about DeFi because I'm really passionate about financial inclusion, and I think that DeFi is the best, possibly the only method we're going to have for creating a more inclusive financial system. But I'd love to hear from our panel, like you've all made leaps, you've dedicated your careers at this point to DeFi. Why is that? Why are you so passionate about it? MC, let's start with you.
Sure. So I agree with you. I think that DeFi has the potential to transform the financial system, but also it's a core foundational building block for everything we've been talking about today. So Katie Han talked about the importance of the growth of non-financial applications in crypto. You just heard a lot about NFTs and gaming. And the ability to exchange that value is critical to being able to represent it or have it actually be useful. So the explosion in play-to-earn games, the explosion in a lot of different digital property is in part, it's undergirded by DeFi. So after a decade or more in traditional finance, I was just captivated by the potential. And we're still in really early days. The entire market is 4 million users. And so there's a lot that lies ahead in terms of simplifying the user experience, and I think we'll see dramatic adoption in the next year or two.
And I think it's fascinating to see there are a plethora of conferences exploding in subcultures within crypto, right? There's NFT conferences, play-to-earn conferences, but every conference has a session on DeFi, and there's a reason for that, which is it's the backbone, the foundation of this entire ecosystem. But Rebecca, I'd love to hear what drew you to this.
Similar to MC, I think, and similar to you, I think that both DeFi and the Web3 infrastructure is really meant to transform the way we interact with each other and the way we interact with the world around us. And so it will transform the way we deal with finance. It will transform the way we communicate with each other through decentralized social media, which has gotten a lot of attention today and in the past week or two. And I think it will also transform the way we deal with culture generally through NFTs and the arts and how we're digitizing music and art in general. So I'm excited by what we can see from this evolution and how we can build out something new and continue innovating in the whole system generally.
And Liz?
Yeah, I think we've all come from traditional finance backgrounds, and I think it was quite glaringly obvious over the last few decades how inaccessible and cost prohibitive traditional capital markets is. That's only gotten worse, and it's a radical departure in how Aave and Uniswap thinks about the essential manufacture and distribution of financial engineering. So that to me is absolutely disruptive in a way that incremental innovation can't quite improve on capital market structures today. So I find that extremely profound.
So given that we're poised for a radical transformation via DeFi, and DeFi applications of the entire financial system, what are the barriers and challenges? Like, why aren't we there yet? Why isn't this catching on like wildfire all around the world? Maybe Rebecca, I'll start with you.
Sure. So I think there are a number of different pieces that are making DeFi adoption challenging, or there are some barriers to entry. Some of it is just knowledge. I think MC can talk to the making the user experience better. I think there are a lot of people working on that right now in a number of different ways in terms of making it really accessible. And I think that the other piece of it is there is uncertainty around the regulatory structure as it relates to DeFi, right? We all know the way we interact with financial intermediaries. We have certainty around the financial system as it exists today through regulation that focuses on financial intermediaries. But when you remove those intermediaries, I think there is both uncertainty from users or consumers as well as from regulators as to how to deal with this new system. I think the positive part of that is that those of us in the DeFi space are really focused on removing that barrier to entry as soon as humanly possible. So both myself and a number of others, including the Crypto Council for Innovation, as well, and the DeFi Education Fund and the Blockchain Association, and a number of others behind the scenes are really working to speak to and educate regulators in the US, in the EU, and in the UK to ensure that there is, one, a really important and detailed understanding of how the technology works, and two, where we can create evergreen regulation that will give the same level of certainty to users while also making sure we don't stifle innovation. So I think those are the two big pieces, I think, on barriers to entry.
MC?
Yeah, I would agree that user experience is a huge barrier, but I also think that we haven't explained the concrete benefits. So a lot of what we just said probably sounds very abstract in sort of financial inclusion, more transparency, better market structure, but we, I think, have to do a better job of explaining what that actually means. So for example, if you have a decentralized exchange, anyone in the world can become a liquidity provider. That's a revolutionary concept that I find sometimes has to be repeated over and over for it to sink in terms of what that means. Why is that positive? Why is taking what today has huge barriers to entry, massive technology investment, huge costs in traditional markets to be a liquidity provider, and letting anyone do that? It transforms that and makes it an investment strategy for anybody. So you have to sort of walk through some of those benefits. I think we have to make that clear. And then the user experience, absolutely. So just to break it down, I mean, if you want to use Aave or Uniswap, you have to first swap, obviously, exchange through a fiat on-ramp your fiat into on a centralized exchange. Then you have to get a wallet like MetaMask or LizWorks and use a non-custodial wallet, and then you have to connect your wallet. So those hiccups in today's world of seamless technology are really meaningful, and at every point, it's an opportunity for someone who's already nervous to stop and decide that they don't want to participate. But I do think in the matter of certainly 12 months, if not less, we'll see those be compressed. And you'll see that you can, with one click or two clicks, you can start to join a DAO. You can start to participate as a liquidity provider somewhere. So I'm really optimistic that that part is being very actively worked on by many, many companies, including Uniswap Labs.
Liz?
Yeah, I'm actually quite optimistic because, yes, we've seen sort of rapid adoption of DeFi among retail participants in the last 2 years. Early last year, we had several funds approach us to say, I'm using a spreadsheet, a ledger device, and the Orange Fox to manage my portfolio, and I need something better. And that really was the origins of why we launched MetaMask Institutional, with primarily three basic fundamental user needs being solved. One was custodial access to DeFi, which had then the multi-user permissioning that professionals needed to run an industrial portfolio management solution for DeFi. The second was, how do you think about counterparty risk in context of DeFi? It is quite, it's very different to any kind of marketplace in TradFi. And so, that's also a technologically solvable problem. And we did solve that by indexing addresses tagged for various nefarious activities and being able to surface a risk score that gave you an idea of the health of the pool that you're about to interact with. And then thirdly, just improving, you touched upon the user experience, basic tools like how do I look at my portfolio? How do I understand how have I performed?
How do I calculate my taxes?
And my taxes. And we've solved that with a dashboard. And it's really interesting. We talk about the portfolio trilemma, the portfolio view trilemma of how do we have a solution that is low latency, scalable, but is still getting data from a hugely fragmented market. And that's a challenge that we've been busy building towards solving for. We launched in October, and we've had 150 organizations join the platform and exponentially growing. So we've solved a few of the building blocks that was required to actually look at DeFi from a professional, institutional standpoint. But there's just, there are many more challenges,
Yeah, I think also just to build on both of your points, I mean, DeFi is so young, right?
Yeah.
DeFi summer was like 2 summers ago, maybe 3 summers ago. I don't even remember. 2 summers ago. I was in it. I just don't remember.
2020.
But DeFi is a very young. Like in some ways, we can say we're still in an R&D phase, and this is the most exciting R&D phase I've ever seen. Right? You have an influx of people. People on Wall Street are leaving their but even others are also leaving their long-time jobs in traditional finance to come build this new system in general. So, when you're talking about are there barriers? Yes, but there are so many users today, even in just this short period of time, and people are really dedicating themselves to building out this system. So while and as I said, and then making sure the system is accessible in a safe and environment. And so I think that there is a lot of promise, as Liz said.
Yeah, well, at the Crypto Council, we of course focus on regulation, and the innovations you're describing, Liz, are exactly the kinds of things that I think a lot of agencies, especially in the United States, want to see. How do you get more information at the right time, do more education, provide a holistic overview of what these assets are doing, when to engage, how to engage, and engage in consumer education, which I think is a big part of what is causing a little bit of stress among some regulatory agencies. So a lot of people do say that regulation is the big risk here, that if the wrong regulation gets put into place, this whole thing is going to constrict. It's going to constrict the growth of DeFi. And I'm really curious to get your thoughts on that. And what specifically, if that is true, if you agree with that, then what specifically do you think the real risks and challenges are when it comes to the regulatory environment and landscape? Maybe MC, you're nodding.
Yeah, sure. So any financial system or financial services come with risks. And I think it's actually an opportunity to have better compliance solutions because you have an instantly transparent immutable record, obviously, right? So whether that means better disclosure, whether that means ways to attack market manipulation, to have better anti-money laundering, to think creatively about what about KYC rules is effective in actually solving for a problem, and what is just implementing a series of existing regulations. So I think this is an opportunity to have rules that protect consumers even more. And so we work proactively, particularly in the US with the Biden administration, with different agencies to help them think about what that could look like. But you're right that today the sort of confusion about, well, what rules pertain and which ones don't, does, I think, sometimes linger in people's minds. Sam mentioned this morning that there really aren't, it's not clear that there's direct analogs for some of the things in DeFi, right? So there's analogs for some things like market surveillance, but there may not be direct analogs for like asset creation. DeFi's enabled user-generated markets for the first time. And so in the same way that YouTube and user-generated content exploded copyright regimes and exploded the regulatory framework for intellectual property and content, I do think that that's going to happen and is happening in financial services. That doesn't mean that we can't try to kind of shoehorn in the meantime, but I think that the ability for anyone in the world to create a market for anything does mean that we're going to ultimately have to have a different approach.
I mean, I think that's right. But let's back up for a second and say the way that DeFi works today already addresses a lot of the things that our traditional financial regulations are intended to address. So counterparty risk, yes, I think looking at a pool as a whole is important, but you don't have peer-to-peer counterparty risk in the same way when you're interacting with a DeFi pool. It also has enhanced transparency. You can watch the entire system in real time. It's actually something when I'm speaking to policymakers and regulators that I actually try to emphasize a lot, to say, like, you're not going to have to do an 18-month audit and fly a whole team to Texas to look at a small bank. Like, you can watch it all happen as it as it goes. It also, I think, eliminates the information asymmetries that the securities laws were created to address. So as an initial matter, we need to start with a different baseline, which is a lot of the things that old regulations or traditional financial regulations were intended to address or have already been addressed. So then the next question is, what are the goals underlying other regulation and how do we implement those? Like consumer protection, or a lot of is who is liable at the end of the day is going to look different because there are different actors in the space. It's not the same as the traditional intermediaries that we're used to. But I will say I'm optimistic about this too, because I do believe that while there was this rush to talk about regulation and to try to say and implement things that look like regulation, I have seen a slowing down, particularly in the United States, and I think in particular with the executive order, to say, let's learn about the technology, let's figure it out. We understand, especially with respect to DeFi, that we're not quite sure what this is, and we do need a little education around it. And I can say, I'm sure you've had the same experience as well, and I know your GR team at Consensus too, but everybody is engaging, I'd say on a weekly basis, with various policymakers and regulators to do these DeFi 101s. Now I've created a advanced topics in DeFi presentation, so we're getting somewhere. DAOs are part of that. So I think that there has been a slowing down, which gives me hope that there will be this regulation that works in decentralized systems. But even to go back to some of the earlier panels, I think on the layer 1 panel, they were talking about what decentralization means. That's a core tenet that we're going to have to address as we're creating regulation. And it's very hard to give concrete contours to decentralization.
You know, regulation isn't all bad. I would say, it is important to establish identity on chain. And I think there are some nuances in how you go about the right framework or the right design that enforces this and gives, firstly, who takes the liability now that it's a radically different paradigm. But there are like you mentioned, it is more transparent, it's more auditable, it's more real time. These are technological challenges that can be solved. I am hugely encouraged by the work that we're doing collectively with protocols, custodians, and identity providers to come up with solutions that are scalable. Because keep in mind, you're going from a paradigm where you have maybe 24 broker-dealers that were syndicating risk to now 17,000 plus, right? And so how do we think about a scalable solution in addressing that? I don't think that, the core principles of investor protection, identity, and audit trail, being able to monitor, those things are still very relevant in this market.
Yeah, something we talk about a lot is just what are the goals behind any regulation or policy? And the goal is not regulation of an industry, it's one of these public policy goals. It's consumer protection, it's identification of illicit activity and disincentivization of that kind of activity. And what we always say is the technology itself, to your point, Rebecca, really makes a lot of that possible and must be factored into account. But that relies, of course, on the idea that we truly are decentralized. That's a premise, it's in the name DeFi. So I want to click on what you said. It is the hardest question, I think, for any of us to answer, and it varies across the ecosystem of DeFi. So how do we know decentralization when we see it, right? Like, what are the kind of triggers, signals, symbols of a truly decentralized system?
Two ways to think about that. One is, in the same way that Satoshi Nakamoto can't control or change the Bitcoin blockchain, a truly decentralized protocol, there's no single entity, there's no single team that can likewise single-handedly change things, whether that's technical changes, governance changes and the like. The second thing, though, I think it's more sort of practical than theoretical, is a functioning governance system. So there's different approaches to governance of decentralized protocols. Some have deliberately minimized governance because decentralized governance is complicated and can take, or not so much complicated, but can take time. But I think if you look at Aave, for example, or Compound and Uniswap, you've seen major decisions like upgrades of the smart contracts, change of rates, the addition of different fee tiers, like these fundamental decisions have ultimately been decided on by token holders. And I think those are the sort of proof points that decentralization is working. And meanwhile, the core teams that maybe had started some of those protocols are moving on to focus on user experience and that sort of application layer, while sort of the decentralization of the protocol takes shape and matures.
Yeah. I mean, I think the hallmark is control. I usually talk about it in 3 parts, but 2 of them are yours too. So one is it technologically decentralized? Are you deployed to a permissionless blockchain that's run by numerous nodes and that there is no central point, as you said, of control or failure or anything like that? Is it decentralized from a governance perspective? So do you have a number of non-coordinated, dispersed, and diffuse entities, wallets, whoever it may be, voting and making decisions on the changes? And then the last is the original software developer decentralized away from the growth of the technology? And I think that's when we're bringing regulation back into it, it's something that policymakers think a lot about because they are focused on this intermediary aspect too. Is the creator of this new system still involved in it? And I think it's really tough when you've developed something like software that you really love to pull yourself away from it. But I think because it is such a core tenet, even just from an ethos perspective, right, like of the cypherpunks originally, to be the software developer who doesn't hold an admin key and has no ability to control user funds, who is not the one pulling things behind the strings, who's not participating actively in governance or controlling governance in some behind the way scenes. And so that's the really nebulous part, right? The other two you can really measure. And so I think the hardest part is to measure this decentralization away of the creator, from the system and the ecosystem around it. But I'm really encouraged by that. Obviously, Uniswap is very different because you guys don't have an admin key and it is sort of its own growth. But even for us, we don't hold an admin key. It's held by governance and so controlled by this group of over 100,000 unique wallet addresses that vote in governance and make proposals and the like. And so I think that there's a lot of promise to governance and to moving software developers away from their original projects.
You know, I can't add much to what both of you say, and you know, MetaMask is not decentralized. But what I can say as a byproduct of a decentralized finance or financial markets is that you know, we've seen the proliferation of tens of thousands of DeFi protocols emerge you know, without a single corporate enterprise really doing anything. This was an ecosystem play. We've had protocols spring up and integrate to MetaMask, and that's basically created, you know, 30 million monthly active users on the wallet today. What has been a byproduct of this is you have now these composable Lego pieces of different financial primitives that all work together, you know, and that's what is absolutely fascinating about DeFi as opposed to the earlier siloed forms of issuance and distribution of risk.
And so one thing I think people find confusing a lot, right? So Rebecca, you don't work for Aave, you work for the Aave companies, right? MC, you don't work for Uniswap, you work for Uniswap Labs. Can you just explain the difference there so everyone understands? Because you are employed by an entity that has that name in it, and people don't understand how that aligns with decentralization. So Rebecca, you're the lawyer, maybe I'll turn to you first.
Sure, I mean, just to go back to the last point I made about the software developer versus the protocol, I work for the Aave companies. You should think of it like Google or any other software development company, Twitter, whatever it may be. And unlike traditional software development companies, we don't control or hold or have data or information or anything like that about the users of the software we created. And then Aave, the protocol, really lives on the Ethereum blockchain and some other blockchains as well, because governance has voted to deploy it there. And it is controlled and used by a pseudonymous group of people, and I'm not employed by the DAO, and those users have nothing to do with me, and I have nothing to do with those users, but our company is continuing to build software and new and different types of innovative Web3 products, and that's the difference for me.
And maybe, MC, you can speak a bit about governance. We talked a bit about governance, but just to level set for folks, what does that mean exactly?
Right. So as Rebecca said, both Aave and Uniswap decentralized protocols. So that means the team at Uniswap Labs was the original creator and is still a core contributor to the Uniswap protocol, but they are self-executing autonomous smart contracts on the Ethereum blockchain and now a few other blockchains. So if our team were to dissolve, Uniswap will continue to operate. The protocol itself grows. We have no proactive growth efforts, no proactive business development efforts.
There's just this really I have to say it because we're here, but there's this really famous legal opinion that was written by a district court in the Southern District of New York, where they talk about the Bahamas test, how you know something's decentralized, where everyone like in crypto decamps and goes to the Bahamas, and the protocol keeps growing. So since we're in the Bahamas, that's an important point.
So thank you for making me feel so relevant. I could stay here forever and nothing would change. It would not make any difference whatsoever. It's true. So that's one principle, is that the technology itself is self-executing. Uniswap Labs, the team, is now building other products that you can think about that is analogous to, in the case of email, SMTP, the core protocol, and then you have Gmail, the sort of application layer. It's building products that help you access email, make it safer, simpler, et cetera. But governance, how does governance work? So there is a Uni token associated with the Uniswap protocol. There are 300,000 holders. The token, when it was created, was airdropped to all the users of the protocol up until that point, and then also to some of the original contributors of the protocol. The ownership of that has spread over time because you can buy the token in different places. And any owner of the token can put forward a proposal, or any person could ask to have Uni delegated to them to put forward a proposal. So a couple examples. There was a proposal put forward by a member of the community to create a 1 basis point fee tier on stablecoin pairs. And they put forward that proposal. It was voted on. There's sort of 3 phases of the voting process. You require a quorum of about 4% of the total outstanding tokens, which is very low in the context of corporate governance. So the barriers to participation are really very, very low to pass a proposal. And that passed. And that proposal then increased the Uniswap protocol's market share in stablecoin trading from about 40% to like 85% of stablecoin trading. So the owners of the owners of the token, the participants in the protocol, are incentivized to think about what will drive its growth and to make it resilient. And one other example I'll just share: people constantly will ask or tweet, when is Uniswap going to be deployed on other chains? That's another decision that is governed by the DAO, the Decentralized Autonomous Organization, by the decentralized governance. So there have already been 3 proposals to deploy on other chains. The code to deploy on other chains is open source, publicly available on GitHub. And so hopefully that gives you a sense as to the kinds of things that require the decentralized governance participation.
Thanks for that. So Liz, you and I we're adjacent but very engaged with the DeFi ecosystem, right? So I'm on the steering committee of DeFi Education Fund, the Orange Box, of course. What are you most excited about and watching most closely in the DeFi space?
I'm really enthusiastic about the rapid institutional adoption in DeFi. I personally speak to 20 funds a week at this point, talking about the institutional measures that you can put in place to industrialize participation in this asset class. I'm hugely optimistic about that continuing to grow. We have 7 custodians on our platform today, and we're going to continue to be agnostic and aggregate across various solutions to create a really the tools that you need to really manage this asset class. So I'm terribly optimistic, even though I work in a DAO. I mean, to give you an example, like Gnosis, for example, custodies 100 billion in assets, primarily DAO treasuries, right? They're not a custodian, but that's what you have, and then you get to answer questions, fundamental questions of really what is custody when the asset is on the blockchain? What is private key management? Do you need a qualified custodian? What's the right way to keep your assets safe? How do you think about security? Those are the kind of questions that I spend most of my time thinking about, and there's strong market interest to come up with solutions that address that.
I just want to pause there for a moment. 20 funds a week. The DeFi summer was 2020, I remember, because it was right after the lockdowns and everything else. It's seared in my brain. That's in 2 years, not even 2 years, we're seeing massive entrance of institutional investors into this space. It basically complements the massive explosion in retail that we're seeing as well. And so this is happening so fast. It's just happening Every single day, we're just seeing doubling, tripling, explosions in the amount of value held within the DeFi ecosystem, in strides in the user interface that we talked about earlier, which I think are critical to increasing adoption, and also more and more understanding on the part of those who are in positions of power, policymakers, regulators, others, that can affect the trajectory of this ecosystem and push it, I would say, towards a more inclusive model. So I'd love to just conclude quickly with just, if there's one thing you'd love the audience to take away about DeFi, what is it? Let's go down the line. MC, we'll start with
Yeah, I'd say it's that DeFi is a core enabler of the entire growth of crypto.
Nicely put.
I feel like we're done.
Mic drop, exactly.
Yeah, I feel like we should end with that. But to that point, I think, and to points we talked about earlier, this is the most exciting time, right? We are extremely early in DeFi, and where we are going to go from here, I don't think any of us can really imagine, given the innovation that's occurred in the last 2 years. And so I am incredibly excited to see what DeFi brings to all of us in the coming years.
How do I top that, right? No, I'm extremely excited about the access it brings. You know, the universe of funds has gone from maybe 100 funds that banks were willing to serve profitably to now tens of thousands, right? So I think that access and democratization of capital markets is what I find so fascinating about DeFi.
Yeah, and I'll echo that and just say for me, the answer is just as we see this connection between more regulatory clarity that will enter this space and going from 10 different things you have to do, you know, to like 1 click, 2 click, and you're in, I think we're going to see the promise really realized of having a more democratic, inclusive, equitable, and accessible financial system, which is certainly the reason I think a lot of us entered this space, recognizing problems that exist in TradFi that we don't want to port over into this new system. So thank you so much to our incredible panel today, to all of you for coming. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sheila.
Well done.
Well, that was a very positive note to end on. Lunch is served outside on the Jasmine lawn, and we'll see you back here in an hour. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. The program is about to resume. Please take your seats.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. We're running a few minutes late, so I will just jump straight into it. We heard from some of the earlier panels that one of the trade-offs, or perhaps historical trade-offs with Bitcoin, has been its scalability, its ability to process transactions efficiently. There is, however, a solution to this, namely the Layer 2 Lightning Network. So to discuss in more detail some of the applications of this, I would like to welcome the opening panel after lunch, The Future of Bitcoin and Lightning, with Elizabeth Stark from Lightning Labs, Meltem Demirors from CoinShares, moderated by Skybridge's Brett Messing. So please welcome the first panel.
Go
right ahead. Here we are.
How was lunch? Was it good? Yeah, all right.
All right, so we're going to start off with a question. In 2021, I think Michael Saylor, well, maybe there would be some dispute about this. For me, he was the undisputed MVP of Bitcoin. So as we're, I guess, almost 4 months into 2022, who is our Bitcoin MVP so far?
I'm happy to kick it off. I have the same MVP every year. I'm so boring. Satoshi, obviously. But that's like a quite, I guess, easy answer. I would say Elizabeth Stark. Lightning is having an incredible breakout year. And having known Elizabeth for the last 7 years and having worked together on Lightning for the last 7 years, I think a lot of the work Elizabeth and her team at Lightning Labs have been doing and the ecosystem they've built around Lightning has just been incredibly important to bring us to this point. So you're my MVP.
Thank you, Meltem. We've had a lot of adventures together throughout the years and, you know, all of the ups and downs of this magic internet money world. So for me, in 2022, I would say the Human Rights Foundation, including Alex Gladstein, their Chief Strategy Officer, and Yeonmi Park, a board member, North Korean defector, and human rights activists. Because, you know, we hear a lot about number go up in the markets, but Bitcoin has such massive implications for freedom globally, for people living under authoritarian regimes, billions, for human rights use cases. They did a panel in Miami at Bitcoin 2022. Jack Dorsey said it was one of the best panels. Highly recommend checking it out. But their work deserves recognition globally because Bitcoin is really providing people like Yeonmi freedom. And for example, she talked about defectors from North Korea, how access to financial freedom is so key. There are church groups that are helping defectors using Bitcoin and how this technology can really change the face of what's going on there.
Wow, I don't have to go after the Human Rights Foundation.
What do you got, Brett?
It's like go after the Beatles on Ed Sullivan. I would say it's Do Kwon and his commitment to buying Bitcoin, but more the idea of Bitcoin really being used as collateral. I think that as a broad use case is super exciting. So that's not as good as the Human Rights Foundation, but it's what I got. So there was another conference earlier in the month in Miami, the Bitcoin conference, and while I didn't go, all the scouting reports I got was that it was sort of lightning, lightning, lightning. So Elizabeth, can you give us sort of an update on what's going on with Lightning and why that was sort of the headliner of the conference?
Yeah, as mentioned, it's certainly been a wild ride since first kind of getting involved in this technology 2014, talking to people in 2015, big tech companies telling me what I was doing would never work. I'm insane. Bitcoin is insane, and Lightning is even crazier.
You're still insane, by the way.
I love you, Melda. And you know, as it turns out, internet-native digital money is really important for the evolution of technology. Why today can I send a photo in any application across the world instantly, interoperably, but to send value is still actually really difficult cross-border, right? The world is finally waking up to this, and at Bitcoin Miami, there were like tens of thousands of people attending this conference, a lot of builders, developers, people from around the world. We saw a number of major announcements, including Robinhood, BitPay, Kraken had just announced, NCR, which is a major credit card processor, and Jack Muller is the founder of Strike, enabling Lightning for a lot of major retailers. So that was exciting. We also, at Lightning Labs, are working on a new protocol, which we'll get to, called taro, like the chips, if anybody knows, or the root vegetable, for enabling assets in Bitcoin and Lightning and stablecoins. So people are finally seeing that internet-native digital money really can make a difference globally. And some people say, by the way, they say, well, I don't necessarily want to spend my Bitcoin, right? But maybe that's not as relevant if you have, say, an Amex card. But what if you're living in Venezuela or Argentina or Ghana or Vietnam or the Philippines? There are many people globally for which this is going to be extremely transformative, and it already is today. So I think we're finally seeing this recognition of the fact that having this layer 2 on Bitcoin, enabling it to scale, having these instant high volume transactions are going to pose a threat to the existing legacy players that are not innovating, that have very high fees, and that many people globally don't even have access to. You know, you look at a country like El Salvador that made Bitcoin legal tender, something like 80% of the population has a smartphone, but only 20 to 30% of people have a bank account. People are going to leapfrog the technology, and we're already seeing that today. They don't need the legacy players because they can have something better that's going to be cheaper and that's going to be more interoperable and that's going to give them access.
So I'm sorry, I shifted around because I want to be able to make this sort of a conversation. So full admission, we are investors in Lightning Labs. So we are, you know, a supporter and fan of the vision.
Thank you for your support.
With that disclosure, I have to say that, I'm going to come to you, Melton, the separation between sort of money and state, I think, is being like Bitcoin's primary mission. Payments increasingly so. So I know you feel passionately that payments are a core, probably a co-equal on that. So can you address why you feel that way?
Yeah, I think one of the interesting narratives we're seeing evolve, and your person of the year for Bitcoin for 2022, Do Kwon, and this idea that Bitcoin is really useful as a store of value. It's the ultimate form of collateral because it settles with finality. It trades in a highly liquid market 24/7, and so it's a great form of collateral. It can be liquidated programmatically, so it dramatically minimizes risk and it can't be double spent. I think one of the challenges with that is if the only thing we do with Bitcoin is buy it and hold it, then there's no incentive for miners to secure the Bitcoin network, right? And that becomes more relevant as the block size reward goes down over time and we become more dependent on transaction fees. Now, arguably, that's going to take a long time. Bitcoin's emissions schedule doesn't cease until 2140, so a lot of time here. But I think one of the really important things is to not just talk about, as Elizabeth said, number go up and holding Bitcoin as collateral and hoping that number go up, but making sure that Bitcoin is actually useful for what it's intended for, which is non-sovereign money, right? That people can hold, that people can custody themselves. And I think in order to do that, we need more functional use cases that highlight why and how Bitcoin is so unique from so many other cryptocurrencies, particularly why Bitcoin's proof of work consensus mechanism is so important. And I think payments and actually spending and seeing the censorship that's happening on other protocols is actually a really important part of highlighting why Bitcoin is such a critical component to enabling financial freedom and minimizing the ability for states in particular, as Elizabeth said, totalitarian regimes to engage in financial censorship, which, by the way, is also becoming more prevalent in Western democracies, right, as we've seen over the last year in particular. So we got to spend it. We got to use it.
Right,
You
and by
can't
the way,
just hodl.
Bitcoin is going for the decentralized money network effect, and it has it today, right? And we see a number of protocols that are in the decentralized compute side of things. Lynn Alden, macro researcher, a good friend of mine, has written incredible work. She has a great piece on Bitcoin network effects. Highly recommend reading it. She talks about Metcalfe's law and the idea that as the number of users on a network increase, the value of that network increases exponentially. So you have Bitcoin with a network effect for hash power, for security, for liquidity, for value, and for number of users globally for decentralized money, right? So that is a key component. And Meltem and I like to meme.
Yeah, we do.
We create memes on the internet, right? One of my memes was number of people go up because bringing Bitcoin to billions is key. Bitcoin for billions, not billionaires. Not to mean that billionaires can't own it, but the goal should really be to bring this to the entire world and to empower them. The idea that we're solving real problems for real people is one that's really key to me. I think there are a lot of technologies out there that are a solution in search of a problem. Let's think about how to solve problems for businesses, for companies, and for people and humans at the end of the day, which is key here. And then Bitcoin is not just a digital rock, right? People say decentralized gold or digital gold, but Bitcoin is also a monetary network. And if we're not enabling all these really interesting use cases, by the way, we have hundreds of companies building on the Lightning Labs platform, the broader Lightning network. There's a huge amount of developer activity. A lot of it is outside the US. A lot of it is in emerging markets. And that actually enables Bitcoin to become useful, for it to be in people's day-to-day lives. The vast majority of users may not even know they're using Bitcoin in the future, especially with a lot of the new technology we're working on. And that's kind of like the internet, right? How many people know they're using TCP/IP today? Well, we might know because we're a bit geeky, but most of the world does not know that, right? So Bitcoin being the internet of money is really coming to fruition. In many ways, a lot faster than we might have realized. And that enables this Bitcoin monetary network as opposed to merely Bitcoin just sitting in storage as a digital rock that isn't actually useful for people today.
Yeah, and most of that Bitcoin in custody, by the way, is held by a third-party custodian or is held by a smart contract that has maybe a 3 of 5 or 5 of 9 multi-sig. So it's not necessarily moving the arc closer to decentralization, but rather is relying on the same trusted schemes that Bitcoin was sort of designed to avoid.
But people are choosing that, right? So,
sure.
Right?
And there's a spectrum, right? I think one of the things I'm very sensitive to, there's definitely some extreme views out there around how Bitcoin should be used. I don't think it's prescriptive. There's certainly a spectrum, and people are very comfortable with very different models. So for example, my dad is terrified of using a ledger. He finds Bitcoin as a concept to be baffling, and he's a very smart person, but he's never interacted with anything like it before. So for him, he loves having a Gemini account or an FTX account and using it the same way he uses a brokerage account. But the hope is that as we give people better tools and more usable tools, they'll get more and more comfortable utilizing services that push us closer to decentralization and enable people to actually appreciate some of the benefits of self-sovereignty, which is something that many of us, it's something I had certainly never thought about because I grew up in the Western world. I've always had access to a bank account, a credit card. But I think as we teach people and give them better tools, hopefully we can start to move the arc of the narrative and people's preferences more towards decentralization and self-sovereignty.
By the way, you have access to a credit card, but today in the United States, people use paper checks, or there's the ACH system that can take, if it's a long weekend, like 3 or 4 days, right? So it's not like we're actually really that far ahead in very developed economies. And it's certainly not interoperable.
Yeah.
Like, being an internet geek, part of what inspired me to work on Bitcoin and Lightning and to start my company was the idea, it seems so obvious to me, that you should have a native internet protocol for value, right? The creators of the web in the early 90s envisioned that there would be a way to natively send and receive money online, right? So people know 404, the HTTP error code not found, like you go to a website, it's the wrong page. There's also an error code, HTTP 402, that was payment required. So back then, people thought this would be possible. And it wasn't until Bitcoin that it actually enabled it to be possible. And then, of course, the Lightning Layer 2 aspect that has the instant high-volume transactions where you can natively send and receive Bitcoin and soon other assets with Bitcoin underpinning it.
So one of the biggest areas in crypto broadly, which has surprised me, and because I found them boring initially, was stablecoins. And now I've come around and I find it to be a very exciting space. You're enabling Lightning for stablecoins. Can you sort of speak to these sort of technological upgrades that you've teased a little bit? And let's...
Definitely, yeah. So a couple weeks ago, we at Lightning Labs announced a proposal for a new protocol for Bitcoin called Taro. Did you know that Nigeria is the #1 exporter of taro? It's also big in Venezuelan and South American cuisine in Southeast Asia. And my co-founder, Lalu, is Nigerian American. So I actually learned that recently. And it is based on Taproot, which is a recent upgrade to the Bitcoin protocol. So people think, oh, Bitcoin doesn't change. But actually, it intentionally has a very different design philosophy than other protocols. You want the base layer to be relatively simple and very stable. And then with Lightning and other technologies, you're able to abstract complexity to higher layers and build on top of that. So the Bitcoin philosophy is something like proceed cautiously and build a secure base layer, and then you can move faster on layer 2 and Lightning. And this is actually bringing the design principles of the internet, something like the TCP/IP, to Bitcoin and Lightning. So based on Taproot, which enables greater privacy and contracting functionalities on Bitcoin, we're using a tree structure to enable assets to be issued on the base Bitcoin layer, and then importantly, you can move it into layer 2. So from our standpoint, stablecoins are a key component of this because there's a lot of demand for it, right? Why should somebody pay 3% plus a 30-cent base fee to send a couple dollars over, say, the existing Visa or MasterCard network? What about cross-border payments? 10, maybe even 20% for very low-value payments when people are sending and receiving that. So the goal with this protocol is, so again, I like to meme, Bitcoinizing the dollar and Bitcoinizing fiat currency. You hear of dollarizing, right? Dollarized economy. Well, we're here to Bitcoinize things. And so we release this protocol to the community. It's a series of technical specifications in a series of what we call Bitcoin improvement proposals. We've gotten feedback from the developer community. We're actively building it out. There's a lot of excitement. And one key component of this is, in terms of the issuance, the assets and stablecoins are issued on the Bitcoin base layer, and you can send and receive like normal Bitcoin. But when you're on layer 2 and Lightning, you're actually routing through Bitcoin liquidity. So you're actually going from like a USD stablecoin to Bitcoin and then back to dollar, and then Bitcoin is underpinning the transactions. So the goal is ultimately you're Bitcoinizing fiat by routing the world's currencies through Bitcoin liquidity. And then Bitcoin, the monetary network over Lightning, is processing these global transactions. And guess what? We can access people, say, in emerging markets that have a mobile phone that aren't in the legacy systems, that are not using, the credit cards of Visa, MasterCard today, but they have a mobile phone. So actually this past week, Morgan Stanley, this is a surprise to me, put out a report saying that Lightning, didn't know they were researching it, always interesting to see what people are doing. They said that Lightning is more practical than debit cards for small volume transactions. So we're seeing this catch on in the broader financial world as well.
Well, I think the other role that stablecoins play, stablecoins.
Hold on one second. I just want to make a point.
Yeah.
I can't believe Morgan Stanley wrote a report on Lightning and didn't talk to you. So while the report was good and I read it, that doesn't seem like deep.
They mentioned
that wasn't deep
our
research.
announcement, but I think they were just reading online.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The report was long, I thought, as well. It was like 10 pages long.
Yeah. No, it was. It was actually an excellent report.
Yeah. Kudos to the Morgan Stanley team. They're actually one of the first. Them and Citi started writing about Bitcoin as early as 2016. So they've been fairly open-minded, albeit some of the early coverage maybe wasn't so positive. But I think one of the other things that's really important, the first real interoperability use case for Bitcoin was the creation of Tether, right, which made the banking system or dollars compatible with Bitcoin. It allowed you to settle on the same underlying network, and was really important to growing the financial market, the capital market that surrounds Bitcoin, and today underpins all of crypto. And today, Tether, right, it might not be 90% of the stablecoin market cap. I think it's closer to 60% right now, but it still comprises 90% of daily stablecoin velocity. It's the most widely utilized stablecoin. The velocity of a Tether is about 1, meaning the Tether market cap turns over once a day, meaning it's really widely utilized in the crypto economy. So I think a lot lot of people, while we would love to see hyper-Bitcoinization and everyone adopting Bitcoin as their unit of account, I think the reality, a lot of people still index to dollars or euros or pounds. So the ability for people to use these reference rates or index currencies they want to hold, and the fact that someone in Venezuela doesn't need to buy black market dollars but can now access dollars through Bitcoin, I think is incredibly powerful. And again, it brings more people into Bitcoin without them necessarily needing to also adopt the Bitcoin gospel and this belief in Bitcoin that we all have, which again, will take time, but we are fully believers in that. But I think it helps a lot with onboarding as well, which is really important.
Well, in that sense, you have Bitcoin as a store of value and a medium of exchange.
I told him before we started, Elizabeth and I, to start going.
I was going to say you have Bitcoin as a store of value and a medium of exchange, but it may not necessarily be the unit of account, but it's powering all these other transactions. And again, check out Alex Gladstein's work, Human Rights Foundation. He talks a lot about the importance of stablecoins and the ability to have fiat operating over Bitcoin for use cases, say in somewhere like Venezuela, in places that are experiencing hyperinflation, and how the emerging market use cases are really relevant here. Ross Stevens, who's a good friend and one of our investors, likes to say, how many countries can you name in the world, right? And you could probably name like 100. And he says, Bitcoin is for all of the other countries that you cannot name. And I think it's really important to remember that this technology is global and that anybody can access it. And that is really what's so key to the power of it.
So one of the things I worried about last year was that Bitcoin was going to become a partisan issue, right? Because we can be partisan about face masks, like why not crypto and Bitcoin. And it's just been amazing how that issue was turned. And Janet Yellen did an interview with Aaron Ross Sorkin that was just mind-blowing to me in terms of just the shift. And obviously the Biden's executive order was much better than any of us could have hoped. That said, yesterday, I guess it was the day before, the New York Assembly, it was yesterday, passed a bill that looks like it's on its way to law, that is a moratorium on Bitcoin mining for a couple of years. So is it a big deal, little deal, no deal?
Massive deal.
Okay.
One of the trends we're seeing, we saw this in the EU as well. There was recently a bill in Europe called MiCA, which is sort of a uniform crypto regulation for the entire Eurozone that included provisions, like a last-minute provision was snuck in around banning proof-of-work mining. And I think the way we're seeing this being positioned, like Bitcoin is an incredibly powerful force. According to NYDIG, they did a recent study, 46 million Americans own cryptocurrencies. That's a huge number. It's a really powerful contingent, and especially younger voters, our generation, who are excluded from the greatest sort of bull run in history, who can't afford to buy homes, who are facing increasing amounts of debt and rapid inflation. Like crypto is a huge part of, I think, how younger voters think about wealth creation. We see a lot of people interested in crypto for this reason. Bitcoin in particular is becoming a huge political issue. Bitcoin is the only protocol today that doesn't have a centralized foundation with known people behind it, right?
We are all Satoshi.
We are all Satoshi. There's no one in Bitcoin.
Except for the person claiming they're actually Satoshi.
He who shall not be named. Look, there are a lot of protocols out there, and they all do different things. But whenever you have people or entities involved, they can be coerced, they can be sanctioned, they can be taxed. They can be made to do things. Politicians like to pick up a phone and call someone and make things happen. You can't do that with Bitcoin. You could call core developers, but core developers write code. The code has to be run by miners. So you could try calling miners, but miners operate in dozens of jurisdictions, and it's not a uniform distribution. There's tons of miners. There's people who mine at home, so you can't attack miners. And then users also dictate what happens to the network, as we saw in 2017 with the block size wars and UASF. And there are millions of Bitcoin users, so no one government or entity can coerce those users.
By the way, highly recommend Jonathan Beer's book on
the block size wars.
Called The Block Size Wars.
Yeah, he is one of our research associates at CoinShares. But I think we're seeing now from politicians this increasing pressure. Bitcoin is the one thing they can't regulate. It doesn't fit into their existing approach to how they deal with threats, how they deal with new sort of agents that are emerging. And so what we're seeing around the world, which is really concerning to me, is using the attack on proof of work, and in particular Bitcoin's energy usage, as a way to implement a de facto ban on Bitcoin without saying it. So I'm going to go ahead and say the thing you're not supposed to say. I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. That's one thing I like to do. Governments are going to try to ban Bitcoin. They're going to try to attack Bitcoin because it's really difficult to do it otherwise. And I think proof of work is something that's easy to attack. I also think there are a number of protocols in the space who have made it a point, or their selling proposition, to say we are greener than Bitcoin. Our consensus mechanism is better than proof of work because it's greener.
And question, how much of a pre-mine did they have and how many tokens did they own?
I mean, the thing is, like, consensus mechanisms are not substitutes for one another. I think, again, there's room for a lot of different protocols. A file storage protocol doesn't necessarily need to rely on proof of work because the function you're performing is very different. But I think, again, what's really interesting to me is, like, they're going to start with proof of work, then it's going to be proof of stake. It doesn't stop here. Right? And so to me, what I'd love to see the cryptocurrency industry do is, instead of trying to use your consensus mechanism or energy use as a way to attack Bitcoin and try to promote your own coin, and spending millions of dollars on lobbying in the way that Ripple has done, for example, in the United States, which, by the way, in talking to senators and talking to the state legislature in New York, a lot of the information they're getting is from other protocols who are lobbying for this, right?
And it's in their economic incentive to attack Bitcoin.
No, it's not. Actually, I disagree. I'm going to disagree with you. I think we are in the growing pie stage, and maybe 5, 10 years from now we can move to let's fucking kill each other stage, but we're not at that stage right now. We want to bring capital into the ecosystem, and I think it's actually very self-defeating. Ripple goes up when Bitcoin goes up. It's statistical. It doesn't take, a genius. So I really don't understand what they're doing.
Let's agree to disagree on that one. But I believe there are a lot of actors out there that are intentionally trying to attack Bitcoin because, there's no CEO, there's no
there's no
governing body.
Yeah, there's no central entity. But again, I think the really important thing is, for this whole industry to succeed, we need Bitcoin to succeed. Like, Bitcoin proof of work is the underpinning for everything. Without Bitcoin, and Bitcoin as liquidity sink, and Bitcoin as, like, the ultimate source of liquidity, none of this exists. So I think it's incredibly short-sighted. I'm going to be calling all of my representatives. Also, I'm very tired of a bunch of people on the internet claiming to be Bitcoiners when all they do is talk shit on the internet. Holding Bitcoin and talking shit on the internet is not contributing to Bitcoin. Pick up a phone, write a letter, call someone, like, do something.
Write some code. So I was actually in Miami a couple weeks ago.
Do something useful.
And brought the youngest known Bitcoin core developer, contributor, on stage. Her name is Ashana, and she's 14. I met her at the developer meetup in New York with her friend as well, Autumn, who's 17, who does a lot of Bitcoin design. So I will say, though, I interact with so many people in this community, the developers, the people contributing, and they are incredible. It's very global. You don't hear a lot about them, right? There's maybe not as much hype as some other things that are out there, but people are building around the world. I talk to startups all the time. Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Philippines has become this big hotspot. Latin America, not only El Salvador, Brazil, Argentina, Sub-Saharan Africa, there's a huge amount of momentum, Ghana, Nigeria. So this is a global technology, enabling access for those who previously didn't have it. So you might not hear these people on Twitter because a lot of the users don't even speak English, right? And they're not loud on Twitter, but this technology is changing lives. It is improving access to financial services. And I also want to comment on the New York thing because I am a proud New Yorker. I'm from New York. New Yorkers wear a lot of black. And frankly, New York has historically been, the financial capital of the world. We are losing that, as a New Yorker. The bit license is something that I stood up against when it was proposed. I still believe that has held New York back. I have a lot of things to do on my to-do list, but getting rid of the bit license is on there right now because it is not making New York a competitive place for, companies to be.
Which, by the way, is why we're in the Bahamas. The Bahamas is a very good place for Bitcoin companies.
States and jurisdictions
go Bahamas.
Will be competitive, right? There's an arbitrage opportunity. You're going to leave a place if it's not going to be friendly to this community and this industry. So with this, moratorium on mining, it's going to bring jobs elsewhere. It's not going to incentivize, people to build in this community. Meltem has done great work around the clean energy aspects of Bitcoin mining. Definitely read her work with CoinShares and the reports she's worked on as well. So New York is going to be left behind because other jurisdictions are going to be more friendly to this industry, which is the future. And one other point around Bitcoin and politics. So we think that this technology is politicized, but for example, there's now a bipartisan bill in the Senate with Cynthia Lummis and Kirsten Gillibrand, so Wyoming and New York, that a number of people have been giving feedback on and they're working on to be very friendly to Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. And then I also want to give a shout out to my friend Erica Rhodes, who's running against Brad Sherman, who is somebody who has continually criticized Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in Congress. She's a 30-something science teacher who is a pro-Bitcoin candidate, pro-Lightning candidate. She actually accepts donations using Bitcoin and Lightning. She's very involved in the community. She gets weekly briefings on Bitcoin. She spoke in Bitcoin Miami. And we're seeing a new generation of people, across party lines in the US who are running for Congress, who are getting engaged, and who really believe in the future of this technology. So the goal is it shouldn't be a partisan issue. Decentralized money and the freedom that comes along with it is something that hopefully we can all agree upon. Now, there may be some legacy institutions or even governments that want to crack down on this. But ultimately, we are going to win as a community because it is the right thing to happen.
They also can't put us all in jail. That's what I say. They might try, but they won't succeed.
Well, just to tie these two things together, I am an Angelino and a supporter of Erica. And I think we have to, look, there are a lot of rich people at this conference. Let's just face it. We need to write checks to congressmen, to senators, to candidates we like. That
There's
is
a lot
why
of great PACs as well that are emerging.
there are PACs. We're in a PAC, but as individuals, there's a.
Oh, and by the way, Erica and many other candidates get charged 4% in credit card fees.
Yeah.
And that's meaningful when you're an upstart candidate trying to run against an incumbent. So with Lightning, she doesn't have any fees, and that's made a sizable difference to her. And she's getting a number of other candidates reaching out to her, and they're like, we want to accept Lightning too. So not only is this relevant, obviously, for the many international use cases and all the new interesting use cases that weren't previously possible around internet money, but it's affecting our political process today. So this is making a real impact for someone like her.
And we're about to have 40 million single issue voters.
Yeah, it's orange versus green, I think, as some folks have said.
No, it's just good politics. Because really, the people who aren't into Bitcoin just don't care. Like, they're not against it, right? Whereas the people who are for it, like us, are passionate about it. And there are more of us.
And one final point, it's not like, so, we're from the US. It's not like everyone there has access to financial services too. And the ability to have the freedom to, hold Bitcoin, transact in Bitcoin, to not have to, engage in the traditional financial system is something that matters to poor communities, that matters to global communities. It is something that is universally applicable, which is so key to the future of what we're building.
All right. Well, that's a wrap. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's great. All right.
Excellent panel, and we'll be going deeper into some of those points on day 3 when we look at how crypto empowers global citizens. I do have a small announcement before I introduce the next panel. We have some really great media partners for this event, and they've set up in the NFT lounge. They've told me they are looking for interesting, eloquent guests. So if you're interesting and eloquent and you would like to do a media interview at some point over the next 3 days, please do head next door to the NFT lounge. Okay, next up we have crypto market making and the maturation of digital assets. We all know that financial markets, including cryptocurrency ones, need liquidity in order to be effective. And on the next panel, we'll be hearing from some of the world's leading cryptocurrency liquidity providers. So I'd like to welcome Zane Tuckett from FTX, who will be your moderator, Kanav Korea from Jump Crypto, Brad Vopney from Hudson River Trading, Eugenie Gavoy from Wintermute, and Bart Smith from Susquehanna. Please welcome crypto market making and the maturation of digital assets.
All right. Well, thank you guys all very much for making it out. Very excited to have everybody out here, and with very high quality guests joining me on the panel. So today we're talking about crypto market making and the maturation of digital assets. I know many of us have been in the space for a while and seen it change quite a bit over the years. So just kind of wanted to go over some of what you've seen and some of what you'll expect to see. And yeah, so we have some very traditional people here from traditional markets, traditional finance backgrounds, and then some more crypto native firms. So I think one of the things that I'm most interested in hearing is as if you're looking to kind of go into the crypto space, what are the trade-offs or the benefits and drawbacks for a large traditional finance trading firm of doing it themselves versus kind of like spinning off their own own crypto native firm to trade?
You want me to lead off?
Sure.
So at Susquehanna, we have 2,400 employees globally. Probably half of them, broadly defined, are technology. So when you're building out stuff, we have a lot of resources that are very specific that we can build tools with, and so that's clearly an advantage. I would say that sometimes you have existing trading software or algos or just stuff that solves problems that you try to jerry-rig into fixing a crypto problem, and you spend a lot of time and resources trying to do that, and then you find out that it's just not going to work. And so in a lot of cases, you look back at these solutions that are new, and you find out you're probably better off in some cases starting with a clean slate rather than having existing stuff that you try to re-implement into crypto.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I think you get the benefits of existing infrastructure to some extent from some of the stuff is already built. But some of that infrastructure is also your legal team, your compliance team, you have capital, all the things that you sort of need to start up an operation like this. But I think some of the drawbacks you arrive at is, I think those of us on the principal or proprietary trading side, a little bit easier for us to make that decision to enter into the marketplace, right? And so I think as you skew to larger asset managers, banks, it becomes a little harder to necessarily do that. And so I think the other thing we also have the ability to do is, I think as a global trading firm, we've entered a number of different markets. And so we have a number of different entities that we use to facilitate that, and that becomes a little bit easier. We have expertise, and you can sort of avoid some of the regulatory uncertainty by sort of using structures that we're already familiar with.
Yeah, I think it's what's interesting for me is if you look at traditional trading firms, they all, a lot of them have been traumatized, for lack of a better word, by certain events in the past, like on the technology side of things, if you look at night trading, for example, or on the regulatory side of things. And so they had to build, certain frameworks inside so it doesn't happen again. And those frameworks made them resilient, those frameworks made them successful.
Test.
Yeah, it came back.
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, so those frameworks make them successful beyond, their wildest dreams sometimes, but they also made them very much not flexible enough to expand into crypto. And so, for example, when I started Wintermute 5 years ago, some stuff that, I was working at Optiver before, and so some things I had to adopt on the risk management side, on basically how to handle certain compliance things. But certain things you just need to adapt because crypto is just much, much harder and you have to be much more flexible. And so this DNA, you have to change this DNA in order to properly interact with crypto.
Yeah, I think that there's obviously trade-offs that were kind of outlined. I think on net, you end up having some kind of structural advantages coming in from a massive global proprietary environment. Outside of just kind of the execution software itself that, you can't always successfully jerry-rig into interacting with exchanges that now live connecting over the internet and are cloud-hosted and all these other kinds of have idiosyncrasies like API key problems and things of that sort. But independent of that, the trading problem kind of spans a lot of different buckets, right? And you start with your whole machine learning environment, your whole data archive environment, the regulatory landscape, the capital that you come with, and all the trading intelligence and tooling that you've built over the years that really adds a lot of structural edge. And all those kind of pieces, when you can marry them with more native execution environment that you can create, I think creates a pretty competitive offering.
Yeah, and kind of to what Evgeny said, I do think the the flexibility, the nimbleness of crypto native firms does give them a lot of advantage. Like, when DeFi came out, all of a sudden there's a ton of money to be made on decentralized exchanges that like you kind of had to be able to move pretty quickly to take advantage of, and it's kind of hard for a larger firm to do that. The resources side of the traditional companies, I imagine, would be quite nice.
The grass is always greener on certain days. So.
For sure. And then, do you think, as we continue to grow, we haven't really seen a lot of acquisitions from traditional finance firms picking up crypto trading firms, or even vice versa? Do you think we'll start to see more of that? Do you think the larger companies all just kind of try and build the crypto trading in-house?
So we've seen some acquisitions with BTC2 and SBI, and maybe a couple others in the space with folks raising money. I think it's kind of really tricky to think reason about valuations in this space, because a lot of the more native trading environments, Wintermute included, do a lot more than trading. They're building products. They're kind of structuring economics that are different to think about, and in acquiring IP that's relevant to trading or knowledge that's relevant to trading more broadly in the crypto environments, you end up picking up a whole bunch of other stuff that you may not be comfortable on the regulatory side with, but two, also don't know how to value well. And so when you have a truly breakout firm like in the mold of Wintermute or others, I would find it difficult to think about how an acquisition would play out, and I'm sure Anthony has.
Yeah, I think it would be hard. I don't think we'll see a lot of. I'm just unlucky, I guess. I don't think we'll see a lot of acquisitions on horizontal side of things, but it will be much more on the vertical side of things. I'll just try to talk. not slightly myself.
And I guess the opportunities don't solely exist just on the trading firm side of things, like the exchange side. That's a major piece of infrastructure, and obviously the traditional finance exchanges have had a lot more time to kind of build out their tech stack and make things a lot lower latency and things like that. Do you think we'll start to see crypto exchanges either buy out native or TradFi exchanges, get some of that tech, or vice versa? Do you think crypto exchanges will be acquired by traditional finance firms looking to add crypto trading to it?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen it already, right? I mean, because FTX bought LedgerX, right? And then you had Coinbase bought FairX most recently, and Cboe, which is a traditional firm, bought ErisX, right? And so you're already starting to see that. I think I think what you'll see is both crypto native and traditional firms acquiring upstart firms. And you want to call them crypto native, but they'll be upstart. I just don't think that many crypto firms are going to find established exchanges that are very attractive to acquire. I think a lot of their offerings are going to be ancillary and not very terribly interesting, and that they're going to be bloated, right? They're crazy mature companies, and so I think that what you'll continue to see is these bolt-on acquisitions where okay, I need an NFT trading platform alongside of my spot. I need derivatives alongside my spot. As sports trading becomes more of a thing in the United States, I'm going to need a sports trading solution. And so you're going to need this cohesive, holistic platform that you're going to compete in the regulated space. And I think in the derivative space, that's where the fight's really going to be. It's going to be super interesting to see Coinbase and FTX US fight it out with Cboe and NYSE in the future space and in the option space, because I think that's where the institutional money comes in, pensions, endowments, foundations, asset managers. That's the pie. And so that's the part that I'm kind of interested to watch unfold.
Yeah, in 2017, we were sitting around thinking, when is someone like NASDAQ going to buy Coinbase? And 2 years later, it was, when is Coinbase going to buy NASDAQ?
Yeah.
And, right here we stand, I think they're both around $30 billion companies. And, FTX, if it were to go public, I think would be multiples of that, right? And I think we'll see that continue to grow. So I agree with Bart. You're going to see both traditional and sort of crypto firms pick up additional sort of crypto resources, crypto firms, crypto infrastructure, whatever it is. I think the other thing you're going to see too is less from an M&A perspective, but more from an operational perspective. I think you're going to start to see some of the things that make crypto unique, 24/7 trading, things like that start to bleed in traditional markets as well. And I think that's going to be whether they do that by regulation, whether they do it just through sort of changing business model, or whether they do it through acquisition, I think both of those things are interesting and going to happen.
And do you think we'll see some of the existing infrastructure in traditional finance start to bleed more into crypto? Like breaking down the life cycle of a trade between custody, execution, clearing. Do you think we'll see that in crypto, or do you think it'll kind of try to maintain the setup that it currently has?
And you're seeing it, right? Like there's great companies that are crypto native that are trying to recreate the infrastructure of traditional finance, right? And it's interesting because like if there's like 14 different like verticals in traditional finance, you need like fixed line providers and custodians, and you need like trading software. A lot of these crypto native firms are offering like many of them. And you're seeing them, where they might have like competitive offerings, but their core competencies are complementary to other companies, and like those companies kind of become frenemies. They kind of work together. And so I think that for the crypto native people there now, like there's great offerings to solve for those. In traditional, again, like an insurance company is just not gonna onboard them right now. It's brutal. It's hard to imagine them onboarding any number of these awesome companies, and that's why we follow the State Street and BNY custody solutions so closely, because the existing infrastructure of traditional finance, like that's what they want to use. They want to use the rails they've already built, and that along with like a pretty opaque regulatory environment has really kind of kept the buy side at bay. So I think the stuff that's being built in native is awesome. And maybe it takes so long for the traditional world to catch up that they get enough establishment that they can fight for that. But like right now, it doesn't feel like it. I don't know if you feel different. My hope here definitely, and a lot of the momentum we've seen, especially from FTX and Coinbase as well, has been in folks kind of building global trading environments in the crypto stack, learning what an integrated solution could look like, and then looking at what we have in the US and being like, why does it suck, right? And how can we kind of reason about how it gets better? And so all the new proposals that are out in the automatic deleveraging of things to get additional leverage on physically settled Bitcoin, on rethinking how, what the waterfall of fallbacks looks like, do you deliver positions or P&L, and does it ultimately get backed by the equity of the entity? And all these kinds of considerations have been not even pondered, I'd say, for the longest time. And when when extremely well-funded $40 billion companies are now coming in with kind of heft across regulatory technology, institutional liquidity, at least the optimist in me says we're likely to see some of it bleed the other way.
Yeah, the fact that crypto is adopted by retail before institutions, right, has led to sort of some interesting market structure components where, the exchange is the broker, is the clearinghouse, is the custodian, and sort of to Bart's earlier point, like that assimilated model doesn't work for a traditional institution, and it's something that frankly we had to get comfortable with as well. And there's friction associated with that in terms of cost of capital. That you'd like to sort of avoid. Everything having to be pre-funded is sort of a pain as well. And so again, I think that some of the benefits that there are some sort of financial benefits that go along with all of that, though, just in terms of cost of custody and everything else, sort of wrapped up into one solution. But it also is sort of painful as a trader, like not to be able to be like short on FTX and long on Coinbase. And even though I'm net flat, like I've had to deploy both USD or UST and Bitcoin on both environments in order to facilitate that. So we're even seeing some, I think FTX partner with Copper, right, to do some sort of native settlement across a number of exchanges. I think those type of infrastructure plays are going to be sort of meaningful benefits to firms like ourselves and others who enter the space.
I just want to also kind of articulate that a little bit further as well, and caveat my point here in that not all intermediaries are bad. Clearly, some add value, and I just hope and I kind of think directionally where we're headed is in re-examining what stack of intermediaries we need and which ones are actually value accretive versus not. Right. And the point that you made about it starting with retail, like I think people forget now that the ETF was like highly criticized for a long time, and particularly by the institutional world, and that there were these cataclysmic events that were going to happen because the structure was going to break, and the creation and redemption mechanism had flaws, and there was a lot of FUD, and it was because traditional
40 Act funds wanted to charge 150 basis points for large cap US equity, and these solutions came in that created, better counterparty risk and more transparency and competition and price compression and all of these things that were benefits to the existing trading, world, and now we forget all that. And I think there's going to be a lot of corollaries to crypto. Like, you're just going to what's the point of having an FCM if all of a sudden the FCMs go under because the zinc or copper market's going to go under and we just have to cancel a bunch of trades? Like, what's the point of having someone there to manage your collateral if they're the person who's supposed to stand in the middle and then we're protecting them? So these innovations that are happening within crypto, that's really good. Even if you don't like crypto but you like the regulated markets, there's going to be benefits that come out of this innovation that just wouldn't happen because no one's challenged it for 50 years.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the benefits that you see on crypto exchanges today, the traditional players are going to have to want that at some point. After hours trading, being able to trade on the weekends. There is a lot of benefits that crypto has brought to, at least crypto markets. FTX has our tokenized stock products for doing equities. It's obviously a small market, but eventually I think the market will have to move that direction for traditional assets as well.
Yeah, think about how many volatility events happen around the open and the close, right? And how many of those things over the weekend, credit, risks over the weekend from massive movements and macro moves that just get smoothed out by a different model. So not to say that it's perfect, but
in January of last year when everything was going on with GameStop and AMC and everything, the markets were all over the place, and then it's just 2 days out of the week, it's just no, never mind, we're just going to rest today. It's kind of it's odd. And both of you or all of you have plenty of experience interacting directly with crypto exchanges, interacting with traditional markets. Just from your perspective, what do you think what do you prefer? Trading on traditional markets or on crypto markets?
Yeah,
on exchanges, sorry.
Exchanges. Yeah, I would say for me it would be crypto exchanges for sure. If I look, I've been kind of very loyal customer of Kraken, sorry, for a very long time. Primarily because I'm just lazy to onboard.
Wait, there's more than one exchange?
Yeah. But overall, it's just this 24/7 aspect is just very appealing. You log into Robinhood or wherever, you cannot buy things on Easter break or sell things on Easter break when all shit hit the fan. It sucks. But at the same time, if not centralized exchange, when I want an extra thrill or I just want to, invest into something that's not available anymore, I also like to try DeFi as well. I think it's really interesting to try it out. I would definitely recommend anyone in this room who for some reason haven't tried it yet to check it out. And I think that would be the future that I would be personally really interested to build, so that we have this frictionless experience where we can trade permissionless effectively.
I mean, what I would say from a sanity and usability perspective, there's a benefit to trading on traditional equities, futures markets. They have a test system you could use.
Cancel on disconnect. Why would you ever want that?
Right, features. They have somebody you can call if there's any issues, and so those are useful from a service perspective. But I think that what that highlights is also they're well established, right? And the technology problems and requirements that they have are vastly different than the technology sort of requirements that a crypto exchange necessarily has. And that goes back to that you're the broker and the exchange, and so they need to service firms like ourselves. They need to and they also need to service Brad Vopney, the individual client who put a couple of bucks on. Well, I can't do FTX because I'm in New York, but some other place like that. So I think what I would love to see develop in the crypto exchange space is a little bit more standardization. That would be great, but just the ability to test things a little bit more frequently. But what I also don't want to give up is the ability for crypto exchanges to innovate, deploy, and productize things immediately. And I think that for the most part, like I think we've all learned how to deal with all of that, right? And you have to be a little nimble. You have to sort of culturally be aware that things are going to break, things aren't going to work perfectly. And again, going back to like Bart's earlier point, like that doesn't fit great within sort of the traditional paradigm of like, there's rollouts a number of times a year. There's a UAT beforehand, and I very much appreciate that approach. But also, it's hard to sort of build and disrupt and do all the sorts of things that I think the crypto exchanges have done a fantastic job doing over the last sort of 4 to 5 years.
And I've worked at 3 of the largest exchanges in crypto: OKX, Bitfinex, FTX, and also been on the exchange or on the market making side. And like, one thing that was always a big pain in the ass is, especially back in 2014, 2015, but like every exchange had a completely independent API that was completely different than any of the others. So like, there was a huge hurdle just to getting connected to a new exchange. You'd be like, why do you do it this way? And I don't know, just kind of thought it was right. Like, there's 2 major exchanges in crypto, FTX and Coinbase, that have like a standardized fixed spec for their API. Like,
Gemini's on that list too, I think. Gemini's on that list.
Oh, yes, yeah,
yeah. But it's also interesting, like where it all will go eventually, because like none of the customers like log into NICE website to trade there.
Right.
Like NICE is not, creating a nice UI experience for their users. Well, every single exchange is working on their own site. So to me, it's interesting. Okay, will people go to FTX, for instance, and trade in 5 years' time, or will it be all aggregated on one level, where this UI experience will not be as interesting, as important anymore?
Yeah, trading on CME is pretty easy for us. We've been doing it for quite a while. Right. There's obviously probably more opportunity for us to provide liquidity on some of the other platforms. We've been doing this, for a number of years. Like a lot of these problems were really much worse in 2017 and 2018. Like they were brutal. Yep. And as I talked about, these infrastructure native companies that are coming in and working together to recreate that network are making that a lot better. So it becomes less of a native crypto exchange that I'm trying to set up an API with, and it's not even in Python. They're like, oh, can you code in Rust? And we're like, no, we don't have any codes in Rust. So that a lot of that stuff's been worked out by these intermediaries, but like it's getting better, and so the opportunity is better on native, and trading, on the New York Stock Exchange for Jump and for Susquehanna and other companies, they're pretty easy.
Evgeny, one thing that you mentioned that, I guess it's one step further than a crypto native exchange is a decentralized exchange. You were just talking about like your ability to get something even if it's not listed elsewhere. I'll say I was pretty staunchly against DEXs for the most part, and I really didn't see them challenging centralized exchanges ever. But then like in the ICO boom and then during this latest one with farming, their speed on just getting assets listed was a huge benefit. People could just go right to the DEX and buy any shitcoin they want, and they got a ton of volume from that. All right, one other thing that we're talking about pain in crypto is the funding aspect of it. So I'm curious, like where you guys see the PB setup getting in crypto. Like, we have a couple people that are trying it, or a couple different firms that are trying it right now, but like to date, the PB offerings have been piss poor. Do you see infrastructure like that playing a bigger part in the crypto space over the next, let's say, 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, I mean that's the biggest difficulty in the regulatory world, right? So like Susquehanna, we have a regulated broker dealer for digital currency trading, and we're one of the few. I don't even know how many there are. But just like the capital requirements to transact in there, it's just the netting. It's like it's almost impossible. It's just not efficient and certainly not profitable. So like that, having prime brokerage solutions is one facet of it, but it's really just being able to get the collateralization to something reasonable, and getting clarity on cross agency rules. And so it's the same stuff, really. It's like 2018. I'm sad to say, but getting a traditional prime broker who can actually cross margin and give you a collateralization rate that isn't economically unviable, that's the stuff that we haven't really seen a lot of movement on. And if I was I'm so bullish on so many facets of the ecosystem, but that's the one that's really been disappointing. Melt talked about it in the previous panel. Like it's time for us to we got to go to people that matter in Washington and just tell them, look where this conference is. Why is this conference here, right? There was a country in the middle of the Caribbean who said, I'm going to have a clear, constructive, DARE registration that's going to say what the rules of the road are, and then boom, you have 1,000 people here talking about crypto. That to me is the most disappointing thing. So I don't know.
I think the PBP. I think the
You're sad to be here? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I say that.
Okay.
So I'm just trying not to get sunburned. I'm not built for this. Neither are you.
Yeah. No, I think, like you said, the BB piece has definitely been one of the white whales of the industry that I think no one's really been able to hook onto yet. And as much as we're all hoping for upstarts in this space to come and disrupt a lot of that, this is one of those things that's probably going to have to be a State Street or somebody with a lot of money that everybody can trust. And they're going to have to work through all the regulatory stuff on their end to make it happen. And that's just a matter of going to Washington. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's a balance sheet issue, right? And, I think we've seen, the issue is, this goes back to the earlier point, with the exchanges doing so many separate things, right, or sort of servicing so many separate parts of that sort of traditionally disintermediated ecosystem, right? They're offering sort of PB-like solutions, but only for their particular exchange, right? And so, again, that's very useful, but the amount of time and energy and effort and sort of, the cost-benefit analysis for us is that's a ton of work for, very little benefit on a per exchange basis. But yes, across the ecosystem would be tremendously helpful. I mean, the other thing that I thought you might mention is, funding just the treasury aspect of, sending capital and moving coin around is its own kind of really hard problem to solve. That's a thing that I would actually love to see exchanges make progress on, is have the ability to not every person necessarily who logs into the platform be a super user, and start to be able to segregate sort of user types that you can have some checks and balances and people, and give a lot more access to everybody. Because the minute somebody gets access, not only can they make and destroy API keys, they can sort of move crypto around. And so there's a lot of stuff that can be done that I think would sort of make that much easier for firms like ourselves and others going into the space that we've seen firms build up out of scratch to sort of solve some of those sort of money movement and funding needs.
And not to call out any specific prime brokers by name, but how many of them do you trust to move your crypto? That's the thing. It's if my broker dealer sends my Google stock to the wrong ISIN ID, I'm getting that back. So those types of fail-safe security solutions that are seriously lacking in the traditional markets, and I don't see anyone stepping up to fill that void.
And just in speaking with clients about do you use or interested in using this custodian, or facing this company who's trying to build a PB. One that several people have mentioned is essentially I'm just changing my counterparty risk from FTX to this smaller crypto company. So while they might have a license or they might have that, it really isn't giving me that big of a benefit versus just holding my funds with you and hoping that works. And so I do think we'll have to see somebody that has just already that standing and that confidence from trading firms kind of roll that out. I think that would be very helpful. And then also on the custody side, do you think we'll start to see more breakdowns from custody to the exchange, where you're holding it with custodians and trading on exchanges? You can trade on any of the exchanges like C, Binance, Coinbase, FTX, all plug into the same one. Do you think it'll kind of remain fractured in that sense?
I certainly hope so. I think it's a conversation I think we've probably had, and a conversation I have with other exchanges that on which we deal as well. I think that custody isn't sort of a critical app anymore, right? It's sort of a problem that's been solved. And so I do both appreciate that when you get to custody this, maybe you can stake it, and so there's a number of other sort of revenue streams that the exchange can necessarily get as a function of that. But also it just goes back to the cost, to pre-collateralize everything and put it on the exchange. And you mentioned counterparty risk. I mean, we were about to start trading crypto in 2013. We had built a feed handler to Mt. Gox, and before we started trading, they lost all the Bitcoins. And what do you do when, like, how do you handle counterparty risk, right, when that can happen? And I think that's still a thing that, like, we, as part of our sort of, you know, general, I would say ethos, but like something that sticks with us is sort of thinking about counterparty risk on a continual basis, because we've seen issues where places are hacked from externally. We've seen, you know, funds get stolen internally. It was 2 years ago we had one of the larger exchanges just not allow withdrawals for about 6 weeks or so. And so, like, you know, I think what I'm hopeful for is that, yes, there starts to be, you know, some custodial provider that starts to, you know, wear this risk and provides a valuable service and also allows us to, like, net some of these trades across platforms. And it's a hard thing because, like, we'd like for that to happen, but I can appreciate that there's, like, a revenue stream associated with the exchange, and none of them have necessarily wanted to sort of give up that flexibility just yet. So I don't know where it starts, I just know where it ends.
And one other, you know, way that you can kind of make things more capital efficient is through OTC trading, right? You don't have to pre-fund, you can do post-trade settlement. It obviously comes with other drawbacks. But we've already seen, you know, the OTC space change quite a bit, and there's, you know, firms like B2C2 that were acquired by SBI pretty much to do the crypto OTC desk. We have firms like Wintermute that is rolling out an OTC portal, and firms like Jump that have kind of slowed down on the OTC side. Do you think we'll see more and more volume going, you know, leaving exchanges and going into OTC? Do you think we'll see, like, consolidation among the OTC desks or more expansion as it kind of grows?
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, OTC is a pretty wide umbrella of things. It's like you have, I don't know, crypto whales, you have family offices, you have pension funds, and you have counterparties like Robinhood, who can also be pretty much considered to be OTC counterparties. And so I think it will be, I basically hope that, like, a lot of the smaller counterparties that we face and, like, a lot of our competitors face will slowly move their volumes into centralized exchanges or decentralized exchanges. But for example, for a big holder of, I don't know, top 10 token who wants to liquidate, I don't know, 100 million of it, the second he moves those tokens to, well, some wallet, the whole market's going to know what's going on. And that's kind of a challenge that's not going to go away, and that's a challenge that, the OTC infrastructure will have to solve. And it's, like, would be quite interesting to solve it.
Yeah. A lot of it's just footprint, right? Like, the OTC benefit is just masking your footprint, and I think it's probably more like high yield, right? And then you've seen the electronification in high yield. You've certainly seen it in equities where there aren't very many blocks, really. And even in the ETF world, where, like, billion-dollar trades go up RFQ electronic, right? So there's an electronic system that pits, you know, Jane, Susquehanna, Citadel against each other, and it could be hundreds of millions of dollars or $1 billion, and, like, there's a trader watching that, but there's an algo making a price. And so I think you'll see in Bitcoin and Ethereum, you know, a lot more of the electronification, but then you get down into, you know, like, layer 1 protocols, and we're, you know, having the world see that transaction. If, like, you're just lifting Solana, like, every day, like, the markets will move. And so you're going to need a counterpart. You're going to want to transfer that risk to a counterparty that does that for a living. So I think the answer is, you know, it's going to be a little bit of both.
Yeah, in the traditional markets, at least on the equity side, and you've seen a lot of consolidation where one to three parties have seized enough of the flow in a consolidated fashion that they can almost offer better pricing than the public markets. With the intensely competitive nature in the crypto space, at least as it stands today, and the extremely global nature of it, with participants across the globe and different regulatory comforts and lots of different pools of flow. I mean, you see still significant flows on the Telegram side. You know, we've never kind of delved in that, but Wintermute sees a lot of flows on that side. We see flows kind of from the DeFi and all these different global venues. And so at least kind of our bet for now is that there is going to be enough of a dispersion of flows such that the liquid markets continue to remain like a primary source of price discovery.
Do you think some of the other large traditional finance market makers that are starting to get active and dip their toes in crypto are going to try to be active in OTC or just focus on exchange?
Without a doubt. I mean, we already saw, were to even make a public announcement on it, you know, I think everyone here on the panel works on electronic OTC market making, either on the retail side with Robinhoods, or with Telegrams, or with institutions, or with the Fidelities of the world. And so,
yeah, it's an offering you have to have, right? It's just like because you want to see everything, right? And so, like, I don't know, you know, there are different strengths and weaknesses on this panel, right? The thing, like, there are trades that we would monetize really well that these guys might not, and vice versa. And so I think you're going to want to have a complete offering. But yeah, I think that it'll continue to be electronified over time.
Yeah, I mean, I remember like in 2017 when I was running an OTC desk, like spreads used to be super wide. Everything happened on Telegram, and then Jump and Alameda came in, and just the market got blown up, and a lot of people got squeezed out. Like the spreads really compressed, and all of a sudden it was really hard to make the same amount of money, and people just kind of had to stop. But yeah, we've reached our time. Thank you all very much for joining and sharing your insights with us, and yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for another very interesting panel. We heard from Kathy Wood and Mike Novogratz this morning about how cryptocurrency adoption is really moving into the mainstream, similar to high-yield bonds in the 1970s, emerging market equities in the 1980s, private equity in the 1990s. Indeed, as you all know, crypto universe is a $2 trillion universe, and that's looking at the publicly listed tokens alone. And as such, institutional investors can no longer ignore this from an asset allocation perspective. So next up to discuss institutional crypto adoption, we have Christine Moy, who's former managing director at JP Morgan. We have Terry Angelos from Visa, Anthony Lewis from Temasek, Richard Woodman from Google, moderated by Frank Chaparro from The Block. So please welcome the next panel.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us for a very interesting, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting session on institutional crypto adoption. We have great folks from across many different sectors of the space. So we'll do like a round of introductions real quick. I'm Frank Chaparro. I'm the Director of News at The Block. Yeah. Richard? Yeah, you got it.
Hi, I'm Rich Woodman. I'm the Global Head of Strategy for Digital Assets at Google Cloud.
Anthony Lewis, Crypto Investing at Temasek.
Hi, Terry Angelos, FinTech and Crypto at Visa.
Hi, Christine Moy, currently doing nothing, but formerly Managing Director at JP Morgan, running blockchain, crypto, and the metaverse.
And maybe we'll break where she's going or what she's doing next, perhaps. No, we're not going to do that.
Well, can we get her a job?
Is
anybody hiring
her?
Well,
Who's hiring?
Well,
who's hiring?
I'm
Holler
sure we
at
can
me.
get you
Holler
somebody to
And this is all on the record, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's all on the record,
Okay, so institutional crypto adoption, it kind of sounds nebulous, but let's sort of, we were talking when we were getting lunch and preparing for this about how it's a meme that we're still early, but from an institutional perspective, I think that's true. I think if people look at the headlines, the frothy valuations, Coinbase has 60 million customers, it doesn't seem that early, but Christine, from an institutional perspective, are we early?
I think we're definitely early. I think what's actually, I like the saying from a book, the future is here, it's just not evenly distributed. And so everybody who's in this room, everybody on this island that is focused on this topic this week, like you guys are all seeing how the future unfolds. It's actually just our present, right? And what I mean by that is, by this point, we're operating in like second or third generation DeFi. There's been broad adoption of NFTs, and now we're moving into even like non-transferable NFTs and digital identity. But the interesting thing is, while we're doing all of that and figuring out what's happening in what we think of as the present, financial institutions, regulated entities, for the most part, are back a few years, just trying to figure out how to do spot Bitcoin, as an example, right? I think like it was news when Goldman Sachs was doing like a cash settled derivative. And so I think you can see how wide the gap is between what regulated institutions are and what they think crypto is versus what we as the community, the builders, et cetera, that are actually getting our hands on. And I think that's really interesting. Obviously it opens up a ton of opportunities. When you're like a few years ahead of everybody else, and especially the big money, then what does that actually mean? How do you basically capitalize on that? But certainly in the various conversations that I've had, and I've had a lot while I've been on garden leave, there's a very wide spectrum of where TradFi is. And I would say that barring just one or two very entrepreneurial and risk-taking entities, most of them are still just trying to figure out how can I set up taking in tokens, maybe, but I don't really want to take them yet. But I feel like I need to get ready. And I think that I've even had conversations where people are actually like, well, we're not even going to do tokens yet. And I'm like, all right, I know you think you don't want to do tokens, but it's going to come at you really fast, and it's going to take you a long time to figure it out, so you better start now. So that's been my advice to a lot of the TradFi institutions, but that's how early we are in this space from my perspective and from the conversations that I've been having.
So what does it look like inside a large institution like Visa, right, which is probably touching every single one of us? It's in our wallets. How do you go from zero to buying a CryptoPunk, for instance?
Yeah. We actually did buy a CryptoPunk. So I think the first step, especially for a large institution, is what we just call being compatible with the ecosystem. So, we have a chance to meet with a lot of people in the industry. We have over 70 partnerships with exchanges, and we ask them all the time, what should we be telling our banks? How should they work with crypto? And we were expecting, they should have like stablecoin infrastructure and deal with tokens. And the answer was, just bank us. Just like your core product is to take our money and our fiat currency and securely hold it. And so at Visa, the first thing we focused on is just on-ramps and off-ramps. We have 3.6 billion cards out there. Can I use my card to buy crypto? That's an on-ramp, spending a lot of time in that area. Off-ramps, I have a crypto balance at Coinbase or FTX, both Visa clients. Can I link that crypto balance to my card so that when I get some USDC payout from Twitter or Stripe and it's in my FTX account, how do I buy dinner? Well, I just link my Visa to that crypto balance. So I think that's just the first step, is just being compatible with the existing ecosystem. From there, you get onto things where you actually update the core. And so, we can sort of chat more about that, but we're starting to replace part of our settlement layer with crypto. So you can think of Visa as, what are we? We are a highly centralized layer 2 sitting on top of a pretty slow and buggy fiat layer 1. Right? You go tap your card in London to buy coffee, beautiful experience, instant authorization, the merchant knows they're going to get paid, and then 2 or 3 days later, settlement happens. And so one of the things that we did sort of beyond compatibility is you can settle with Visa in USDC. So that's an example of how you sort of start the path and then extend into your core products.
It's funny, though, because the banks haven't really started with the core, which is just get me a checking account. You did a lot of work.
Unless you have a super assertive blockchain crypto lead that is advocating for that internally and telling senior leadership that this is the future.
Well, there's only so many Christine Moyes.
Oh, thank you.
What about tokens, right? Because I think this is an interesting question. Anthony, you have this initiative internally to get to 1 ETH. You don't have any tokens yet.
That's the personal nickname for the project. So for the past, to your point on how long it takes, we've been exposed to crypto for coming up to 4 years now.
But no tokens.
The way financial exposure, the way we did that was we've invested into crypto venture funds, right? So we don't shitcoin directly, but through the funds. And then we started investing in direct investments. So FTX is one of our direct investments. Very proud to invest in FTX. Now, we know that we're going to have to hold tokens at some stage. So I've been preparing us to hold tokens. So I personally call it hold 1 ETH. Now we're, as an investment company, our balance sheet is somewhere near $300 billion. One ETH isn't going to do very much. But the point is, you've got to line up every single department in the whole institution to get ready. So the tax guys are saying, how do we structure this in a tax-efficient way? How do we pay tax on it? The accountants are saying, how do we account for this? And the structures are saying, what legal entities should we use? And the ops guys are saying, how do we stop it from a bad actor from kind of stealing it? How do we not get rugged? All of these kind of questions need to be asked. So for the last 6 months, we've been running internal project to hold 1 ETH effectively. To buy, hold, and sell. Not even stake yet, because then there's a few more questions around like tax and...
No, but you got to start somewhere.
You got to start somewhere,
you know?
So
and you got to start somewhere that's not completely alarming and frightening, like you're going to burn the house down, right?
Bite sizes.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So the 1 ETH thing is definitely genius.
Now, once we do that, then it's like, oh, we're missing out on like some percentage APR, 7 to 12% APR, and it's like, why aren't we staking? So then you get the guys back in the project and you're like, how do we do staking? It takes a while. It just takes a while for people to be educated, people to get comfortable, every single department to get comfortable. But once you flush the pipes, then once you can hold 1 ETH, you can hold like 10,000 ETH or however much you want. And then once you've selected your custodian, then that opens the doors to kind of any coins you want to buy, any NFTs. We can do apes and punks and dick butts and whatever, anything we want. But just getting that first ETH in place is really key.
So as our FANG representative, what does it look like inside of more of a technology company than a financial services firm?
Well, I think the important thing when you asked if we're early is we measure whether or not we're early, not necessarily by how much capital we have, which I think Christine mentioned earlier, but really about the number of users, right? I mean, when we, at Google, frankly, we think about scale at the billion user level. And so, we're not at 1 billion users yet as an ecosystem. Our goal is to really set the ecosystem up to get to 1 billion users, and I think we have some time until we get to that point. So once we start seeing the kind of usability and adoption that you find across properties like YouTube, where anyone can go on and access, whatever it is, then I think we're getting to a point where you have mass adoption, and then, maybe we can say we're not early anymore. I think that there's also an immense amount of what other companies in FANG can do to partner with JP Morgan or the Temaseks or the Visas, because sometimes there are technology problems, but those can be mutualized. Like the things that you guys do well, I'm sure JPM might not do so well, and you can partner and vice versa. But we find that oftentimes by partnering, you find the champions inside these institutions, and then you can actually advocate directly with each other, not just internally, but also externally to the ecosystem.
Yeah. What's so fascinating about this conversation is I get the sense that the roadblocks for crypto aren't necessarily crypto itself. It's not thinking of crypto as a scam or not viable. It's more of these small, little, almost administrative hurdles, simple things like just, how do you custody this, or which attorneys do I have to check with to make sure that, we can buy this CryptoPunk, for instance. And if you don't have the right people really pushing and advocating for it, it won't happen. But it's not because people don't like crypto internally. It's just a huge lift.
Actually, from my experience, the first call I had, so we put together a project team, we had like representatives from each department. The first call I had, someone did pipe up and say, why are we doing this? Isn't this all a pyramid scheme? So you're having to go from that kind of education all the way through to getting people comfortable, like how to buy, hold, stake, and dispose of the assets. It's a long journey.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what it is that, especially at a large institution, as you mentioned, it's a multi-stakeholder effort, right? You got to talk to legal, compliance, you need to have business sponsorship, obviously there's cybersecurity as well, but I mean, let's talk about business sponsorship. Short of 18 to 24 months ago, crypto was quite small and early and experimental. It remains so. I mean, now it's just bigger than people expected at 2 trillion, top market cap. But, if you're talking about scaled financial institutions, big money Wall Street, it's still pretty tiny.
Very tiny.
Right. So then if you think about what is the risk profile plus people effort, and there's the reputational risk part of the risk profile, compared to what is the business case, like how much money am I going to make from this? probably, and you can't even put a number on that because people don't even really know what they're going to be doing in it. And so the downside risk and the investment is asymmetrically higher than what the gains would be. And so typically at a large financial institution, if you want to do something big, you want to get investment, you need to show that business case or that investment case. And I think now it's clear that the crypto economy is here to stay. So regardless, even if you don't have a business case, like people getting ready and like focusing on it, but this was not the case 18 months ago, 24 months ago at all.
So how did you make the case for JP Morgan to bank Coinbase?
Yeah. Okay, so little known story is that back in 2017, 18, during felt like the middle of crypto winter, it was really important to me to advocate to senior leadership that we should bank crypto exchanges, regulated crypto exchanges. I remember distinctly being in a meeting with my boss, and he was like, okay, so tell me about the near-term opportunities in enterprise blockchain. And at that point, enterprise blockchain was still a couple of years away, a lot of work to do. We did get there, and now we have $200 billion on an enterprise blockchain Ethereum variant through our intraday repo project. So we did get there. But at the time, we hadn't got there. But he was like, what are the near-term opportunities? And I was like, near-term opportunities? You want near-term? Why don't we just do US dollar banking of the fastest growing companies in the economy right now? And let's just make sure we pick the regulated ones and figure this out. And fortunately, I had great senior leadership with an open mind, broad view of the future and, ownership in the company, and was like, okay, let's check it out. And, spoke to our head of global financial crimes and compliance, like, hey, do you want to look at this, or can you look at this? And fortunately, he also was an amazing, visionary, open-minded person, growth mindset person, and was like, all right, let's kick the tires on it. It took a really long time. It took I would say over a year to finish the process and get end to end, and it actually didn't even get announced until 2020 in the Wall Street Journal. But finally, we got a large global financial institution was banking a crypto company. We ended up banking Coinbase to Gemini to start. There have been a couple others that have been in the pipeline that we've put through since I've left. But yeah, I mean that was kind of like the origin story of that. There was a ton more there, and a lot of drama behind the scenes. Can't share it all. Maybe we'll keep it for the book. But it wasn't as easy as that. It wasn't as easy as that. But that was the start. That was the trigger. But there was like 100,000 meetings thereafter.
I bet there were quite a few meetings. Okay, what about decentralization? Like, I want to get Terry's perspective on this. You mentioned you started with the core. You kind of are slowly working yourself out of the core. When you look at DeFi, decentralized finance, how does Visa approach that space?
Yeah, I mean, I think this debate of centralized versus decentralized is way too binary, in our view. There are parts of our world that we want centralized, and there are parts of our world that we want decentralized. And so we think about what are the parts that people want centralized. One of those might be consumer payments. Well, why? Because maybe I want to buy a pair of shoes and then return it, or have the ability to call an intermediary to refund that purchase. Like, consumers should decide what parts of that transaction they want to be centralized or decentralized. So if you think about the way that we've approached crypto at Visa, we tend to be our consumer transactions tend to be on our network, centralized under the rules that we have, but we're very open to being a network of network in terms of the way the money moves. And so, where does DeFi come in? DeFi tends to be a function that our endpoint clients would do. So, I mean, Visa doesn't hold funds directly. Our clients will hold those. We have clients like BlockFi and others, who they are the folks who are experimenting with those types of decentralized services. Our role is, okay, now you want to take the proceeds of that and you want to buy something, link it to this payment credential, and then make a payment. So that's kind of where we focus.
Could I use my Visa card to buy tokens on a DEX at some point?
So right now, it has to be with a regulated exchange. And so you can buy it from Coinbase, you can buy it from FTX. They will gladly charge your debit or credit card to buy some tokens. On a DEX, it's a bit different. And mostly you're just limited by what are the rules of fiat money exchange in a decentralized world. I think one ask that we have would be to have more clarity from regulators. So, one of the big questions out there is how do you take a more traditional product and connect it to a crypto product? Like one of the things that we talk about is, what's happening with DAOs. You've got billions of dollars sitting in these treasuries, and now when you want to pay an AWS bill because your DAO has to pay Amazon, someone in that DAO has to take their credit card and use that to pay Amazon and then get a refund back in your native currency. Why not just issue a payment credential against a stable coin in that DAO? And the only limiting factor is well, what is the entity? What is a DAO? And in fact, the folks at A16Z have got a very good framework now for what a DAO is. What's the legal entity? And if we have a legally defined entity, we can then have an issuer approve a transaction against those funds. So that's a really good example of a purely native protocol like Uniswap, got billions of dollars sitting in their treasury, and just link it to the traditional world. That's a role that we.
So as long as you have someone within the DAO that is a sort of regulated entity to an extent, they can engage with Visa.
Correct.
I think you meant to say Google Cloud instead of AWS, but
there we go.
But I think there's also
listen, you got to make the business case for them right now on stage.
Right. Although I'd be curious when Google and others may accept a token directly. So
well, that's something that we think when we talk about sort of are we early. There are not a lot of cloud providers, or really no cloud providers who offer that as a service, and so you have large swaths of this ecosystem that are. By and large, for traditional service providers, not just banks, not just credit card providers, not just technology service providers, who are kind of in this, shadow zone. They can't really do business at scale the same way a traditional enterprise would. So a big part of what our goals are at Google is really to find where those barriers are. Sometimes they're technological, right? Sometimes they're policy. And we want to pull those down for those clients. So I think if you talk about servicing DAOs, that's something that we've been doing. We sit on a governing council, and we have since I think 2018. And a big part of that process was to learn what does it take for a company to go from 0 to 1 in crypto with all of the window dressings that you would need to run a billion-dollar enterprise. Everyone knows you've got procurement, you've got legal, compliance. And in order for those things to function in crypto and Web3, you need to have these on-ramps and off-ramps so that if you're capitalized in USDC, it doesn't prejudice your ability to get access to the same services as if you were capitalized in fiat or US dollars.
There's a lot of companies that are billing themselves as the AWS of crypto or the Google Cloud of crypto. Are you going to let them beat you?
Yeah, so I love that line because if anyone is going to be the Google of Web3 and crypto, it's Google, right? Let's just be super clear about that.
I think people would disagree with you, though.
Yeah, well, they can, but we're talking about Google. We have 9 properties, 1 billion users each. And frankly, our role in this ecosystem, it's really analogous to when you heard about the best websites in the .com boom. Google does not have a very sexy website. In fact, it lacked all the things that things like pets.com and some of the earlier websites that were very popular had. You couldn't play Flash games on it. You couldn't really do anything. But what it did was it created an on-ramp. You talked about unequal access at the beginning of this. It created an on-ramp to distribute the benefits of the internet to as many people as possible. You didn't have to know the IP address. You didn't need to memorize the URL. You could go to Google and find good content. It wasn't because we built the best website. We built the best protocol to find the best website. And I think that's a role that we can play in this space. And I don't really see anyone else doing that yet. So there are opportunities to organize data. I think when I hear companies say that, they're talking about node hosting, which is just a VM container, and that's exciting. But there's really a data angle to this that's not been explored. And then there's also the on-ramps of user ease and abstraction away of the blockchain that I haven't really heard anyone talk about.
I mean, just to riff a little bit, like this is totally not institutional adoption at all, but in the future, you would need a search engine, assuming like a very multi-chain world or a very multi-metaverse world. You would need like one place to try to get to them all. I mean, you could operate without, but it would be kind of not a great
It'd be miserable,
experience.
right? It'd be
I'm not saying Google will do that. I'm just saying, like, in general, that concept.
There's one portal to get across all the different metaverses.
Yeah.
Yeah, or to find your way around them, even if you're not actively participating. Just to understand, like, is this the metaverse I want to go to? Like, what's happening
I was kind of thinking about it as like, you know, like a TV guide. You know, like I'm going to the sports channel, I'm going to the yoga channel, or I'm like going to go to the news channel, but it said it's like a 3D metaverse world, but
yeah.
I'm not sure how
Or
it
more
actually
immersive internet. How do you think of the metaverse?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Gosh, we didn't talk about this over lunch.
I'm sorry,
I think the world is confused between two things, actually. We've been sold metaverse being like some sort of 3D high-fidelity experience where you put on glasses and it's very Ready Player One. We're already kind of close to that in many video games, but I do not consider, so if you had like Fortnite in VR, I do not consider that very metaversey because it resets every game. Every 20 minutes you start again from scratch and you're alive again. I think that the most important thing in metaverse is permanence. So when things happen, they happen for good. You can't hit rewind, you can't hit like reload. Okay, so things like Fortnite, definitely not metaversey. No matter how immersive and 3D they become, things have to matter. So games like EVE Online, where if you lose a spaceship, you lose your spaceship. You can't go back in time. That's much more metaversey.
Provenance.
That will be driven by blockchains, because the blockchains will be able to track what's happened and when. You can't really rewind a blockchain.
Except that wouldn't be that as fun. That'd just be like real life, you know?
You say real life's not fun?
I mean, no, real life is fun. Especially my crypto real life is
Speaking
fun.
at Salt, that's pretty fun.
Yeah, the real life is fun. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that would be too much fun.
Okay, let's go back to institutional adoption. I'm sure a lot of investors look at these valuations and think that it's pretty crazy. How do you approach now? You're investing in companies directly, and they want, they're raising at 100 million seed rounds.
It's pretty crazy.
It's pretty crazy.
I'd agree with that.
So how crazy is it?
So things will go up and down. I've been in the industry for a number of years. You see cycles. You have to get in, right? You have to get in so you can follow on. The great thing about Temasek as a permanent capital vehicle, you can think of it, we don't have investors that we don't have to dump coins at the end of the fund life and return capital to investors. We have the most diamond hands in the world. Right? We can hold and continue to invest through cycles. Right, it's awesome to take money from that kind of investor. Because all the funds, after 7 years, they're going to have to dump, right? So that they can, and we've seen this play out. So they're going to have to sell. They're your friends for like a short period of time, typically that 2-week period where they're all trying to get an allocation, they're your best buddy. Then they don't do anything for a while, and then they dump your coins because they've got to return money to investors.
This is the secret that they don't want you to know.
So we don't have to do that.
Well, that's good.
Well, I mean, when you look at the amount that's been raised by some of the largest funds in the space, it's hard not to think that creates some floor, right? I mean, if you're sitting on $1 billion or $2 billion, you got to do something with it at some point, at least over the next few years, if you're a Paradigm or an A16Z. So that creates some sustainability for the market, I think. What do you think? Christine, maybe.
What do I think?
Are we in a bear market right now?
I think we're just kind of in a middling sideways market. But, listen, crypto winters are not bad. I mean, they are bad, but they're not that bad. And what I mean by that is they're survivable, right? So a lot of new people in the space have not experienced a crypto winter. Guess what? It's an incredible learning experience. And then from an investor perspective, it's an incredible time to invest in companies that will become the biggest in the space if they survive. And that's what we saw in the most recent cycle of crypto winter, right? Like, essentially, I mean, it was so bad that at some point, like, people were like, okay, so this whole blockchain crypto is done, right? Like, you need a job, like, come to fintech. And I was
it
like,
was scary.
I was like, I think I'm gonna keep going. I don't know why. Yeah, it seems like it's done, but I'm going. And there are a lot of people like that. And those are the people that are running the biggest companies and the DeFi protocols and NFT projects that we have today. And so, you know, my perspective as a seasoned old person in the space is that, hey, listen, you just take it as it comes. Like, if it's high, we enjoying it. We doing like a crypto conference a week everywhere, all over the world. And when it's not high, then we're going to be building and we're going to survive. And then we're going to just get back to the parties like later when the cycle comes back. And the cycle comes back bigger. Because we are still early. I mean, let's talk about how many crypto users there are. I think like the estimated number in the US is like, what, 60 million? And in the world, or was that the number?
Tiny.
What was the number?
Yeah, it's about between 1 and 300 million are the best kind of estimates. But I mean, I think this point here, I mean, pricing is the worst way to measure crypto adoption. The price of tokens is just, it's some speculative forward-looking view, and yes, it's a market. I think the way that we look at crypto adoption is around usage. Actually, Electric Capital, which is a VC firm focused in the crypto space, produces a report every year, and they track the number of monthly active developers who are building in Web3. And they take like a look at like public GitHub check-ins in that category. It's a subset of people working on crypto. And they just kind of track that. And I think in December of last year, it was like 19,000 individuals who are actively working on Web3. If that number keeps going up, we will have an incredible world built on crypto.
Sure.
If that number goes down, that's time to worry. And if you go back to the 19,000, if you go back to like the iPhone, you're looking at, I don't know, maybe 2009 or 10 when you had like 20,000 people working on iPhone apps. At that point, the apps we were looking at were like flatulence apps. Like, have you seen what my phone can do? Like, let me show you. And it was terrible. Like, there was no Chase banking app, right? There was no Coinbase. There was no Uber. There was no Lyft. So, like, I think a much clearer, I like the sort of permanent capital view of where we are, is how many smart people in the world are building on Web3. Keep tracking that. That could change. That could go down. We could lose talent. But if it continues, it's a pretty good bet that we're going to go from the flatulence apps to Uber.
You got to follow the nerd heat. There's a lot of nerd heat over here, like, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of what I like to tell people to watch for.
I wonder if yield farming's our flatulence app, perhaps.
You know, you only know in hindsight. But, you know, you can come back and tell us.
I'll let you guys know when I write the book. Okay, so price surely, though, has an impact. Like, let's say Bitcoin draws down 50%. That's going to probably kill a few crypto projects in Visa.
Well, it kills the developers, right? Because the developers are coming for monetization, for network effects, and if you don't have that kind of activity, then it ends up not making financial sense, right?
I think the economics on the iPhone were unclear. I think if you really believe in crypto and crypto as a movement, you have very motivated people who are trying to build things for the love of building, for the love of changing the world. So yes, the prices will drive away a lot of people, but it may not drive away the most important people. And if those people keep building, I think it'll be interesting. If they don't, and they may not, like, no one really knows, but if they start to, you know, focus elsewhere, then I think we'll have a different ecosystem.
But actually, just to touch a little bit on the talent point, in a down cycle, that's actually the best time for TradFi to hire. I remember, like, the last down cycle, we were like, oh my God, like, we got to get all the blockchain engineers, because we were, like, obviously very all in on the technology and the future of it, and we were like, this is the time to invest. Like, when everyone else is scared, like when these small, like, you know, companies are falling apart, this is like when we can actually access really well the best talent, right? Like, it's a very competitive market right now when everyone wants to start their own project or start their own fund, and, you know, in that case, it's actually quite difficult for TradFi to recruit, but it's actually in those down cycles that's like time to buy.
Pretty clear exodus from TradFi. Well documented.
Not necessarily, but
I disagree. I think that it's happening, but you guys are in a different seat because your staff can kind of do some side crypto stuff, whereas that wouldn't be kosher at a bank.
Well, yeah, and I don't know how much of it is kosher at Google, frankly, but I do think that, like, we basically have 140,000 people. We're an engineering company at heart. So when you talk about the developers, that's most of what makes up Google. And so these people have their day jobs, but naturally we find them gravitating towards, the same way, crypto the same way that I think a lot of us did, which is, you're doing some day job, then you learn about Ethereum, then you learn about yield farming, you learn about DeFi, you learn about NFTs, and you do these things in nights and weekends and evenings. And so I think the great thing about that, at least just sort of that culture of learning that we've had at Google probably since it was founded, is that there is a bedrock of talent for us there to tap into, developers who build on nights and weekends when we want to say, okay, let's get involved. Let's think about building a data indexing product that could help people navigate, a multi-chain world. We don't necessarily have to look outside the company, although we can. We have a lot of talent and passion internally that we can leverage.
Oh, and by the way, Frank, I do agree with you. Yes, there is an exodus of talent. I was just speaking from my own perspective because I'm TradFi for life.
Got it.
So I was just like, that's not true. We ain't all leaving because I'm not leaving TradFi.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people too.
But it is, sorry to interrupt, but it is like a huge imperative. Like one of the most important things that I left the bank with was to, make sure that everyone knew if you're young, talented, ambitious, and smart, you can see the opportunity ahead in Web3 and crypto. And if you're a TradFi financial institution that is not getting hands-on with it, then it's going to be very difficult to retain talent because people, ultimately, especially young people, want to learn. They want to learn in their jobs. The reason why I stayed at JP Morgan for 18 years was because every job that I had, I learned so much more than the last job. And so when you're able to offer that, people will stay. But, if...
You have to offer that.
Yeah, but if you're on the sidelines, it's going to be difficult.
Well, we're at time. I don't know if I should have left time for audience questions, but I didn't, so I'm sorry. Thank you all for joining us. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, panelists. And I love that quote, which I'm going to steal: the future is here, but it's not evenly distributed. So I don't like to make assumptions, so I'm going to do a quick market survey of the audience. Raise your hand if you think that cryptocurrency and digital assets currently is the most attractive macro investment opportunity. Okay, most of you, I agree, and I also think that because of the relative nascency of the asset class, it does still offer a lot of alpha generating opportunities as well, as long as you know where to look for them. So the next panel will address just that: crypto asset management and the hunt for alpha. I'd like to welcome John Cheeseman from FTX, whose research reports are some of the best I've ever read, Nick Gustafson from CMS Holdings, Peter Johnson from BH Digital, Paul Veradicadit from Pantera, and Will Peets from 100 Acre Ventures. Please welcome crypto asset management and the hunt for alpha.
Just gonna.
Okay, well. Welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for joining FTX in the Bahamas. I know it must have been a tough decision to give up your week at work to come hang out at the beach, but thank you very much for making that choice. So today is an exciting one for me for two reasons. The first one is I have a world-class panel of crypto investors. Their styles are fairly different, so I think there'll be something for everyone in the audience, and hopefully we can at least provide some alpha advice to contribute to those ticket prices. So I'll let the guys introduce themselves one by one and just give a little bit of background to the style of investing that they do in crypto.
Sure. So I'll go first. My name is Will Peets. I'm the founder of 100 Acre Ventures. We run a liquid investment strategy. So we're a long-short hedge fund, again, purely looking at liquid token opportunities, combining a kind of top-down quantitative risk framework with a bottom-up long-short fundamental token selection strategy. Thematically, we've been pretty focused on stablecoins broadly, and specifically algorithmic stablecoins. More recently, doing a lot of work on NFT marketplaces, and say in general, try to look for themes that we think benefit from kind of the broader adoption of crypto holistically, as opposed to kind of winner-take-all type opportunities.
I'm Peter Johnson. I am the co-head of private investments at Brevin Howard Digital. So I co-lead our venture investments in equity and tokens. And we are a thesis-driven venture capital firm, and we combine that with active trading and participation in the crypto markets. I think that that is a key part of success in this market, something that I saw at Jump. I previously spent 9 years at Jump, started their crypto venture investing strategy about 7 years ago, led that strategy for 7 years until about 2 months ago when I joined Brevin, and we've been very active so far, invested about 20 companies in the fund so far.
Wow.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paul Varadatakit. I'm a general partner at Pantera Capital. Pantera Capital is one of the earliest institutional fund managers deploying capital into cryptocurrencies, starting off with Bitcoin in 2013. We have a fund for every strategy, and we just recently closed on a $1.3-ish billion venture fund. So for us, I mean, equity tokens, active trading, we do it all. I've been a career venture capitalist now, and I've been in crypto for about the last 8 years. So I do a lot of infrastructure type investments and lead our private investment efforts. So for instance, I'm on the board of Alchemy, and those types of developer tools or fiat on-ramps, done a lot of those with Peter. Those are definitely our bread and butter.
I'm Nick Gustafson. I work at CMS Holdings. We're I guess a hybrid trading and investment fund. Started out mostly active trading strategies and kind of evolved into a venture fund with a thesis of investing in tools and products that we could see ourselves using as traders. So it started out in a lot of DeFi protocols and has sort of evolved into also investing in infrastructure projects that are powering these applications. Personally, I worked in traditional finance for about 12 years, trading corporate credit. A lot of us at CMS have trading backgrounds. Yeah.
Great, awesome. Well, Peter and Paul, I'm going to direct the first question to you, because you guys have been most active on the raise side at the moment. So just interesting to understand a bit more about the investor climate. Paul, maybe you can give us a bit of context on how that's changed in the past, I don't know, is it 5 years? Yeah, and but also just to hear what investors are currently excited about, and perhaps some of the things that the more traditional investors are still apprehensive about.
Okay. I can start off first. We just are at the tail end of a $1.3 billion venture fund fundraise, and I've been fundraising since 2014. It's changed quite a bit. I mean, it took us 3 years in 2014 to raise $25 million. And now we're actually getting check sizes larger than $25 million. And I think number one, the dynamic in these meetings have changed quite a bit. When we were fundraising in 2014, it was about, tell us about Bitcoin. Why are there certain 21 million Bitcoins in existence? Like, tell me about mining. Tell me about security and a little bit on regulations. Now the topics of conversation are not around the number of Bitcoins or the technology, but really, what are the use cases and how do you think about the evolution of the space, both in terms of innovation and also in terms of just asset diversification. And that's been a fairly huge change. For us, our investor base has changed quite a bit. It used to be 25% retail, and now we're getting probably 80 and 90% institutional. Everything from your pension funds, your endowments, and sovereign wealth funds, et cetera. So it's been quite the change. And I'd say the biggest question that we sort of get is probably around how much to put in. And so we usually recommend probably a little bit less than they normally put in. But also, I think the other thing that's changed quite a bit too is that a lot of these capital allocators while they understand venture and they have allocations for venture capital, they're actually more open to tokens than ever before. I think from a sort of returns perspective, but also things like DeFi are a bit more understandable. You can actually build models. You can actually understand where some of these tokens derive their value. And so the request to us when we started this fund was, don't raise a hedge fund. Don't raise just a pure venture capital fund that invests into equity. Give us a venture capital type vehicle that we can be long-term investors in, that we're familiar with, that you can actually allocate across different strategies, so I don't have to go back to my investment committee and try to pitch 3 different funds and 3 different strategies. I just want to invest with you, and I actually think that investing across 3 different strategies in one vehicle actually optimizes for performance too. So that's been sort of something that we've really kind of given to these institutional allocators.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with the institutional allocators. At Jump, it was all proprietary capital, so this was my first time over the last few months talking to pension funds, endowments, those types of folks. And most of them they're up to speed. Like, the decision of the folks that we're talking to is often not, should we allocate to crypto? They've made that decision. They made that leap. They know they need to be in this space. And I think at this point, it's almost riskier to not be in this space. Like, nobody wants to be, the folks that miss the next generation of the internet. Like, they've made the decision. They want to be in crypto. And it's more of a question of how much and how. Should this be a liquid token fund? Should this be a venture fund? Should it be a blend of those 2 things? Should it be Bitcoin? Where should it be? And it's a question of where and how, and not a question of if, because most of them have made that decision already.
Yeah, it's certainly pretty incredible that, not to downplay what you guys have done, but pretty much every week, you get, every month at least, you're getting a $500 million to $1 billion fund, and hopefully that supports all of what we're trying to do at FTX. So we're certainly pleased about it. But on that note, with so much money coming into the space, and I guess this applies across early stage liquid deals and also more VC deals. It's extraordinarily competitive to get into the deals. What would you say your kind of respective calling cards are when you meet these new teams? That can be. We can go with Nick on his, because I know you make a lot of early stage token deals.
It has become extremely competitive. It's been very frustrating actually trying to invest lately with all these billion-dollar funds popping up. We've seen deals that a year ago would be a $30 million valuation, and now it's $150 million, and you can barely get in. So I think the real alpha is finding, I think, less invested L1s, so newer L1s, and finding the building blocks of those ecosystems. Your AMMs, your lending protocols, infrastructure projects. More lately, it's some gaming projects as well. And NFT marketplaces, that sort of thing, and just trying to be early. And that's really hard to do, but you have to find really bright developers, because often you're really just investing in a pitch deck and the development team, because if they're further along, it's going to be impossible to get into the deal. So I think it's really finding sharp developers and a core infrastructure project on a promising L1 that you think will continue growing.
I'll go for it.
I was going to say, to pepper in some thoughts. I'm fully view this as a venture asset class, especially on kind of the secular tailwind it's going to have. And so from that perspective, very supportive of a venture style fund and structure. I do think it presents some interesting dynamics within crypto. One, clearly if there's a lot of money being raised, it's more competitive deals, it's higher valuations. I think the other interesting element within crypto versus traditional markets is I think people generally equate liquidity with maturity, right? Like in traditional stocks, as a company becomes more mature at IPOs, and that's probably because it's hit some revenue or product market fit or what have you. Whereas in digital assets, right, you get liquidity well before some of these networks have adoption or are mature. And so the dynamic of venture fund raises and the cap table, and then them seeking liquidity prior to a project becoming mature, actually offers its own kind of opportunity set on the liquid side. So part of the reason why we were comfortable having just a liquid fund is that we still see a lot of really interesting early opportunities from the perspective of maturity available post the private rounds of these deals.
And I think with the current sell-off in the market over the last 6 months, at the same time as private valuations booming, I think there are a lot more secondary opportunities that look a lot more attractive these days.
Yeah. And so I think structures like Paul was mentioning, where fund is a venture structure but has the flexibility to invest into liquid tokens, probably is helpful because they have the flexibility to invest in what they want, take advantage of depressed markets, but also in some respects protect investors from themselves. That's actually why I also like the venture structure, because people get anxiety when there's 40, 50% market crashes. But again, if you believe in this on a secular basis, then clearly you want to stay in the trade. So in some respects, I think that structure is helpful for investors.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting dynamic because as much as it seems like people don't want the volatility of crypto, particularly in the down cycle, we've seen on the types of clients that we see trading with us at FTX that even this real round of cyclical market weakness, it hasn't really deterred people at all. I mean, it's certainly, I'd say the cadence and size that people are comfortable investing in has changed a bit, but their intention to be in the asset class is unwavered really. Which roll that back to 2018, and that was definitely not the case.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense, and I mean, for us, we've been doing investing for the last 8 years, so. We've had to change, and then be innovative in terms of how we find these deals. I mean, now we're starting to see the proliferation and activity around university crypto clubs. And we're actually seeing a lot of talent coming out of there, or talent coming out of Web 2.0 companies. So kind of building strong partnerships with some of the incubators like that make a lot of sense. And from a strategy point of view, I mean, we're all sort of making good money out there, and to fit into earlier stage rounds, you probably have to go earlier and probably have some ball control. So being willing to kind of go out there, take a lead position, so that you don't get squeezed out of these rounds, I think is extremely important. And I think the other thing that you mentioned around partnering up with ecosystems, especially if that's one of your strategies, I think also finding other types of strategies that are kind of different, like buying secondaries. Like, as these founders are, building and grinding, sometimes they want to sell some of their shares to take money off the table. So just kind of going out there and doing a survey and say, hey, who wants to sell some of your shares? Get a strategic investor on the cap table. I think that's another interesting strategy that we're starting to see too.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And for us, it's really being thesis driven as well. Like there's so much money out there competing for these deals. Like you need to be extremely deep in certain areas and go after those areas and really focus. And that's something that we really do at Brevin is we focus on kind of big macro themes that we think are going to change the world, and then specifically go after those and try to ignore other things. You want to keep an open mind, but also you need to shut out a lot of noise that there is in the crypto markets. And then when you find the deals you want to invest in, it's really highlighting it's the people, it's the resources, and the brand. I feel like that's how you win deals. And especially on the resource side, like right now, there's a ton of money. You can't just be money. You need to provide more than that. You need to be, can you provide liquidity to my token on centralized exchanges, on decentralized exchanges? Do you have blockchain engineers that can help me build my product? Can you help me with recruiting? Are you, an active user of my product? Are you going to be a customer? Those types of things are what you need to do to be in the best deals.
Yeah, a lot of calls are, they call up and they say, okay, our round is completely full, but we could squeeze you in. What value can you provide? And they're basically interviewing you.
Exactly. Yeah.
For sure. So just getting back to that market drawdown we're all trying to ignore happening. On the liquid strategy side, how do you adapt your style for hunting for alpha in what is quite clearly, by definition, a bear market versus the bull market last year?
Yeah, I think it's two things. One, you have to be oriented around being able to actively trade or be comfortable with, using derivatives and other kind of more traditional tools to manage the risk profile of your portfolio. Again, that's something even like when I started managing outside capital in 2017, the variety of tools and derivatives available to you were very limited. And then you fast forward today, and now you have the entire full suite. So that's, I think, one component of it. I think the other component for us, and this is also one of the most positive things I think happening within crypto, is while correlations do seem to be very high on the surface, you are seeing increasingly more and more dispersion. And so again, that enables, more traditional like portfolio construction techniques to benefit the portfolio. Again, one area that we've been very focused, which I mentioned, is on decentralized stablecoins, and specifically algorithmic stablecoins. which has brought us, into the kind of Terra and Luna ecosystem. And again, if you look year to date, that's one name that's, performed so quite well, in part because it has a very specific, valuation model that's driven by USD demand. And so again, I think there's increasingly more examples like that, whether it's going to be Terra or Helium or other, networks that, again, once they're at scale and get adoption, that they shouldn't be correlated the way we've seen, historically when everything is being just purely speculatively driven. So I think, again, a combination of the types of instruments and tools and portfolio construction, along with some maturation of the asset class, is kind of helping navigate, periods like we're in right now.
Yes, so that's an interesting point. I mean, obviously, at the moment, you can do the chart of the Bitcoin against the Nasdaq, and it's scarily well correlated. I think there are some naysayers that will come in and say, well, why am I trading Bitcoin if I can trade the Nasdaq and in exactly the same way? And I think where you're going with algorithmic stablecoins kind of brings us to what would hopefully break that tight correlation, which is more positive real-world use cases for crypto. Yeah. Peter, do you have a view on on how stablecoins might bring that about? And I know that's like a vertical that you guys are.
Yeah, so that's something that I spend a lot of time on. Also, investors in Luna, was at Jump, and at Brevin Howard. Big fans of what they're building, and overall, just big fans of stablecoin adoption, and believe that is, as I mentioned, like we invest in big macro shifts that we see coming, and one of those is the adoption of stablecoins. That will be a new way that money moves around the world. I think that's something that a lot of people don't maybe think about, is that this is a fundamentally new thing that anybody anywhere in the world can hold and send and spend US dollars. It is obvious that there is insatiable demand outside the US for US dollars. You look at the euro dollar market, which is estimated at like $20 trillion. The majority of physical currency is outside the United States. Like, there is just huge demand for this. And now suddenly you have this new technology that allows anyone, anywhere in the world to hold dollars and spend dollars. And like, what is that going to mean? That is going to be revolutionary, and I think one of the biggest stories over the next few years in crypto. So looking at both centralized and decentralized stablecoins, what are the applications and infrastructure that are built on top of that? That's something that I spend a lot of time on.
Yeah, same, me and Peter have done, Bitso, and we've done some investments in Africa, and we're early investors in Circle, so they have the USDC, US dollar-backed stablecoin, and I remember talking to Daniel Vogel, the CEO of Bitso, and he just said that the interest in USDC and US dollar-backed stablecoins is very, very high, especially in Latin America. And so one of the things that I can see are people building cross-border payment applications using stablecoins. I think for both yield, cross-border payments, and then of course, it's already being used as collateral within DeFi, which I think is uber important, because you don't want something that has to use as collateral that's fluctuating and volatile.
And I think to tie in your earlier question and stable coins is what to do in a bear market like this, or a sideways market. Mm-hmm. And for us, we're doing a lot more yield farming. And right now, with the dollar, you get a couple % in an account, and with stable coins, there are all sorts of ways to generate 15, 20% type returns. On Luna and near ecosystems, they have these ways to generate real yield with only holding stable coins.
Yeah. No, so we've heard from the two lunatics about the L1 they're excited about. I don't know, Nick, I know you focus a lot on near. I don't know if you have a view on that. Other L1 ecosystems you're excited about, Paul?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty excited about Polkadot. We did a lot of investments about a year and a half ago in Polkadot ecosystem. And the parachain structure kind of took a little bit longer than everyone thought to come to fruition, but it's just starting to come out now, and I think there are 10, 15 parachains out now, and I think they've been slowly building the tech, and I think it's really powerful technology. It just took a while, but it's starting to come out now, and I think there's some really powerful teams and protocols that'll come out in the next 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, we're one of the largest investors in Polkadot and Near, so definitely bullish on those two. But outside of that, we are still seeing a lot of activity on Solana, and I think Solana has made quite a bit of headway on the gaming side of things. So as Peter mentioned, you know, if you can really focus on something, and you know, I think with gaming, sort of with transaction throughput and whatnot, you know, Solana has emerged as at least the top 3 contender to have the platform with most games on it. So still pretty bullish on Solana. I think Avalanche also is pretty interesting too. I mean, things that are EVM sort of compatible, or we're investing into things that are making things EVM compatible, I think that's going to be really important to kind of bridge the ecosystem.
Yeah, and what I've been looking for is, like, where are you seeing new things unlocked by these new layer 1s? Like, I'm a big fan of Solana as well and have invested a lot in that ecosystem. But one of the things with Solana, when Solana came out and they launched Serum, it was, okay, for the first time really ever, you can launch a central limit order book in a decentralized way. Like, that had been tried on Ethereum many times. The Ethereum blockchain, it just doesn't work. But now Solana comes out, it's faster, it's cheaper. You can actually have a central limit order book. You can have folks like Jump that can come on and make markets on there, and CMS. And you just couldn't do that before. So it's something that was fundamentally new that was unlocked by a new technology. And that's when I think things get really exciting. So I think we're keeping a very close eye on a lot of these to see, like, okay, what is this unlocking that you couldn't do before?
And we can just we can mention every L1 while we're up here. But I do think the Cosmos ecosystem is also quite compelling. It's not hyped the way a lot of other ecosystems are, which is maybe both good and bad. But clearly it's been a long time growing ecosystem, and kind of the native interoperability again brings things like Luna in the mix with things like Provenance and Hash, which are doing interesting things on the institutional mortgage origination side. So again, it's more of a sleeper in some respects, but I do think it's achieved a lot of big milestones, and I think a lot of interesting things going on in that ecosystem as well. So.
And this wasn't a plug at all, but FTX is actually going to launch an index that includes all of those L1s. So thank you very much for the.
I thought you were going to say FTX.
Not trying to put you guys out of business, but
that would have been great. FTX L1.
There you go. Yeah. So I mean, the one market that has been impervious to cyclical macro is NFTs, or certainly the Moonbirds and Bored Apes and those kind of investments. And I was, interesting that the Bored Ape from Mint is now, I think, quite a bit better of a return than Solana was from seed to the highs. Obviously, for larger investors, it's hard to get direct exposure. Though if they keep going up like this, pretty soon you'll be able to make them. Pretty soon you'll be able to buy them. How many investors or institutional investors are asking you for exposure to NFTs, and how do you kind of go about investing in this technology that's been unlocked?
I would say most institutional investors are not asking for exposure to NFTs specifically. They are very interested in the space, rightfully so, and are looking for exposure to the infrastructure that is enabling this. Like, how do you invest in the exchanges and fractionalization and lending platforms against them, and like all of the things that you need around NFTs. We are, I would say, playing with holding some NFTs as well, but it's really more of like an R&D effort and being part of the community at this point than a real alpha generating investment strategy. Can't really scale that right now, but it's really more about the infrastructure at this point.
Yeah, and then I touched on this earlier. Again, we like to invest in things we think benefit from kind of a growth of the whole crypto economy, or in this case, the growth of the NFT market. So we've been very focused on NFT marketplaces, some of the primitives used for borrowing and lending against NFTs as collateral, primitives that are combining NFTs in different ways. And I think to the institutional crowd, there's probably some skepticism in looking at the price that profile pics are trading at. But then clearly, if you zoom out, there's just so many different potential applications for NFTs. Whether it's IP licensing and royalties for music. And I think actually that's an area again where it has the ability to decouple. And I'm not sure that the first 3 months of this year are evidence of that versus just again speculation on Moonbirds and other things. But I think if you zoom out and again look forward a year or two, I think there's a lot of applications there that bring in again a number of different industries into crypto that a year ago weren't even contemplating why they would care, and I think it's a valuable observation. So,
yeah, I think for us, we are going to actually putting maybe 5-6% of our fund directly into NFTs, but I think we're going to be very slow and methodical about it. I think there's a lot of things that haven't existed yet in terms of infrastructure for liquidity or even tools, even just being able to get the right data, being able to sort of buy at scale and be able to actually put enough money to work in NFTs. But that's the eventual goal is, we feel that NFTs are quite compelling because not only do you get digital collectibles, but again, you get access to a certain community, and the growth of that community and what you can sort of do with that community is quite fascinating. And then of course, the intersection of NFTs with both gaming and so I think in sort of gaming and metaverse is fairly interesting too. And so I think there's opportunities where, as we're investing into a gaming company, we naturally get NFTs through that, and can be helpful there.
Yeah, I agree with that on the gaming side. I think it hasn't been integrated very well yet. There are very few projects that I've seen actually do it successfully, often because you're investing in games that are going to take a year or two to completely build out, so it's too early to tell. But I know Aurori is a good example, which is a project we invested in. They have one of the biggest NFTs on Solana, and they're going to be integrating that into the game, but it takes a long time, and we just haven't really seen it play out yet.
So, Paul, I'm going to go for you with this one. As the OG, perhaps, of the group, maybe not. Everyone gets into crypto, or most people get into crypto because of like the beauty and simplicity of Bitcoin. And like an observation I have is like on a relative basis, I've never seen investors like less excited about Bitcoin. Partially because the yield advantages, and there are other reasons. But I was just wondering, you must still allocate in some of your funds materially to Bitcoin. Has that changed a lot? Do you expect it to change more?
Yes, we have a Bitcoin fund, and it's over $1 billion in assets. We've returned multiple of billions of dollars for investors. There's still inflows into the Bitcoin fund, especially from institutional allocators, which we don't even market it, but they feel like hey, I want to get exposure into crypto, and I really do believe in that sort of store of value digital gold sort of use case, and so we still see flows going into Bitcoin, but a lot more of them right now are interested in a diversified basket of cryptocurrencies, especially L1s, and so the way that we position Bitcoin within our funds is, we do think it should be part of a portfolio, but it is underweight compared to some of the other, tokens out there, either because we just see a bit more utility on some of the layer ones around, DeFi, smart contracts, things like that, but also, Bitcoin's at a certain market cap too, and so as we're creating a diversified portfolio, we're trying to find other cryptocurrencies that can provide a higher return, and so therefore, for us, Bitcoin's a single-digit percentage of our entire liquid portfolio.
Yeah. I would say one thing, there's not a lot of venture funds who are going to be incentivized to really market Bitcoin or talk about Bitcoin at this point. I think that's one element. I'm curious to see kind of post-Taproot and more companies that are now maybe using those enhancements to build companies on top of Bitcoin, if that changes. But I feel like the incentive to really talk about Bitcoin now is less than it was, of course, when we all started, and that was kind of the only game in town. So.
Yeah, we just spoke to a project last week who is attempting to start to build DeFi on Bitcoin, and that's what you need. You need all these applications that are going on in all these L1s, you need that on Bitcoin, and then I think it'll explode in interest again, but there's not much to do with your Bitcoin right now.
Yeah, I guess the biggest use case that we were seeing with Bitcoin for a while was around cross-border payments. But again, as we start seeing some of the other tokens, stable coins or not, have a lot more liquidity, I think that potentially use case sort of drops a bit. And so that sort of brings probably the strongest use case that we've seen in the past with Bitcoin down a bit.
So somewhat relatedly, I've seen a lot of calls on Twitter for the ETH Bitcoin flippening to happen this year, next year, whenever it is, and a lot of that is, of course, related to both the flow and staking changes that are planned for the merge this year. Do you have any thoughts? You're an ETH guy, I would say. Do you have any thoughts going into that event or potential event?
Yeah, I would say broadly we're very constructive on Ethereum, on L2s being built on top of Ethereum, on the network effects it's always established, are already established. I would say particularly in the NFT space, and I'm sure people will disagree with me, but there's I still find most of the high value projects and a lot of like new innovative things in NFTs are at least starting in Ethereum. That's not to say that they won't expand to other L1s, but that still seems to be a trend. So all those things, again, I'm constructive on. From a fund, again, how we're oriented, we'll do a lot more in derivatives. So whether that's risk reversals or spreads, into this event at the end of the year, and we've already, quite well positioned for that. But as opposed to just, taking a big spot position, we try to kind of adjust our kind of risk return profile through derivatives there. Excuse me.
I think it's a weird thing that's focused on. I think it feeds into the weird tribalism within crypto of, am I cheering for Bitcoin? Am I cheering for ETH? Am I cheering for Solana? Am I cheering for Near? We're all on the same team. We all kind of want the same things. And kind of, the jersey that you're wearing with whatever your favorite L1 is, I don't think really matters that much. That, the things that we're all kind of rooting for. So worrying about which token is where on the rankings isn't something that I think about a whole lot.
So anything else that you are excited about into events coming up into the end of the year that we should be focused on? Other than Tom and Giselle speaking in about 15 minutes. I was saying this is a real bucket list item for me. It's the first time I get to open for Tom Brady, which chubby English guy, you wouldn't have thought it had happened. But
I mean, I think for me, what continues to excite me is the global adoption of crypto. And, we're investors in Indonesia, we're investors in Latin America. And so just to see the different trends that are emerging where, stablecoins, yield is starting to be really attractive. We're starting to see, the intersection of, cricket and NFTs in India. I think it's just fascinating to sort of see how each of these companies are building and educating their users, and then starting to see when institutional adoption will start picking up in each of these different regions. And so for us, our bet has been continue to focus on those fiat on-ramps and then hopefully learn about what type of applications make sense in each of these different geographies. So that's what's exciting for me.
Yeah, me and Paul have done a lot together internationally, so very excited about international crypto adoption and actually the impact that has in real use cases around the world. That's something we're seeing a lot of. It feeds into the stablecoin adoption thesis. Really excited about improvements in smart contract security. That's just one of the biggest issues in the industries, and I think we're seeing a lot of really interesting things happen there. The growth of the derivatives market is something that we're focusing on, investing behind. It's kind of crazy if you look at how small the derivatives and especially the options market is right now.
Especially the options, yep.
Yeah, the options market is 3% of spot volumes in crypto, and in the equities market, it's 30 times the spot market. So it clearly has just a massive room to grow there. So I think that we're going to see there, and that allows much more interesting and nuanced products and people to take views on risk management and speculation and ways to produce income. So those are some really interesting things I think we'll see the rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean, the combination of yield with a liquid options market would just be able to create some really amazing structured products to get people into the market that wouldn't be comfortable with the kind of delta one risk that we've grown up with.
Yeah.
But great. Well, guys, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are down to the final two panels of day one, and as John alluded to, it is quite a stellar lineup that we have coming up for the next two panels. Last year, supermodel and philanthropist Giselle Bündchen became an environmental and social initiatives advisor to FTX, and they will be discussing effective altruism, education, empowerment, and the environment. So I'd like to welcome Laura Remington-Platt from FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, and the one and only Giselle Bündchen. Please welcome to the stage.
want to sit in the middle between the ladies?
All right.
All right.
Hi, everyone. Whoa. Hi, everybody. I'm Lauren Remington Platt, and I'm the head of Global Luxury Partnerships at FTX. And thank you all for joining us. Today, we're going to be discussing Giselle and Sam's shared mission of philanthropy, which is the theme of our spring-summer 2022 luxury campaign, which is the first of its kind for FTX. It will be published across 4 continents in print and digital, introducing FTX to a wider demographic of consumers. We will be exclusively revealing the campaign at the end of our conversation today. In the first few months of this newly created position at FTX, and after getting to know Giselle and Sam personally, the theme of our first fashion campaign became glaringly obvious to me. Not only was this campaign going to mark Sam's modeling debut with Giselle, it wasn't going to be about crypto. It was going to be a celebration of Giselle and Sam's shared passion for making the world a better place, which has been a driving force in both of their careers. What has become obvious to me since joining FTX is that we are more than just the fastest growing crypto company globally. We are a company whose core belief is that people with passion can change the world. The world is changing, and not just because of crypto adoption. As a society, we're becoming more conscious of our impact on the environment and how kindness is more important than ever before. Giselle and Sam have always been ahead of the curve, and they've been spearheading these global shifts for years that are only now becoming mainstream. For Sam, his commitment to become an earn-to-giver 10 years ago was a precedent for founding FTX and his ability to maximize his financial impact for good. The FTX Foundation's recent announcement to give up to $1 billion this year alone to high-impact charities show how Sam is transforming corporate governance and becoming the modern-day CEO that FTX embodies and that the world needs. For Giselle, she's never been just a supermodel. She's always used her image and lent her profile to further causes that will help the environment and impact the most people. Today, we'll discuss where Giselle and Sam's shared passion for philanthropy stems from, since these were decisions that originated long before Sam founded FTX and Giselle was discovered at a mall in Brazil. Through this campaign, we are hoping to introduce and celebrate FTX as a company whose mission since founding was to make the greatest impact for good. So thank you guys for being here. Of course. So Sam and Giselle, you both are well known for donating not only your capital, but also your time to people and causes in need. Can you tell us why giving back is so important and how your family and upbringing inspired you to give back? And can you speak about one moment that maybe cemented this lifelong commitment to helping others?
I'll let you start.
I mean, ultimately, the scale of impact you can have on the world is just really, really large. And I think, the fact is that you can impact way more people through your philanthropy, through how you give back than, you do in your everyday life. And, that's, I think, what really sets it apart. And, you can think about the thousands of people who you can help who are dying of diseases that no one should be dying of today. And I mean, there are millions of them, but a single person can potentially save thousands of their lives over the course of your career. And that's a lot of lives to save. And, I think when you start thinking about the trillions of people who haven't been born yet, who are going to inherit this earth, from us, the things that we do that sort of impact what it is exactly that we're passing down to them are just incredibly important and magnified way beyond the scope of almost anything else that we do. I think that the moment that'll stick with me, I think it's probably in college, when I finally sort of came to terms with and accepted the fact that there were actually things that I and others could do that would have large impact. I think
prior to that, I'd been trying to convince myself maybe there was nothing that you could really do, or because that made it easier, right? Then I didn't have to think about it. I didn't have to worry about it. And you know, freshman year of college, I met a friend who is actually a colleague now, you know, we started talking, and it just became clear really quickly that, like, you know, none of my sort of hopeful arguments for why it didn't matter what we would do were going to hold up, and that, you know, there was actually, you know, a sort of exciting, you know, if anything, message in the opposite direction, that there's actually an enormous amount of positive impact that we can potentially have on the world, but, you know, only if we really try, only if you think hard about what you can do to have the most impact, and that ended up being, you know, how I thought about where to center my life, my career, and you know, ultimately what I'll be able to do. So.
Yeah. Well, I think what you said is, like, you know, in the end of the day, the earth doesn't belong to us, right? We are just here in passage, and I think it's really important to think about what are we leaving behind, because either we're going to be part of the solution or we're going to be part of the problem. The fact is, we're all going to have an impact in this world. We just need to decide what kind of impact we're going to have and we want to have. And I think it's all about intention. You know, where our energy goes is what grows. So if we choose to focus in being part of the solution and really, like, make our life count, right? Because I think, what's the point of being here otherwise, right? I mean, I definitely want to be part of the solution and not part of the problem, because when I leave this world and my kids are going to, you know, be here, my grandchildren, you know, I want them to look back and say, you know, that, hey, we did all we could to be, you know, part of the solution and not part of the problem, because we are leaving this world behind for, you know, not only is going to impact the quality of life that we have today, because I always say, you know, the planet is going to be here. It's been here for billions of years. There's been plenty of civilizations that are no longer here. So we just have to decide if we want to be here, and then we have to live in harmony with nature. And part of what I'm, you know, very excited to work with FTX is to work on environmental and social, you know, programs and things that can create positive change, and not only protecting and taking care of nature, which has been a big passion of mine coming from the south of Brazil, and you know, just feeling very connected to nature, understanding I am one with it, and been working on environmental causes since, you know, going to visit an indigenous tribe in Brazil when I was, you know, in the early 2000s, and my whole life got, you know, I got clarity and, like, okay, this is what's important, and yeah, and it's nice to be here and to, you know, devote my time and to create whatever I can to create a positive impact, and it's nice to be here with you, Sam, and, you know, together we are stronger. You know, it's all about that. You know, no one does anything alone, so it's nice to, you know, unite forces and then, you know, do the best we can, right?
Great answers. Sam, so this year you announced that you plan to give up $2 billion to high-impact causes that will help humanity. How did you arrive at this amount of money and these causes that you're choosing, and what measurable change do you hope that this money will make?
Yeah, so, you know, when thinking about the scale of it, you know, there's sort of two sides. One is, like, what scale can we give? Another scale is what scale, like, could be given effectively. And maybe just starting with the second one, because I think it's maybe one of the more important things to think about, is, like, you know, how much can you scale up impact? And I think the answer is enormously. You know, you can look at something like $1 billion a year that can be spent fighting one disease by the world, and, you know, the billions that can be spent on developing world health, and that's just one sector to look at. You can think of the, you know, tens to hundreds of billions, you know, that could be used to help, you know, on sustainability. You can think of the you know, I mean, what was the impact of just dealing with the fallout from COVID-19 for the world? I think we're talking probably north of $10 trillion. And so the scale of, like, you know, what has impact on the world is very large. It's larger than I'm ever going to be able to give. And so that's not going to be the limiting factor. Now, there's a question of, you know, how quickly can you figure out where good opportunities actually are? Like, how long does it take before, you know, you can feel comfortable with, the ability to give away a certain amount of money. And that's something, frankly, that we're still learning to some extent. And I think, what determines how much we'll actually give away, we sort of set an order of magnitude uncertainty in that, right? Like, 100 million to $1 billion. And why do we set that uncertainty? Because we don't want to feel forced to give if we are out of things we feel really excited to fund this year. And on the other hand, we don't want to feel like if there's an incredibly important thing for the world that comes along, that we didn't leave ourselves the room to do that. And so, I think we're already approaching the lower end of that so far this year. But then I think talking about like where, what's the focus going to be? We're going to be giving to a number of different things. I think probably the single biggest thing this year is going to be pandemic prevention. Basically, we're not prepared for COVID as a world. We are still not prepared for it. If there was another third pandemic today, there would be another shit show. We haven't really learned our lesson. And COVID was not as bad as it could have been, right? Like, you could imagine a much scarier pandemic arising, and I still don't think we would know how to respond as a world, and that could be destabilizing. That could be something that, our ancestors would look back on as a, permanently destabilizing moment for the world if we're not careful. And there are a lot of really glaringly obvious things we should have had ready and didn't have. And if you wait till after a pandemic's here, it's often too late to do the most effective things. And so that's what we've been focusing on the most is how can we have like early detection of novel strains? How can we have antidotes already ready and developed before it hits? And clear, fast pathways for all of these things. And then one last thing is even how do we get life-saving medication globally to the world? It's one thing if you want to get it in a large U.S. city. It's another thing if you're thinking, how do we get it someone in the middle of Kenya? Like, what do the supply chains look like? And do you need frozen vaccines going there the whole way? That's going to be really difficult to get. And so that's sort of like another piece of that.
Very cool. Giselle, your philanthropy precedes you. Globally and domestically, you're one of the most renowned and rewarded philanthropists who've helped to provide disaster relief and brought attention to environmental and social issues. Can you talk us through some of your proudest moments of giving and also how you knew that FTX and Sam was going to be the best partner and fit for you?
I think the whole thing about giving to me is I come from a family, where my parents, like since we were little, they always said, I am another you, so always treat others the way you like to be treated and put yourself in other people's shoes. I think that's very helpful because, I think when we are in the position where we have our basic needs met, we can eat, we have clean water, we have access to, which for so many billions of people in the world, that's a luxury. And I think it's important to like connect with that and not live in a bubble and understand that we're privileged. And I grew up feeling that way, even though I grew up in a middle class, like very simple upbringing, 2 bedrooms, 8 people. I have 5 sisters in the house, but we always, were able to have enough and kind of that idea of helping whoever had less, but there's always somebody who had less. So since I left home at 14 years old and went out into the world and started working, and when I moved away from home and I started making my own money, I always felt like, how can I help? So I help, it's been like, since I know myself as a person, that's just been a natural thing, is the way we've been raised to kind of look at another and see how I can do to be of service, because I think that also, we always think like when we are giving to someone, when we are helping, really in the end of the day, we are the ones who are receiving, because there is nothing more fulfilling than feeling like you can be in the position of giving. And there's so many ways of doing that. You can give out of your money, you can give out of your time. So it's been like, so many things in my teens when I didn't have so much money, but I had more time. I used to take children, they used to be from St. Jude's Children's Hospital of cancer. When the kids will be in remission, they would come to New York and I'll take them to museums or to the park or, so that's how I was helping on my teens when I was 17, 18, 19. And then, after the Amazon, when I had some experience with the indigenous people, it became more, okay, nature, is like if we are nature and if we're destroying, natural resources are finite, and if we are destroying our natural resources, we're basically shooting ourselves in the foot. So I have to think of a way. I mean, these incredible people who are living in connection with nature, they know so much. How can I help them? But they don't have a voice. So how can I do this? For the last 20 years, I've been really focusing to try my best to bring attention to those things that, related to, if we don't have clean soil, clean water, we are all basically, we need all of that to survive. No matter who you are or where you're from, if we don't have clean soil and clean water, we don't have our basic needs met. And I think that's the foundation, that's the basic, that's like the minimum we need. But yet, that's becoming a bigger and bigger issue in the world. When you think about clean water, most of the wars are happening. Look at Syria. So many because of the lack of clean water. So when you think about it, there are so many things that we can do, and it can sometimes be overwhelming. But I think what I've chosen to do is where I am today, whatever time I was in my life, and every day, what can I do to be of service in whatever way I can, and sometimes it's, like taking a kid that had cancer when they have remission to a playground, or sometimes raising money and bringing, attention to a cause, and, or there's a disaster relief and people are like in really big trouble, creating a fund and raising money with however I can and sending relief. So it's so many different ways. I think the important thing is finding something that brings you joy and that makes you happy doing it, because I think we all have something to give if we choose to. And I think we will find that if we can, take the eyes always from us and put it out there and say, how can I, be of service in this situation, or what can I do here? I think you find a lot of fulfillment in doing that. And that would, and then you go, then life will take you on this path and that path. When you see, you just keep learning and keep giving and keep, hopefully, just, I don't know, it feels good, it feels good to contribute. So it's been so many different things. I can't even tell you one thing. But environmental, nature and education, children, I would say for me, it's a biggie. I think if you can help people, and especially children, how to teach them how to fish so they can be empowered and feel, I think there's nothing more amazing than helping someone feel empowered and capable. That's a big thing for me. So.
And then one of my only crypto questions. Sam, other than the financial ability to make high-impact donations, what other ways do you see crypto as a tool to help make the world a better place?
Yeah, so I think that, I think I keep coming back to it, is sort of two sides of the same coin with it. One of which is financial rails that work even in difficult situations. And so, you look at people trying to do remittance back home and paying 10, 20% to do it. And it takes a week to get there, and it's incredibly difficult. That's sort of one of the hardest cases. But even just doing a payment, you go to a store, you buy a loaf of bread in the United States, and you pay $1 or $2 to middlemen for that transaction, because our payments infrastructure is just not very good. And it introduces bits of friction and expense everywhere, but where people need it the most and where it's hardest, it introduces massive amounts of friction. So that sort of is one angle. And then the other one, the one that I think I've been thinking about the most recently, is on equitable access to financial ecosystems. If you look at what access the largest HFT firms have globally to markets, it's amazing access, right? Like, they have physical boxes feet away from the physical boxes where matching engines are, and they have full access to all market data. They're going straight to the exchange. They can trade anything they want, in a millisecond. But they paid, tens, hundreds of millions of dollars to get that access, and it took them years of building up in relationships to get that. If you want to pull out your phone and buy a share of Apple, you're probably going through 10 different companies from start to finish. Each one of those is going to be reducing transparency and increasing fees on it. And to the point where you're literally not allowed to see the order book that you're trying. You're not allowed to see what is the price of Apple right now when you buy it, unless you want to pay millions of dollars, in which case, sure, you can see what it's trading at right now. That's for people who have real financial access, right? That's the good case for individuals. The bad case is a lot of people who are basically disenfranchised, for whom, overdraft fees are impossible to deal with if your bank account is ever running empty, because it's non-deterministic how long it takes payments to go in and out. So you never know exactly whether there's going to be a mismatch in days. And so if you're just getting by, all of these really awkward properties of the financial system end up costing you more than you have. And all of these things are not necessary. Like, again, we've built ways for the most sophisticated financial actors to have straightforward access to our data and our economics. And that's something that, you should be able to have even if you're not privileged. You should be able to have the same opportunities as other people. And you should at the very least be able to see market data. Like, prices here is one of the whole points of markets. Like, we shouldn't be gating access to that. And so I think that's the other big opportunity that I have been spending the most of my time on with crypto, is how can we create financial markets that really have some much more equitable access for people.
That's great.
Okay, guys. Well, we're excited to be able to exclusively share the first ever fashion luxury campaign for FTX, and it's featuring Sam and Giselle.
Well, he's here. He's coming next. I think she's thinking about him.
Featuring Sam and Giselle.
We'll substitute him in for the next one.
Exactly. He'll be substituted.
And it's featuring Sam and Giselle, and the two of them speaking about why you guys are all in on FTX and striving to make positive change. Can you share what this campaign means to each of you and what it means to be all in on giving back?
I'm just excited, when I hear that, I think, for me to be able to be of service has been such a passion of mine for so long. And obviously, when I hear that, Sam we share the same passion, and we want to both, contribute in the best way that we can. And it was exciting, obviously, because I understand that, no one does anything alone, like I said. So when you can unite your forces and everyone has different gifts, we each are born with something different, with a different ability. And when we can, put together those abilities, we can hopefully create a much larger impact. And this is why it was so exciting to get to know Sam and his intention, and makes me happy to be able to help out. And hopefully we can create a lot of good stuff together. So.
Wait, we don't have Sam up here.
Sam, where are you?
Sam, where are you?
I don't see what people are complaining about. I think
there you are.
Yeah.
Look at that, Sam model. Watch out, he might leave crypto and start modeling career. Right, Sam? How did you like that? How do you like it?
In Vogue, like Hit Fair.
Enjoy.
No, it's. I mean, whatever. It's what matters the most in the end. Is how we can give back, and it's in the end, it's what matters that we do that as well as we can, and I'm excited about being a part of it and being a part of everything that people around me are helping to facilitate. So.
Well, thank you both. This was such a privilege, and thank you for all you've been doing.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have fun.
All right, am I staying?
What?
Am I staying? You guys stay here?
All right, thank you very much. And I do just need to say that there are thousands of cryptocurrency exchanges out there, and I know that FTX is obviously the partner for this event, but there is really no other exchange or business that I know of that does as much for the community and the environment and social impact initiatives as FTX. So I think we should just give them a round of applause for all the hard work that they're doing as well. Now, the next session, the closing session of day one, is strictly off the record, so it's not going to be live streamed. There will be no comments from the press, please, no updates on Twitter. It will be off the record, and we are going to be focused on winning. As you may have noticed from my accent, I'm from New Zealand, and NFL is not a big sport in New Zealand, but everyone has heard of the superstar that is Tom Brady. In what was the most accomplished career in NFL history, he has achieved 7 championship titles, and to loop it all back into cryptocurrency, he's also the founder of an NFT exchange called Autograph. So for the final panel for day 1, please welcome to the stage Tom Brady. Oh, that was a bit of a spoiler alert teaser. All right, we're going to be a couple of minutes, so I'll just round up. I'll just do the quick dinner announcement now so that everyone can all go there afterwards. But dinner will be served outside on the Jasmine lawn at the end of the day. But this is really, I'm sure, what you've all been waiting for. It's a full house. We're now ready to introduce Senior Natter from FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, and Tom Brady. Please welcome to the stage.
Hey. How you doing?